5. Looked a little scary at the start, but Fnatic deal with it.
Yeah, there's been a few rounds here for Fnatic, hasn't it? Scary, and then they handle it. So right here, right now, they've been able to convert both pistol rounds within this map. That's fantastic in itself. They've set up only 3 more rounds needed here. And look, a 16-5 victory over G2 after what we saw on the first map, that would bring confidence back and level us out going into the final map of play here.
Yeah, what a topsy-turvy series it would be as well if that happened. This is G2's map pick.
Yeah, you're right. And this is a map where m0NESY, now with AWP in hand, can find some impact. There you go. Quick as you like. Crims is down. And an opening to work with as m0NESY immediately starts to pivot and reposition. Or does he? As he glues himself behind a smoke in the window here. Trying to use that ambient light through to deal with the boost. Hunter's out of position.
Gets caught throwing a nade down and ends up getting Fnatic an opening towards this B side. And Alexi B's under a lot of pressure now. This is an acceleration for Fnatic. Jax with 1. Brolin just removes Alexi B without much of a save, but m0NESY's got back to the site. His shot is so quick. Just sees a pixel, able to get it done. And I thought for a second, Chad, but he's starting to run out of options and eventually will get overrun. It's down to just Nico. A 1 versus 2. Now we know he can clutch these, but Fnatic have to go to get the bomb, and m0NESY quick on the headshot.
Beautiful stuff. Again, I can just highlight the teamwork of Fnatic there. Like, it's a chaotic moment. That was a chaotic site take right there. And then on the double swing together to make sure they get that bomb. It's fantastic. It's the little details here that are sticking out. Sure that they're owning on the scoreboard. The first from m0NESY was quick, just not able to connect any more of those flashy shots. And a nice shot there from m0NESY to close things out, who's found himself 17 kills. Jax is the scoreboard leader right now for G2 on 19. He needs a friend. They're back down to a rough-looking buy, so it feels to me like G2 are going to concede 15 here.
Nico caught by the flash as he tries to peek. It's Smooya that's found the opening. Nico just trying to get a little bit of magic going here, but he is losing all of his support network. G2 starting to send those rotations over just to try and have some bodies on this site. Fnatic are just taking their time, chopping down the tree that is G2. And it started to go with the autopilot now for Fnatic.
It's going to have to be 10 straight just to get to overtime for G2.
Doesn't feel like it's happening, does it?
Not at all. This has been quite a limp map, all things considered. Some of the rounds they won, remember one of the first T rounds, I think it was an Alexi B clutch. Hunter's not going to get anything done with the CZ. Crims grabs another. He's bearing down at 30 kills here, 26 to his name. But maybe, just maybe, one more round of play here. This is the last chance for G2 to put up any resistance here. Inferno will be the 3rd map. And this would be wild to see a team like G2 not get a single CT round on their own map choice. That in itself, especially Mirage, which is a playground for a lot of these players. Yeah, is this it, or did G2 want to extend play? 3 players through the vent room over towards window.
Alex gets out towards top mid. m0NESY trying to take a bit more of a risk here. Let's see if the AWP can get something done. Playing at the edge of the short smoke. It will begin to fade away shortly here, and he's not really been given the best chance. Flash, in fact, will force him back, and Jax is down. m0NESY makes the solo play forward. They knew they had Alex pinned in that corner, so luckily the molly burns him out. So the numbers are back to the 4v4.
Now, here's the thing. Fnatic have so many rounds to work with. You can have a few more risks like what m0NESY just went for there, creeping out towards Tetris on his lonesome. And now it's their opportunity to play out the 4v4, which tends to favor the Ts, especially so with all the U2 and a lack of info for G2's side.
Seems like they're giving the full set to m0NESY so we can maybe fake out some utility uses towards this A side because the numbers are going back to B. It has to be pretty convincing here for m0NESY because there is quite a heavy amount of players over here for G2. Here comes this first smoke. Let's see how if this causes a reaction for G2 at all. No. In fact, it's on the opposite. It's pulled players over towards B, and luckily Fnatic have decided to call that off. They're going to be running back.
Yeah, what's going on here?
So leaving one late lurk player, Brolin, to go underpass, and the rest of them are going back into this A play. And this is working out somehow. It's just Hunter left alone playing from CT. He's eventually going to realize he needs to call for the cavalry to get back over here because the numbers of Fnatic are starting to come through now. Hunter deciding not to fight. 12 seconds left for Fnatic. This could get messy. You know, rotations here for G2. Nico's found one. The bomb needs to go down, and luckily it will. And here comes the swing into the site. Brolin with the kill. 3v3 for Fnatic. Missed shot from Smooya. Alexi B nearly gets away with the lineup of two, but Crims is still keeping Fnatic even in this one, even though they have to drop back into their post-plant positions. Alexi B and Hunter, they're still up, and G2 might find their first CT round. It all comes down to Brolin. Defuse being stuck around the corner. It's a wide fight for Brolin to take, and he's not going to get there. Surely he won't get there. It's one, and it's two! Oh, just about. The defuse is stolen away in the dying embers of the round.
Oh dear. At this point here, if you're G2, you may be thinking it should have just been done and dusted, because yeah, you win the round, but you lose absolutely everything. So the reinvestment is going to be bleak. You don't keep the ult for Monacy. You're going to need to reinvest in everything. There might be some lighter buys or lower util. Ah, dear. Yeah, this is still miserable right now, and it felt like Alexi B had to do it all. Thrust himself forward, got the crucial kill, and was the man who had to stick the defuse.
By a millisecond as well, really. That one was done. And a life support right now, G2.
It doesn't fire you up. That's not a round that fires you up, you know what I mean? It's not a clean sheet. It's one of these situations where you're like, oh boy, okay, well, next round's going to be just as hard, and here they come, waterfall out apartments.
Here they come to drop down into Jax. Hunter coming over here had a very quiet game. Maybe he can get involved here. Jax does well. And this quick play for Fnatic has been dealt a pretty bad hand.
Yeah, door's closed as well. Nico's already over towards T-spawn, so they can only go forward if they try and drop back. Oh, they should meet their logical demise. Alex is looking sharp here today.
Crims as well. Nico's on the backside, and Alex will not be able to get much done there. Crims, the last player up in the 1v4, tries to transfer back down, but G2 takes 7, and that's the low buy that they've been able to pull through.
Yeah, and continue to see good stuff from Jax. 22 kills from him, right? He's so far ahead of the rest of his team. It's almost 10 kills between him and the next, which is Monacy on 13. But this is an opportunity now. This is a chance. G2, they need to get another consecutive round with at least 3 players alive like this again. Great stuff from Jax here, right? He's under a lot of pressure with that apps pop. Does a great little job there with the Famus. But this is a key round. If we are going to talk about a conversation at all, they obviously need every round, but a chance to break the economy, and Crims is an AWPer?
Yeah, apparently. And he's quick to it. Takes out Monacy.
They go 1 for 1, and Crims might just by virtue of Bogdan's law get to retain that AWP. But this was similar scenes as to what we saw in the first half. After opening picks for either side, it just seemed to slow right down. Jax and Nico with an info player starting to feel out towards the top of this A ramp, and well, Alex is the only one close. He is quite passive. How far do they push the issue here?
We have got Alexi B relatively pushed up in the apartments as well, so that's buying the rotation for Hunter. Jax, does he go around this corner? Alex, the timing looks away. It couldn't be worse for him, but finally drops his crosshair back down. Players spot each other, but no one comes out on top.
Jax is actually continuing to push right here, and I like the call. He's going to know it's clear. He's going to know it's B for sure.
Are they ready for Alexi B to be in the apartments? Hunter's here at the bench.
Oh, ouch.
He needed one, but Brolin forces him to eat lead. And now Alexi B gets bested by Alex, and suddenly it's Jax and Nico. A 2v4 recovery of the B site is needed here, and it just looks so unlikely. Fnatic with a great showing, a great recovery here on Mirage. And now a whisker away from sending us to Inferno. Jax left 1v4. Crims about to knife him, and that is how it ends. A statement in the pullback from Fnatic. They recover and take G2's map pick. This one will be decided on Inferno.
When I joined G2, everyone tried to help me. For example, Nema wrote me, if you need help, you can write me anytime, and other players as well. When we had first boot camp in Serbia, I don't know, I was talking a lot with Jakey because he's like special guy. It's like, I don't know, soul of company, or yeah. And they always help me in the game, in the life. I'm trying to understand more things with them, especially in CS, because they are all like finalists of majors, so they have a lot of experience everywhere.
Well, we got a conclusion, and it is Fnatic to keep this series going, and right here, right now is what we look forward to. G2, slightly on the back foot, but nothing irreparable.
I mean, you say it.
You just appeared out of the darkness, man. Where'd you come from?
I was seeing what G2 were trying to do between map 2 and 3.
Investigative journalism, trying to see what was going on.
It didn't look pretty. It didn't look pretty over there.
No, it definitely didn't. So, guys, right out of the gate, why was this kind of the inverse of what we saw on map 1?
I feel like we entered a portal, like a time machine, and we went back to a time where Fnatic was destroying everyone with Crims on it. That's exactly what we've done. That was a renaissance, freaking prestige Crims performance we've just had. He was here, there, and everywhere. He had an amazing, amazing first half with more than 20 kills to the tally. Closed it at the end as well. I hadn't seen that type of beast for a long, long time.
Katowice Crims. Katowice Crims.
He just unleashed.
Kato Crims. I'm going to draw into question a little bit of
like
Alexi B's calling. I actually don't think that it's looked too good from what we saw at Blast. I think that's carried over here. It's very one-dimensional a lot of the time. It's kind of uninspired. The amount of times they just decide to walk out a ramp on gun rounds. It's kind of questionable. It's kind of questionable.
How creative is it?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Perhaps Mezzi's got some words of creativity as well from the Fnatic side. We're going to catch up with him real quick.
You guys managed to get only two rounds on your map pick. How did you manage to mentally recover and take away Mirage?
I think just to reset and gain confidence and just make sure, like, forget the last map and just go on to this one in full confidence and do the same back to them.
Awesome. Then good luck in your third map.
Thank you.
What'd you get from that, Maniac? Thoughts? Questions, comments, or concerns?
Good feelings on the side of Mezzi, of course. The fact that they were able to bounce back from a very bleak first map in that fashion bodes extremely well. I think it teaches a lot about the character of that team as well. It's something that we don't really know. Fnatic haven't exactly been at too many Tier 1 events, and we see they have the nerve. They have the backbone to get absolutely slapped around on their map pick, then react, have a much more beautiful performance. So that, to me, is a great sign for Fnatic.
Yes, this is an incredible bounce back for them. If they're able to carry it over to Inferno, then we're cooking with gas. Because Fnatic in the past, I mean, sometimes you'll see flashes from them on certain maps, some kind of rollback performances like we just got from Crims, but it's about putting it together in a whole series against better competition. I've seen them take one map in a series many, many times online, but this is where it really counts.
Yeah, and we could talk about Mirage. I almost get the same sort of vibes as we did over on the first map of the series, where it's one way or the other, and
Yes,
it is just one way.
There is something that really bothers me about it. We have here a beautiful reel of Crims destroying everyone, and if you pay attention and realize mostly from the CT side, that's where he was styling on them. You talked about Alexi B, you talked about his in-game leading performance or lack thereof in that game, and that is something that worries me because the haters out there, the people who disbelieve in Alexi B, they will use that game and they will point towards Alexi B and say that he does not deserve this position. That was not a great T side. Lack of solutions, lack of depth, lack of changing the rhythm, only hoping for a couple of flashes here and there. These kinds of side hurt for an IGL because we can only observe that he didn't have the solution right there. We move on to the third map. That can't happen again.
Yeah.
That would be way too much.
And I'm loving sort of the team comm things that we get going on here at this event too, especially when it comes down to a team like G2 or your Vitalities, where there are questions about whether they can converse and kind of uphold that same sort of rhythm of a fast-paced gameplay. Now for Inferno, I don't imagine that this is going to be as one-sided as both our first maps.
This is where it really counts. I mean, this is where I've seen some flashes of brilliance from m0NESY in moments, in little micro situations. And what we got from Mirage, we got that again, just these kind of moments. But I think Maniac, it's sometimes just a little too, it's too little from m0NESY. You don't see multi-frags necessarily coming out. You get that one highlight
I know what you mean.
To get him there, to get a little opening. But it's about piecing it together for an entire round. It's not that m0NESY hasn't been dominating rounds here whatsoever.
No, I think it's really easy to be smokescreened a little bit by how fast he plays and how fast he flicks, and he will be impressive, and you will watch a couple of kills and think, damn, like that was huge. But as a sniper, if you want to be at the very top, what you got to be first is effective and efficient. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make sure you add these kills to the tally all the time. So a little bit less flashy, a bit more efficient on the side of m0NESY. That's what we would be looking for in the future, and if possible, in that third map already.
I'm going to give you the joy, Maniac, of just saying yes or no to is Jax going to close the series out here?
Yeah, my boy, Jackie boy.
My boy Jax. Well, we're going to find out in due time. We do go to a break first for Fnatic and G2 to rejoin the server and us to get Inferno underway. Navi Ints going on in the other stream, and let me tell you, it doesn't look like a Navi scoreline we're used to seeing. We'll be right back after this.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium. The complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Kitchen. Yeah, wait. Let's call it. Flash. Flashing. Boom. Done. Nice. Flash soon? Yeah, raise it. Done. Enough. Don't peek, yeah, I'm not peeking. Nice!
Got met with the brick wall of the Fnatic stack out towards B then. And my God, 14-14, nerves, pressure, everything is now on the line for both of these sides. Fnatic won this done and dusted. They got the first map, they won this over with. Dignitas are fighting for everything now. Players are here for Fnatic. Fetish has got his foot in towards the site. Pronax finds Zipnex, not the best of starts. Flusher gets Dupree, bomb is going down. Device still kicking as Fetish waits and waits. Finds himself a little bit of smoke to hide in, but it's a 2v4. Desperately hard to hold on to. Device around the world we go. But the defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh! Just about gets it as the flames come in, and look at the little dance of happiness. That is how to control your nerves in a situation. Dance it out, but my God.
Hey Future Pros, back to Mirage with another smoke. This smoke is pretty situational and one you definitely won't be throwing that often, but as always, knowledge is power. To do this smoke, jump onto the first crate at Tetris, find this incredibly obvious dark spot on the wall, and jump throw the smoke. By some wizardry, you will find that this is somehow smoked off stairs. This is a very easy smoke and I hope you find yourself in a situation where you get to use it.
Inferno is the map that is required to decide this one between G2 and Fnatic. This series, you could say it's a weird one. We've seen G2 show up in the first and massacre Fnatic on Nuke, and we went to Mirage. It was all Fnatic coming back into it, and G2 nowhere to be seen, Chad. It's a weird one as we head into the final.
Yeah, normally that's the recipe for a bit of a banger of a third, or at least we can hope exactly that, as the knife round has concluded. Came down to a one-on-one, and guess what? G2 walked away with it. They selected to start here on the CT side. I can't wait to get this one underway because it has turned into an actual back-and-forth affair, feeling like it was going to be a blowout from the start of Nuke. Let's see if we can actually push the issue here on Inferno and give everybody some action-packed Counter-Strike. Heard the desk there just talking about m0NESY and how he can be flicky and fast, and that can tend to be something that blinds you of an effective AWPer. Well, let's see how effective he can be on a map like Inferno, because they will need him. Nico, the man on your screen. On Mirage, a bit of a rough performance from him. You don't tend to see him go missing like that. We are just a moment away from getting this one started. Now, once again, we do have that B stream still going down between ENT and Navi. Just blowout halves here today, apparently.
It doesn't make any sense, Chad. You know, you look at how it's all panning out. It's pretty much the identical story as to what's happening here.
Yeah, and look, they might even go to a third as well. I think their third and final deciding map will be Overpass, but we are just moments away from getting this one started and kicking off the pistol rounds here.
In terms of, you mentioned m0NESY, we are here on Inferno. It's a map where, you know, you see AWPers struggle. They can sometimes find it difficult to post some of those numbers, especially on the T side. But here on the CT side, hopefully that's where we can see a bit more systematic AWPing, I think. Just trying to be efficient in terms of taking those numbers, and you can do that on the CT side of Inferno.
Yeah, part of the system a bit more so, but there's going to be a couple of curious things to keep our eyes on. The desk also brought up the calling of Alexi on Mirage. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we do shift on over towards that T side in the second half of play. But here we go. The .Rs are in, the teams are ready, and the freeze time is counting on down. G2 on the defense right now. What are they going to throw the way of Fnatic, who have invested into 2 smokes, 2 mollies, bit of Kevlar. Julie's brought out for m0NESY here, and he's actually been dropped them by that of Alexi B, who has some light util around it as well. Well, here we go. 3 players to defend the B site. Alexi, Nico, and m0NESY at the start, and Jackson Hunter the pairing over towards A as Smooya first man up, and the 1x bet odds favouring G2 still.
And m0NESY looks to be the first player tested in this pistol. He's got the dual Berettas at the half wall. Nico alongside him. This is a deadly duo to try and break down when you go around this corner. Brolin is going to be the front player tasked with dealing with this, and he's going to be somewhat boosted to clear that out. But m0NESY, that's the first player to strike. Nico, m0NESY plays in the half wall. Nico can't follow up, so now it's on to m0NESY. He's got a flash to help him out. He's got one. This has been slowed down because now AlexiB's here as well. It's getting shut down in Banana, but suddenly Mezzy strikes into action. He finds himself 2 picks and now smokes off CT. He has a shot here. He's got a smoke and a molly still left.
Actually has a bit of time to work with. The rotation is split. Hunter through Banana, Jax through CT spawn, and now that smoke towards Banana buys him even more of a buffer to reposition here within this late round. The 40 seconds thrust onto the clock. The HP isn't great, but there is a Molotov to work with.
Yes, and no kit right now in the back of G2. They know where he is. He's going to use that molly straight away towards CT to try and isolate the 1v1, but Hunter emerges from the smoke and emerges with a kill. That gives G2 the pistol.
Yeah, okay. Well, if Jax doesn't spot on the fade of the CT smoke initially that he's over towards triple box, maybe Mezzy has something to play with there, but the fact he gets identified so quickly, you can tell he's not exactly aware of where the rotation's coming on in from and how quick. But that is the pistol round in favor of G2 here. Nice little one-tap out of Nico, good signs, and then m0NESY just chewing them up with his dualies, jumping a little bit preemptively there. Maybe a bit of a mouse wheel scenario. Good shots from Mezzy, a good plant from Mezzy, and that will facilitate at least an AK into the hands of Alex into the next round of play. Bloody AlexiB and Alex in the server at the same time.
Both are gels as well.
Yeah, couldn't have made it harder on us, could they? Well, this round is just about keeping things honest, finding as much impact with this one AK as you can, and Alex was looking sharp over there on Mirage. Let's see if he can crack a few more skulls.
He's going to start his run-up Banana, held back by utility. Look how much utility is being used up for G2. They have an intent to take this.
Oh, Alex has flashed through, has a shot, has a chance, jumps on up, doesn't land.
Looking to rattle away. AlexiB at the close position, MP9. Flash is just trying to keep Alex back, but finally he gets his chance. AlexiB has been taken down. Now Fnatic hold the advantage thanks to the hero AK.
This is huge from Alex. Like the fact that he just had the big balls that have continued taking that fight. He was leading in. He wasn't baiting any of his players with pistols. He said, let me get this one done. And now calling the troops back to parade up mid to the lying sight of m0NESY and Jax over towards Pit, who's looked pretty tidy on the FAMAS, I might say.
Slowly creeping their way up here, Fnatic. G2 finally start to use some pieces of utility,
so
but
close.
Fnatic are already on the site. They're already emerging onto the site itself, and m0NESY, his turn to try and hold. He gets away with 2. Nico backs him up, and Smooya tries to get the bomb out, but Crims into the clutch again, 1v1 this time. He spots out the library player of Nico, who just doesn't have the weapon for this kind of range. Crims on the headshot. That's Fnatic biting back.
Finishing off what his in-game leader started. 3 massive kills there from Alex as he brute forced his way up short into the site. Great stuff from Fnatic here, and the immediate response might throw us into a downward spiral of forced by wars. But m0NESY having to deal with all these different angles. Sure, he's able to grab 2 kills there, but it's all about Alex and that 1 AK-47. Nico from range with 2, but then bang, the 1 dig here at Crims silences G2 and tidies things up with a 1-1. Hunter's able to get his hands this time into a hero rifle. 1 M4, some upgraded pistols. But Fnatic are looking good right now to steal this one away. 2 mollies top Banana, already crowd controlling any aggression that may have been considered. It's going to be a tough one here for G2 to win.
Hunter gets flashed into the fight. Alex will take him out. Not looking so good for G2 at the beginning of this round. Good reply from Nico.
Yeah, that definitely helps.
It's always great when you got a weapon like Nico in your arsenal.
They're just going to filter back the guns here to make sure they can't be scooped on up. And Nico actually trying to get close and personal to grab it.
He's gone already. Crims will see him. Nico goes down.
Yeah, they're well aware of the fact they were looking to see if they could salvage that rifle. And if they continue to execute towards B, it's an open passage right now. AlexiB is held at bay behind the smokes. Oh, playing through a bit of gap to work with here for Alexi.
He's going to spot 1. Fades away, gets away with his life as well here.
Okay, something to work with. A gap in the CT smoke. We saw a bit of that during the play-ins, rearing its ugly head here again. And Alexi with another opportunity. There's no smoke to deal with coffins.
Well, Alexi B is going to try with this deagle and has the shot. Can't quite capitalize. Smooth with the headshot back.
Well, they may as well give this one a bit of a crack here, unless they want to see if they can use this P250 in the deagle in the following round. Look, it's not the greatest to carry on through. And if you were theory crafting what could be possible, a flash from Monacy to allow Jax in, but we can see that they are backing off. An exit would be great. A salvaged AK would be fantastic. And you can see two lying towards the top of Banana here. Great work from the Obs team to catch that.
I think maybe just waiting on the blowback when the bomb goes off. Those AKs likely to go towards Banana.
Oh, they're coming though, Dinko.
They're aware of this. They know that's what's likely going to be happening right now. And I don't really know if you can even get to these AKs.
No, it's not seeming likely, especially if they just tuck
need a
in
very
towards
lucky
this
bounce,
corner.
don't you?
Well, maybe, just maybe, luck's on Monacy's side. No, into the corner, and they're not going to get anything out of that. So retaining the upgrades, but realistically, Fnatic win out the Force by Wars and should be seeing themselves get up to a 3-1 scoreline. Now, this is the thing, right? You're aware that a player is probably going to try and grab that dropped gun in the shroud of the smoke there. Alexi made it interesting for a moment, but as soon as Smooya gets this kill, it's all over Red Rover. Did you ever play Red Rover at school?
No.
No, you were
Our
born in
school
a
banned a
generation.
bunch of fun games, man. We weren't even allowed to play British Bulldogs.
Okay.
Just, dude, we were. I was kind of just going into the PC era, you know, when you're not allowed to have fun anymore.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Fair enough.
You guys were the real kids, right?
Then you go to the generation before us and the generation before them. We're taking a quick look here at the B stream update. I can't believe that scoreline. I really can't.
It's kind of wild how this is all panned out. It was a similar story for both G2 and Navi. We take a look in this B stream right now, and you can see 15-4. Ent's about to close that one out versus Navi and send it to a third.
And it's a team effort too. Just to look at the scoreboard there, everybody contributing as flash forward. Well, some dinks. That's about it as the mop and bucket in King Mezzy's hands. This is a matter of time around here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We won't get your hopes up too much about a 10 HP Hunter with a USB and Jax completely on the wrong side of the map right now, but this is good from Fnatic. We continue to see them respond after being blanked on map number 1.
And we look at Hunter. He's always a person to follow if you're into skin fashion. I feel like he's got a lot. He always has this cool combo. It's always color schemed every event.
Okay, well this is the new USP, right? That came out in the with Dreams and Nightmares case.
Yeah, Harry opened a few of those last night.
I couldn't believe that either. We were just sitting there getting cheated on in matchmaking, and Harry opens a bloody knife.
Just, not just any knife either. Butterfly Autotronic. Lucky little Harry, but probably paid for it, the amount of cases he bought.
Yeah, well, we all do at some point.
And Hunter about to not really pay for too much. He's actually going to go into the apartments. Spawn goes down. So at least there's a timer on the play now for Fnatic to take this one over the line.
Yeah, he's not going to get anything done here. Look, maybe he gets a kill. That would be the very best he could hope for here. Even just staying alive, not wanting to give them an extra $300 as part of that kill reward, but not necessarily the most interesting of entertainment. If I could juggle for you right now, I would.
Can you juggle anything?
No, but I would try, and that would be the entertainment.
That would actually be more entertaining. You know,
be able to do anything competently.
Watching juggling is cool, and then the coolest juggling I've seen is when people do it with fire.
Okay, you're into all right. You need something extra. You need the danger. I see, Dinko. All right.
Well, don't let it fool you. It's never real fire.
All right. Well, it's like the guy who swallows the swords. Now, let's see. G2 going to be able to get the engine going here as we move into round number 5. This is the first gun round of play. Brolin would do all right here to hold on to that MAC-10. Can use it in a plethora of different ways here. 3 over towards B to kick things off. The AWP of Monacy and Jax to lock down A in the interim. It looks like they want to activate... I was going to say Smooya quite quickly here, but they've stalled out after the initial foray. Damage done, and there's that MAC-10. Nico, he's going to be stinging after that.
He's had a frustrating last 2 maps so far. Not able to have impact at the beginning of this gun round.
Oh, and just so much utility that they've already bled through here. A couple of smokes and a flash left over, and they're down a man with a minute 20 on the clock remaining. This is not the way you want to kick off a round like this, and if Alex calls his troops into Banana just to finish on B, if they run over Hunter and Alexi, I think we'll see Monacy and Jax save here. So that looks like the most likely scenario. Alexi will have a smoke, but nothing to slow them, just a smoke to deny the vision. They can push through.
Fnatic getting the pack ready to go with a flash. Hunter has got Alexa B alongside to try and defend this. It's a first for Alexa B, but Alex and Mezzi clean it up. And there's that save call.
This is the thing. When you see a situation like that and you can see what calls being made for the in-game leader, you already know it's a done deal. And the details there were great. The entry flashes coming out from Smooya, but the one that was the key was the one underarm towards that sandbag position to get anybody trying to be tricky like Alexi, right? He's playing there, hoping to play for find the smoke. You come in gray screen, he gets a multi-kill. Well, not to be the case right there. One and done. And, well, now it is just the last two remaining. Smooya.
Op could go down here.
Yeah, Monacy's getting flanked. He needs to run. He needs to hide.
He knows that, though, because he did see Crims get run boosted into CT. So he has to be aware that there is a Hunter somewhat close. And Alex is very, very close. The Grim Reaper from the graveyard. He's about to find the AWP. Good night, Monacy. Goodbye, AWP.
Big find as well. A huge find. Smooya gets that, and to remove that from the board of something that could have been an instrument of their demise in the following. This is a bleak start from G2 here. There's nothing to get excited about so far.
We talk about Nico's performance on map 1. I think you also have to talk about Hunter, also very quiet over that. And these are the two plays to talk about. They deliver all the firepower for G2. They need to start getting going. Fnatic, they've been in the driver's seat since Mirage, and they've continued that into Inferno. G2 without much of a contest when it comes to this buy either. Fnatic should be posting 5.
Yeah, if Jax is the saving grace. Oh, flash forward. Good flash, good kill. Teamwork there from the Cousins.
Yeah, hard to actually get that kill with a CZ at that range and be accurate, so very well done.
I think the fact that they've been able to grab that early and have a saved AK is great news here, because if that was the AK that got the kill, it might spur them to the other side. Hold up a second, Smooya?
He was reading it. He was reading the boost. He was just positioned ready for that. And that is a kill that maybe G2 are not expecting to happen, and even Crims is close to Boiler. Thought he was going to be the player to dismantle that, but Smooya decides to do one better. Hunter does have the AK in his hands, though. Here come the smokes. Hunter at the ready from long. Start to limit some of the positions he can be in, and instead of facing him, they're going down into short, where Monacy, sneaky little kill with the USP, and now Hunter gets aggressive and suddenly kills for G2, and suddenly it's all Mezzi. 1v4 with the M4. He's found a chance. A second kill as well for Mezzi. 3 picked up, and you thought that was G2's chance. Mezzi is their nightmare. And now Nico, can he recover for his team? He's creeping up. Mezzi has the read, and Nico still will remove him. G2 with a miracle round that nearly got snatched by this man on your screen.
Yeah, and that was just barbs. The death by 1,000 paper cuts right there onto Fnatic. They just dive from each angle, that chip away at the USP, the CZ at the start. It was good work, but Mezzi, yeah, squeaky bum time right there, almost pulled that one away. G2 got to question what they have to do to get these rounds done, but a good finish there, and yeah, Smooya was ready for this. I haven't seen this trick once or twice before.
You can tell Smooya plays way too many pugs.
Everyone loves the cheeky little boost over that mid-smoke. Good finish there from Nico, and, well, he gets the AWP back in play. Now, just now, G2 can start kicking things off. There's some extra util left over towards the long side from Jax there, so you're really starting to see this dropping of nades coming into full force. Default spread across the map here. Brolin to deal with Banana. Crims up in towards that boiler room quite swiftly. But a slower start to a round like this. Smooya with a flash at the ready if Brolin calls for something half wall, a deeper smoke, and Brolin has to fall. Trying to boost over this, so a gap to work with here.
Oh, they will extend around the corner. Thought Alexa B was about to call it off, but it's Nico that falls foul to it. Not the player you want out early. That's another gun round where Nico's down.
But they wanted that type of a play. Did you see Alex run straight there to boost Brolin up? They've seen that before, and they knew exactly how to respond. So the details and the homework done by Fnatic here, it's paying off. That's a nice little heads-up maneuver. Now, with the number advantage, we have seen them just execute B before into Alexi's domain, and he's the only man on this site right now. They have top mid control, but he has no help, and, well, they might have to save if he just loses the site.
And that's likely. Alexa B is going to be smoked off. He'll send the flash through, goes to swing with it. It is a desperate play. It's worked out for one. But the Messi's quick in the reply back, and now Fnatic going to the side. It's only really Hunter here ready to contest. He'll throw the HE in, but Smooya, he's going to be on high health, so it's not really going to affect him too much. He'll drop back, and now the numbers are coming over here for G2, but surely just to fall back with him.
Yeah, the percentage players to save. If they wanted to hang around and see if Fnatic would overstep the mark, exactly like this from m0NESY, and then they could reinitiate for the retake, sure. But to give up everything to try and brute force in a 3v4 retake on the B bomb site, it's not going to pay off for them, and they know exactly that. So, tucking tail, taking refuge right now over towards the A bomb side, and this is just simple Counter-Strike from Fnatic. They're staying calm, they're keeping these moments in their favor just through good decisions and little micro maneuvers like that boost.
And you talk about, obviously, maybe coming into this one with a little trick up their sleeve to counter what G2 do. When you look at this G2 team, if you listen back to the wonderful interview the HLTV gave with Alexi B just ahead of Blast, he was talking about the fact that this team hasn't had a long time together. You can't completely re-up the system that was already in place, so Xtaz and Alexi B are now having to try and find some common ground to figure out what they can implement. A lot of it is going to be what they had before, and anything that's really been changed for Blast to now, it can't really be that significant. You can't have a full overhaul. So for G2, they are working with somewhat of a limited book of strats right now, and Fnatic, well, they've done their homework.
With these retained guns, they at least keep a threatening looking round going forward. Everybody with the rifles, the loss bonus was there to help facilitate this. The drops making it happen. And some early nade damage done, so chipped away at a few. But now instead of just setting up for a B execute, it's quite clear they want to set their sights on A. This is good calling from Alex. When they've been given banana control before, they've just congregated and done a set piece, and that's drawn a third man of m0NESY over towards B. Meanwhile, it is just Jax and Hunter to try and lock down A. If Fnatic decide to go, if they decide to put the pedal to the metal, they're going to have to lock this site down with merely 2.
G2, starved of information, starting to now get the flash peek into Banana. Look to consolidate some control of that, and that is going to call for Alexi B to send his attentions back over to this A side. Nico was on his way, but they've gone back to grab utility, that's all. Here come Fnatic. Numbers heading to the A site. And Jax from the pit, his position is so important here that he delivers something. He gets a bit more aggressive around the short area. Alexa B in the rotation has found one, but Mezzy overruns Jax. He was pressured by the utility, and it's Hunter without a single kill. Mezzy is just cracking them open right now, and Fnatic into the site. This is looking good for 6 unless G2 can pull a retake, and even that, Nico's just not getting involved in this matchup.
Yeah, gone down through the smoke again. Had a couple of those deaths so far within the early stages here, and, well, on everybody's favorite 4-letter word, save, as it's mumbled under the breath, and they now tuck tail, and, well, I said take refuge in A last time. This time it's over towards B, so just chopping and changing the scenery for the save.
G2 haven't really been in this game since Nuke, Chad. It feels like they're really, really out of this one.
They're being dictated to.
Yeah.
Right? They are definitely, and when they did try aggressive maneuvers, Fnatic were ready for it. So that's the difference maker right now in terms of individuals being able to find their form. Maybe some more heads-up plays where they're actually the ones deciding the pace of the round. Where do we want to take the fight, right? But at this moment in the game, when you're seeing the scoreline sitting where it is, 6-2, it's already getting away from them. Right? It's already getting away from them here on Inferno. They need to get this going, get it going soon. I love this little execute here. You can see that front landing, the smoke landing front site. It opens up the avenue for them to focus pit and then peel around to deal with the site players. Otherwise, a very potent crossfire to break. But yeah, cheeky little grin on Alex's face because it's going perfectly. This is what you dream of as an in-game leader. You call the strats and they work.
Exactly. Everything goes picture perfect. You're not having to adapt. It's just going so well. And, G2 were playing a very disruptive style on Nuke. It was so different. Anytime you would make a call towards outside, Nico was in the smokes. You're constantly changing it up. You couldn't call against it. But now it's Fnatic heading into a G2 that are predictable, are readable, and Fnatic manipulating them to their will right now. And we'll see if G2 can find some answers. Otherwise, this half could very quickly get out of hand.
Who do they call upon here? Because sure, you have m0NESY on that AWP, but to find impact if the utility is perfect, it's not going to be easy to get past. Oh, it's pushed down mid. I knew there needed to be some aggression.
Yeah, and Hunter's the player that is tasked with doing it. He's already down. Alex, he reads it. He turns back with the bomb in his back, but Nico, 2 kills. He might just get 3, and Nico certainly will. That's more like it from Nico. Finally taking matters into his own hands. He's frustrated. Going down time and time again with 0 impact.
But they were the ones taking the initiative. They're the ones here who have decided, hey, we're done being dictated to. Let's take the fight to them. We got some individuals here who can definitely hit and hit hard.
Honestly misses.
Yeah, that quick shot, right? It's fast, but as Yanko said, as Maniac said, it needs to be efficient.
Well, Fnatic now are tasked with a difficult round ahead of them. Haven't been in these situations too often on this T side.
They've identified where both players were, right? Crims over towards Boiler and Mezzi was throwing some flashes towards T stairs. So they have a rough idea of, at least they're tracking so far. 3 players now. Bonds to this A defense. Alexi over towards Library. Jackson, Monacy to deal with Shore and Apartments. And, well, they're just going to go for a contact walk up here.
Monacy, good first. Crim's head gone, and now it's Mezzi with the headshot back. A 1v3 and now left for the right floor. Unfortunately for him, doesn't get much further than Jax. So 3 on the board for G2. You can see Nico trying to hype up the team because this, you know, as much as it is a great round, it is just the first step on their way back into this first half.
Yeah, need to win another round here at least to start breaking the economy of Fnatic. Residual money for Alex, 3.6 after a full buy, 3.3 for Crims, 3.5 for Mezzi. So you know that in the next round of play, they will be able to get a potent-looking purchase going. So a few more like this necessary for Nico. What's the change up here, though, from Alex? Does he want to take a few more risks with the call? 3 over towards second mid. Brolin to babysit Banana. Smooya with that AWP. Pointed swiftly straight up the guts. Flashes deep.
Oh, Monacy had a shot there to take one away. Couldn't quite do it, so has to drop back.
I like that, though, because you know that Monacy's going to go for those type of maneuvers. If you can push him back early, it's going to force him to start being passive. He sat there for a good, 10, 15 seconds until boiler control was taken. It just means they can hold off on their utility. Right now, they have to draw a rotation. Monacy's felt some pressure. More util has to be used over towards B because they've lost that extra man. So systematically forcing G2 to go through.
And forcing them into a more passive setup disallows information to be picked up right now as well. And
well, this might be real quick.
Yeah, they're starting to challenge down Alexi B.
They forgot the bomb.
That is a slight problem. G2 do have a tendency to do that, and we'll see if they go back and pick it up this time. Finally, Alexi B plays from first oranges, swings out, Brolin on the headshot, and now a little wrist move through the smoke. Nico has started pushing forward. He tries to get through it, but Smooya has taken him down. A 4 versus 3, now 4v2 as Fnatic will best most of the players inside of this site.
Okay, that's a bit of a yikes right there. The bomb was left T stairs. Like, Alex was on his lonesome running back up Banana. If there was a push down mid, he may have lost that. So fortunate are Fnatic as they get up to 7 and, well, rinse and repeat for G2. We've seen them save once. We'll see them save again. And this is really good stuff. Like, they're really aware that the way that the rotations are coming in from G2 here. Okay, well, if we know that they have Banana control, they're likely just to leave one player. If we do a couple of quick flashes and swarm the site with some set smokes from deep, we'll be able to overrun before the rotation comes in. You could see they understood just how quick they needed to be to get that site. Because when you do a maneuver like that, you can't stop, right? If a molly comes in, you need to extinguish. You need to make sure that you're coming on in because it's a play to take advantage of rotations. If you stall out at any moment, you give them that 5-second window and they'll be able to rotate in and lock you down. So great stuff from Fnatic here, continuing to be impressed. And one of the problems that G2 might fall into here is, well, they're one of the teams that I think everybody was expecting to see within the playoffs. The same for Gambit yesterday, who lost to NIP. Now, once you go down to the lower bracket within your group, only one team in the lower bracket will show themselves in the playoffs. So it's a big problem if you lose your opening game here within the cutthroat format we have at IEM Katowice.
And that's one of the biggest storylines that we have here right now is how are these new super teams going to fare against Navi. So we'll see if they can pull out their socks here. Fnatic looking to take them out. Alex setting up with a smoke into brackets again. Monacy tested this time, quick but accurate. And it's going to allow one, but Brolin.
They have to save again, Dinko.
So
I'm sorry.
quick.
I'm sorry. They have to save again. You can't. You just can't risk going for this. You've already lost the site. Like, you get 1 kill. You barely did any damage. Sure, Brolin's on 30 now, but you have to save. You just can't justify this. There's no way around it. This is 8. Just like that. 2 kills done. This is where, look, I know that I'm sitting here setting like a doomsday scenario for everybody at home, but Navi just lost to Ents. They're on the 3rd map too. These teams, they're finding themselves in the same group. If both Navi and G2 lose their opening matches, only one of them will be in the playoffs, right? So let that one sink in for a second here. Because, like, sure, independently, these results, yeah, upsets happen. But when you understand the ramifications of just that, that's where the problems really start to mount.
The biggest event so far of the year. One of the biggest we'll have all year. So much expectation on a few of these teams. Fnatic, not really one of those teams with that expectation on them, and maybe it's freeing them up a little bit here. This is lovely from Brolin, just the transfer onto 2. m0NESY came away with the first pick, but it was so quick from Fnatic. They're not allowing them any space to play with right now, G2. And yeah, Alexi B looking a little concerned right now, having words with the side, trying to figure out the answer here, because G2 have not been in this matchup much. And this is the real first test for Alexi B so far in this team.
Indeed, and the calling was an issue over there on Mirage, highlighted by the desk. Now it's the CT side, and he's the one who's going to have to put them in positions, right? Sure, the CT side is more about in your individual spot and locking it down, but there's still, look, overarching calls that work into that. Are we doing a 3B? Are we taking control of halls? So however that's going to be dictated needs to be figured out now, because they're behind the 8 ball, right? They're the ones chasing their tail. They're the ones chasing after Fnatic now, trying to work out, well, how do we stop this? Like, they're calling circles around us right now. Alex is doing a fantastic job of going into the weaker side time and time again. It's beautiful to watch.
One of the only gun rounds that's worked is a little quicker one from G2. Not exactly sustainable to have Hunter and Nico both barrel down mid and banana. So G2, let's see what their answer is here.
But here's the thing, we can see right now, looking at the radar on the top left of your screen, they have full banana control. If Alex, as per usual, when he gets banana control, just decides to go, hey, we'll execute B again, no dramas, right? They'll be able to find themselves in a position where, okay, hold up a second, maybe some aggression now. They've done the smoke molly combo to flush anybody back from car. Alexi, being stoic with his utility, still has a bucket load of everything on his belt. And a great response. This is the perfect set of utility. Molly sandbag, Molly top banana, clear on out. They've regained control. And now Alexi has to start using some of his nades just in case it is that execute.
They're not even gonna go deep enough to deliver even a slither of impact. And now Fnatic turning their attentions back to A. At least this time, G2 do have 3 players positioned on this side of the map. So smokes up for Moto and Arch. The flash is coming around. They might just try and wrap this A site. m0NESY is going to be his tension pulled away. They're actually trying to get through the archway. Maybe even a split into B is an option right now. With 25 seconds left, that bomb has to decide right now for Fnatic. And they're charging their way down Speedway, but this has to be quick. There's still 2 players here for G2, and Alexi B now has banana. So that safe access point to the B site's no longer there. And Fnatic just don't have time. Alexi B drops the bomb. 9 seconds, Nico with the shots. That's better for G2, but Fnatic run the clock down.
Okay, well, there you go. Salvaged around right there, but a mid to B, right? A mid to B with that much time left and how much space they were given. We could see Fnatic were running into their demise the entire time.
I think the bomb was even confused at that call because it looked to go around A, and then suddenly it decided we have to go back through the arch.
Yeah, well, that's where the lion's share was, right? If Brolin gets the kill on Alexi, maybe it's a different round because they get to focus just on Nico in the back of the site, but coming through the gray screen, multiple kills coming through for both Alexi and Nico, and that's the easiest round they've had so far this half, G2.
It felt more like a blunder from Fnatic rather than G2.
I agree with that sentiment indeed. He had to hit the necessary shots, but they were called into a position where it was harder for Fnatic to win. Now it is the 3-2 split again, so they've stopped with the aggressive maneuvers or leaving 2 at A. Ooh, flashed forward. Hunter calling most of mid clear. Same back and forth of util and banana. AWP shot not landing seconds, just missing, and Smooya's presence is felt. He's got brackets on his own with an AWP.
He's just forced them both away without anything, so that's a lot of space gained already for Fnatic. Just looking to consolidate it with utility. Now Hunter's and m0NESY setup has decided to double up in towards long. Flash holding m0NESY back.
What a back and forth this is.
Yeah, they're just trading position. Jax has found a headshot on Crim, so that's the first kill of the round. m0NESY repositions. Oh, the timing, but Hunter's barrel's ready. Quick reply from Smooya, and Mezzy follows up.
On m0NESY.
Let's see if the young man can hold this. All the pressure on his shoulders. His teammates rely upon it. And unfortunately, nothing found from m0NESY. 33 seconds left. Fnatic in the site. Bomb going down. And now we look to Alexi B and Nico to find their way back into this one with just a single flash. It's already done. Nico, he's Faded the smoke. Smooya on the other side of it, stepping around, trying to find him, and Nico has locked in his position, and Smooya will check it, takes the Nico player down, and now it's 9 for Fnatic. Good response to the previous.
Yeah, looking likely for double digits here. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Fnatic, right? They didn't rush that situation. If we just want to go back to one of the storylines that the desk has been building, you can see m0NESY there, knowing that he's the final member on the site. Instead of maybe sitting back a bit more passive and trying to play out the retake, brute forces his way into the site where it's more of an awkward fight. Like, you have to hit that shot or it's over. And, well, yeah, that's exactly what happened. He missed, and it was over. If he sat back and he played the numbers, they would have had a 3-on-3 post plan, right? But instead, goes aggressive, gives up his life, and well, now for G2, it will just be one M4 purchased in, some upgraded pistols, but not a lot to get excited about here.
G2 haven't really inspired us this entire first half. Let's see if Hunter can change that with a good start.
Remember, he did that with the CZ, and then they chipped away at them, and they just won the round that Nico won, right? And that is one of their 4 rounds. So exactly what you're saying there in terms of not inspiring us, it has come down to the wire. Now, Hunter's actually rotated all the way back, and he had the M4. It just leaves Nico on this side over towards the Coffin's position with a mere USP.
Yeah, as much as Nico is good, this doesn't really fill you with a lot of confidence. Smooya just looking for the head. Eventually, on the second time of asking, will knock down the pin of Nico.
They're boosting up.
Yeah, they're trying to get over the top here. Hunter ready for the heads to come on by. And they will check him on the second swing out, but Hunter's going to stay up. Not only that, but he gets away with a kill on Alex as well.
Okay, 3-on-4. Still looks to favor.
Oh! All right, Crims.
I was going to say looks to favor that of Fnatic, and it definitely does now. Another body hits the deck, 3-on-3.
Yeah, Crims just confidently swinging on top of the Coffins and does exactly that to Hunter, puts him in one. And now Smooya holds the CT swing, missing a couple of shots here. Luckily, Crims is there to clean up the mess. And now Smooya figuring out. Oh, flicked at the smoke, actually hits it onto the likes of East, rather onto the legs, and Crims able to come back and close it with the AK. Fnatic do reach double figures, and G2, if they want 5, just to make this half somewhat competitive going into the next, they have to pick this one up.
Yeah, look, this is almost compulsory right now, alongside of the cliche pistol in the next once we return from that break, but this is going to be tough for G2 to battle back into. It's not going to be easy at all, because this is a confident-looking Fnatic now. They're taking a couple more risks, they're getting stuck into some fights, their players are hitting shots. Smooya's awake with the AWP right now with some impact too. So here we go, final round, round number 15 of this first half last map. Standard stuff, default spread. This time Smooth's AWP is in banana. We've seen this flash combo many times before.
Yeah, just to allow Nico to go around that corner, but he might get caught here. Oh, Smooya, that's so quick. Alexi B plucked out of the sky. And Smooya now looking for a second. They're actually gonna leave B, knowing that's likely cause the rotation, but m0NESY could kill into the boiler pick, flashes up, gives away m0NESY's position, but luckily he's able to drop back.
Jax.
And now it's Jax with the pressure on his shoulders up at the balcony. m0NESY's out of play, so Jax has to hold. It's only 1 for him. Alex is so quick to trade that out. And now Fnatic looking for 11. They've cleared out this site. They'll put the bomb down. And we've got to look to Hunter and Nico, the cousins, to pull this one off. First is Nico's. They often go back into the mother tongue for these clutches. Alex in the pit. Brolin positioned in the site. Just holding up. Alex will peek above. As Hunter's head's now off his shoulders, and now Nico down to the 1v1. It's just Brolin left. Nico looking for him, limits his position, and the headshot's there. Kit right in front of him. Nico collects it, and with that, he collects a 5th round. Fnatic, they look good in this first half, but at least G2 have the bare minimum. We'll see if they can close it. We'll see if they can bounce back. The last half of play comes up after the break.
Come right side.
I'm gonna jump through here. Wait,
Yeah,
go.
go.
Jump through.
Back hit. He flashed for long. Jumping.
Hey, bike.
Back dead. Side, backside. Go. Left side, ding, punish me. Nice. Dead, long. Oh. One on one. Library.
There as well.
AK sight, but no bullets.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you an old strat that Fnatic still like to bring out from time to time. This execute is an alternative method to take the B side on Inferno, utilizing a wall of smokes. As with any great dish, executes, when you have the base locked down, you can start adding in other ingredients, grenades. To make this recipe, you will need 3 Future Pros, 3 smoke grenades, and some flashes. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the close smoke for the wall of smokes. To throw the smoke, line up with the edge of this wall. Place your crosshair above the middle of the tree and right in the center of these 2 sets of wires. Then simply toss the smoke. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other smoke to complete the wall. To throw your smoke, get into this corner. Find this slight dip in the trees and aim ever so slightly above it. Then toss the smoke. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the deep CT smoke along with a flash. To throw your smoke, get into the corner next to these barrels. Find the 3rd wooden strut and place your crosshair in the dip above the tiles. Then toss your smoke. To throw your flash, it isn't really a lineup, just lob it over the roof and pop it above the smokes. This should blind anyone on the site and also a player in CT. Now you have all the ingredients in place, it's time to think about your approach. The idea behind this strat is to cut off any site players and isolate the counter-terrorist player in CT spawn. Killing the CT player shouldn't be tough, unless you're playing against Scream. You can then wrap through ruins and split the site from 2 points. If you have the bomb, you might be able to get it down while the smoke's still up. JW is struggling a bit here, but I'm sure you guys can do it. Like with any great dish, feel free to add your own spices. Want to double nade CT as you push? Go for it. Want to throw a metric heck ton of flashes over the site? You can do that too. After all, you are the cool cat of your very own strat. And as always, enjoy.
Let us just start the second half by reinstating the ramifications if G2 are to lose this one and go down to the lower bracket, Chad. We look at the other side, Navi playing against ENG, that one going into the 3rd map. You mentioned earlier, only one team, if they go to the lower bracket, can make it into the playoffs.
And ENG are currently up 5-1 on Overpass, being that map number 3 in that series too. So things might get very, very spicy in a short period of time. But here we go, half number 2, the pistol round kicking off, and well, now it's G2's turn to be on the attack. Let's see if they can offer up anything a little bit spicier than the first half. 1x powered still favoring G2, all things considered.
We'll see if G2's T side can make up for that. Alex first tested, but Brolan, the player that'll get the first pick of the round. Jack's able to 1-for-1 it, and now G2 starts to wrap the A site. Brolan trying to get into a better position from the balcony. Rattles a couple of shots down with that reload. That's going to be death. Hunter comes around the corner. And now Fnatic with 3 players left up. There's only a nade in hand here, an Itchy to toss into the site. With G2's positions here, it feels very good for them.
They're going to be hard to break right now. You get a move on as far as this retake is concerned. Bomb, about 10 seconds gone. And here they creep on in.
m0NESY plays from Graveyard. Good shot onto Smooya. Crims and Mezzy. 2v4 right now for them, and Fnatic just, there's no shot back into this.
Mezzy may as well hold on to his Kevlar here. Crims should look for a kill. He doesn't have any Kevlar of his own. Mezzy's going to get a cheaper upgrade next round into some head armor if he chooses, or he can opt to pick up something a bit more potent in the weaponry department, but that one was done. So the right call to make here is they jump away. G2 get the 2nd pistol here in this map. That's both going their way. However, within that first half, there was not a single G2 round that was won consecutively. They were spotty. They were few and far between. That needs to change right now. Well, Fnatic going to be setting themselves up with another force by victory.
I got to see the calls of Alexi B here. We had some great calling out of Alex in that first half. It's Alexi B's time to step up to the mark. He has got unbelievable talent around him.
Oh, actually, Brolan's been able to get himself into a FAMAS here. So when you take a look at just how potent this buy is, some Deagles, an MP9, a FAMAS, and a Scout, That one was dropped by Mezzy, right? So that extra cash, he kept his Kevlar, drops a Famis, and, well, let's see how many kills come out of the Famis, because that is all virtue of Mezzy staying alive.
Oh, Brolin holding back in behind the sandbags as Nico with the first, and Brolin gets cleared as well. Good job from Nico to find those first, and Hunter with a mid hold as well.
Yeah, rotation coming in quick. Smooya and Crims are here, held at bay behind the smoke. And, well, Crims has the flash. It's not like he can flash Smooya through to fight in that smoke, but maybe so to pick through coffins. Bomb down, 40 seconds on the clock. Gooshed, dead. And now it is just Smooya who will be staring at a grey screen. He's been spotted as well, and there you have it, a clean one. All 5 staying alive, and now it's G2's turn to get loud. 3 more required for them to tie things up at 10-10.
Spirits seem quite good in the G2 camp.
All things considered, right? Because it has been a rough go of things for the last 3 halves. So this is where it starts to change.
Let's be real. Everyone looked okay apart from Alexi B. He's got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, it's serious time for him because you want to keep another one as spotless as humanly possible. A single flash in the hands of Alex could just be a mid-peak and go. Seen this one a few times before. Oh, they've actually sent players over towards apartments here, so the spam through will do some damage. Hunter has the man to mop up the mess. 3 Galil kills. That's going to do wonders for his confidence. Is 7-1 over there.
Simple currently 0 and 6.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, this is not looking good for Navi. We know when they kicked off Blast just the other week, they were...
a little rusty.
Yeah, starting slow. I thought that was past them since the, obviously, newer additions to the team, but still seems to be plaguing them right now. Just Alex to find. Bomb should get planted on the site any moment. And 10-8, the foregone conclusion. Yep, there it is. Okay, just dancing in the water, having a good old time.
The scene of Hunter's massacre. But here comes the buy for Fnatic. Smooya's going to get that AWP back out. He has enough for that, so the rifle is going to be supporting that, and some utility as well available for Fnatic.
Jax has just purchased the AWP, I do believe, to give over to Monacy here. So both teams are going to operate with the big green. Actually, there's a double AWP on the T side.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
We talk about, you know, Chad, Inferno's a great AWPing map for T-side.
It is. It's so good for T-side AWPing. It's one of the best in the pool. There's so many open corridors. The utility can't just completely suffocate any choke point. So the double AWP T-side, this is on meta. See this every day of the week. This may become a real problem here. I'm a little bit worried about G2 in this juncture if they don't pull this round out of their ass, but Alexi B has already slipped up mid.
Oh, Alex gonna clear it. Does he expect the apartments? Drop back from Hunter, running right down into him. The Galil makes it happen. So back to the 4v4. Still again, 2 ops for G2. Nico's gonna make it work. He's decided he's the opper again.
There's no way they accounted for this, so there you go. Yeah, they were throwing just something different their way. Double op T-side, I am loving it. Look at this. Nico, not a care in the world, just jumping around. I think maybe see if you can, you know, change that for an M4. Get rid of it, maybe change it to a bit more serviceable rifle here.
Yeah, or I think you toss that.
Or really, they just stay with him. Yeah, there it is. There it is. We knew it was going to fall that way, so...
At least it was meta for 1 round.
Yeah, and it could have been a boo-boo because it's an expensive weapon, so that could have trickled down the economy later in the track. So they've been able to avoid any dramas. 10-9, just 1 round in it now.
And this is that 3-man CT save. I mentioned that before.
Yeah, I just want to point it out for people, maybe you're tuning back in after watching Counter-Strike years ago, but if they keep 3 alive, and as the max loss bonus is 3,400 into the next, they'll be able to drop Silenced M4s. Right? The Silenced M4 a little bit cheaper now. Should be able to get yourself a tidy-looking buy if you are Crims and Alex, if your teammates hook you up. Armor, kits, utility, should see alongside of that.
Good one-on-one talk from Alexi B to Monacy, so I'm interested to see how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, and let's see where Monacy spawned here. So he's not in a forward position. Towards the back of the pack now, so we won't be seeing him go for any crazy picks, but this is 4 on the trot out the half, and wow, the first time out taken, the first time out necessary for Fnatic, because it has been a little bit of a stroll up until this point. As I mentioned, the first half for G2 was spotty rounds, nothing consecutive. Well, now 4 on the trot, and if you add the one that they got on the way out the door in the first half, that's 5. So finally, starting to get something done here.
It's crazy how quickly G2 have been able to pull this back to just one round within it.
It didn't feel close, right?
Oh.
It didn't feel close, but that's the power of the pistol. The power of winning against the 4-spy, the first gun round. Setting themselves up here in a perfect position to tie things up. But what's the timeout going to net here for Fnatic? Do they have a maneuver up their sleeve? Smooya over towards A with the AWP.
He's going to be looking down middle. m0NESY also tasked with holding mid. This time a little bit more passively from the T-Stars, who won't be swinging into Smooya anytime soon. Nico caught in the fire, and Brolin gets away with a kill.
That's a necessary opening right here. It's going to give them, give them banana control. Alexi's actually swooped on through to apply a bit more pressure. His presence alone has forced Smooya back over towards B, and Mezi and Brolin to tuck themselves into the site. They will have to reinitiate here. They need some space. m0NESY out towards long. Alexi here as well. And they think they have banana control, but this is a good stack right now from Fnatic if they stay put.
Alexi B, close at the half wall.
He has the bomb. Surely they can't just flash him forward.
Yeah, I think he's starting to realize that now as well. Honestly, he has to just keep the gun out. That bomb, he's got to think about throwing that backwards. If he decides to go with anything, he's calling his teammates back in to help him out.
This has worked in their favor because now the stack has left the site. Oh, and Alex is creeping through. They're applying pressure now. Smooya needs Brolin to come on back.
Yeah, he's panic calling right now. Come back. They're on their way. 40 seconds. G2 trying to get through this smoke. Damage being done onto Alexi B. They're trying to get through, but just the numbers. Alexi B lightning fast to the head of Smooya. Now we've got to look to Fnatic for the retake.
4v4. They may as well give this one a crack. They have some good util for this. The molly
molly.
is good.
Oh, he's just started planning as well. Jax, luckily getting away with that with a bomb down. Hunter also picking up Mezi. So the numbers once again are down for Fnatic, but Brolin makes a difference. He's going to cleave away Hunter and leave a 3v3. Brolin hits the silencer, doing a Dupree. And now he's got a 2v3. m0NESY, the headshot connects. And now Jax holding the CT walkout. Alex with the perfect timing. Jax looks away, and now it's all on m0NESY. First headshot's good, but Alex doesn't even have to see his opponent. Headshot through the wall and to the defuse. This time he has the kit. This time he will pull through. It's 11 for Fnatic.
And they keep that buffer just there. That one was a back and forth affair that looked like Fnatic. They were reading the play well. G2 get into the site, they get the bomb down. They buy themselves a bit more cash to splash, but starting to set themselves in the double digits here are Fnatic with their first here on this CT side. Brolin was a bit of a menace in this. He got that opening onto Nico, and he just was with the player chipping away through the smokes as well. So good stuff there from Brolin. Finding himself on 11 kills at the moment. Both teams with a full buy going into the next. Only one kit carried on through, and that was the one Alex just used to defuse the bomb. So keep our eyes on that. An aggressive stance here in Boiler. Looking to see if they can find Hunter sleeping. Oh, they've seen enough. Short-lived. The aggressive maneuver as banana control being garnered once more. Nades towards the sandbag. Nobody home. Alexi V just making sure within the white screen. But this is just posturing for position. Brolin might get flash forward here.
And he is. Can he be that nuisance again? He can't. Nico gets his revenge. Just about gets away with it. Fire tickling at his toes. Now a minute 5 seconds left. It really is an isolated setup here for Mezi. He has no teammates, but he's done well. He's found Nico. His teammates are coming back. Mezi sticking around, is going to play from first oranges.
A bit disjointed right now. G2 aren't grouped up, and I think they're thinking better of pushing through into the unknown. Hunter has retained this boiler and holes control. Jax was in float waiting for the finish, and now, well, they've siphoned out a banana and they're heading back towards A. Limited nades to make this work, and Smooya and Crims are both over towards the pit and site, so they need to break through this if they want to get that bomb down. 35 seconds, and A seems to be where they're destined to head.
Smooya holds it short. The walk around, Jack's arm spotted, he sees it, but Smooya shoots a little bit early, and now it's Crim's turn. Front pit, he's good for one. Alexi B will go down alongside Jax. It's a duel of death for Crims. And now m0NESY and Hunter. Oh, it's all on the rifle. Hunter chipping away, hunting down Smooya. 9 seconds, finally gets the headshot, has to get back to the bomb. And there's just enough time to punch in those digits. And now he has to turn his attentions to Mezi. Where is he coming from? Hunter's gone to the AWP. Mezzi will have heard the scope and now holds, and Hunter with the clutch.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. The little details right there. If you weren't paying attention, Hunter ran out of ammo in that AK-47, or at least he thought so. There couldn't have been too many bullets left in that at all. Goes to the AWP, which was at his feet, because you don't know where that final player is. You don't know how close they are. And Hunter, not known to be an AWP, pulls away a necessary round right now that is so important as far as this game goes. Smooth's initial miss. Krim's mopped up the mess there, but Hunter, he just gets it done in a massive clutch right now. And clutches have been the name of the game. Think about the 2 Nico clutches we've had. Now think about that one from Hunter. They're getting it done, but it's the smallest of margins. And they've broken. They've whittled Fnatic down just to these pistols. They have to be humbled here. This should be G2 tying things up 11-11.
Again, Fnatic coming into this round, expectations are relatively low with the buy that they've got. It's just a couple of upgraded pistols sprinkled across the team.
And these smokes, you're hoping to, I guess, be a bit like a farm dog, right? You want to herd G2 in towards a stack, or at least hold them at the door and send them the other way. Only one smoke remaining now, and that one is with Alex.
Oh, Alex in a position unexpected for Hunter, so he does lose his life.
And a re-smoke on mid again. They really want to send them towards B. Smooth's just floated back. I think the boss man is sending him all the way over towards B. Trust me. As Alex is pushing again.
It's working. Alex now getting the information to confirm that it's working. G2 are being funneled into this B site.
Alex just scooped up another smoke off the dead body. Crims is rotating over on that info. It's all going to go down here in Banana, and the timing on this is everything. Alex threw the chicken pick. Monacy's got the bomb, but he will be making it in time.
Nico! Lovely shot from Mezzi. Jack's able to recover, but it's Crims on the double with a CZ. And now it's just Monacy. 1v4. This is the perfect chance to try and get back into it. Monacy from so many angles just hunted down. Oh, Fnatic, that is a miracle round and a backbreaker for G2.
You're bang on. You're bang on. The round before was the Hunter clutch. They didn't have too many players survive. They had to reinvest heavily there. There's multiple players now under that 4K mark for a sub-optimal buy, but Crims again with a multi-kill magic here. Everybody hitting some bangers, and you have to look towards Alex with that early impact onto Hunter. It's frustrating now. G2 just don't have the space to work with. They're being read like a book.
Alexi B is doing exactly what Alex wants him to do right now. Those 2 smokes enough to force them into exactly what Alex wanted. Oh, this battle of the IGL certainly going Fnatic's way, but Hunter has been the most impactful player in the rounds that G2 have won.
They're already up. They've already got this space right now. Sure, that's great, but there's 3 players on the side to deal with here. Do they just want to continue forward? Are they going to try and do something a little bit pacier here, G2?
Well, Krim spots out the bomb. Spots out Monacy towards Boiler. So you know the bomb is over here right now, and Hunter starting to creep up short. Sees where Alex is playing from. Can he seize the moment though? Alex boosted up.
It's in the blind spot!
Oh, nearly gets away with a chance, but Alex will drop off his position. Back down into the safe spot of default, and now Smooya swinging out long. He'll spot one, but miss shot. Will that cost him here? Luckily, Alex able to nip up and take that kill back, but Nico on the swing out. Alex will go down to his rifle.
Crims is on an island.
Yeah, he's in a good position though, and that's the bomb down. Smooya removes Monacy. Nico falls as well through the smoke, and just like that is Jackson Hunter into the 2v4. How do they get out of this one? They just don't. Jax is left for the MAC-10, and Fnatic are going to 13. Money's gone for G2, and it's tapped away. Oh, this is a nightmare for G2.
It's so deflating, isn't it, right? They had so much space. There was so much pace about it. Hunter in the blind spot couldn't see Alex jump up. They went quickly around towards long, and both Smooya and Mezzi getting kills through the grey screen. This right here, you're sitting thinking, well, they had everything until they didn't. And now, by virtue of the economy, they are in the absolute bin. That's Smooya grabbing one, and Mezzi did the same. I don't know right now what G2 can do, because even when they're making a call that looks right, Fnatic are still punishing them for it. It's just pistols, and it's looking like 14. This is an upset I don't think too many people had on their cards today.
I don't think anybody was expecting this to come through. Alexi B just thinking in spawn, meditating at this point, trying to come up with a solution, and he's running out of ideas. You can just see from the body language.
Yeah, a bit of a shake of the head there as well. So things not going well. We can give you a B-stream update. We were talking about the ramifications earlier. That game is being clawed back by Navi. Smooth picks up Hunter there. Scoreline 9-5 currently. Simple's been getting on the board in the last couple.
It's Perfecto leading the way.
Yeah, 18 kills for him. Having a good game is Perfecto, but you can check that out at a B to the end of URL. Let's focus here
So 14, very likely for Fnatic now. You know, I'm gonna say it's very, very likely.
You want to know what one of the bigger issues here is? They haven't really been able to set themselves up in a position where they've done too much conditioning on this T side. Now, they picked up a rifle. That's something.
Good molly, though. Stifles the play.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like this one's going to get out of control.
35 seconds. The rifle's in the hands of Alexi B. Let's see if he can find something. Again, the setup for Fnatic is good here. You've got Crims in towards Runes. You've got Mezzi, who's always good for one. Just to the back in U-box. Spots a run boost. Dinked up. Decides to just sit back now. Calls for Crims to help him out. The rifle swings from him, and 10 seconds left for Fnatic. Or rather G2. They're starting to swing into the site. And well, a couple of shots for Nico and Jax and Alex, but there's no time, so Jax can't go down after the time.
He's not going to get the loss bonus. He's not going to get the loss bonus.
Get it. He's got an AK, though.
Just live, just live, just live. He needs to stay alive.
They're hunting him. They're hunting him down.
Oh,
They've got him. Oh, it gets worse for G2. They've lost Jax. And Fnatic, you can hear the celebration because they know that's going to wound this buy completely for G2. Oh, it can't get worse for G2, and then it does.
Yeah, that really, really sucks for G2 there, but great awareness from Fnatic to run that one down. Right, this is one of the risks. If you're going to play late-game Counter-Strike on the T side, this is one of the problems that comes with it. And Alex, just so aware as the in-game leader of what punishment he could put on down. Well, here we go. All the eggs in this basket here for G2. You don't want to let Fnatic get to 15 because that's where a couple of fruity risks are going to come out on this CT side. A couple of overpeaks, a couple of pushes are going to get in your face. And speaking of that, Smooya up in towards the boiler room with the AWP. Oh, staying reserved is old Smooya.
He knows this round has a lot on it. Drops back. Jax with his Tech 9. Now he's trying to make up for it. He's compensating with the noise.
Yeah, well, there's no ult for m0NESY. He doesn't even have an AK in his hands. He's down to a Galil. This is a rough round. This is not going to be easy whatsoever. Fnatic are in the driver's seat right here as Alt Bullet heard. They know where Smooya was. Now, how do they react? Nico with some warning shots through the smoke to see if anybody lies in wait. It is a passive approach over towards B as Brolin and Mezzi tuck in towards the back of the site, almost wishing and inviting them in for a B finish. Alex and Crims have retained some mid control over towards Arch side. They've just been smoked off, but as they boost, if they call mid clear from this, they can rotate over towards B, ready to deal with the execute.
Here comes G2 charging down into Brolin. The first is good, the bomb loose, and now Brolin gets away with a second. Mezzi taking all the kills, and now just down to m0NESY. We've seen some filthy, filthy clutches out of him in this site, but it's an AK this time, and it's a volley on him. He has to get back out of dodge. The only place he can go is U-box, and he gets caught setting up the smoke. And Smooya with a war cry.
It's about time we hear him, but he saved it to the right moment. Once you get to 15, you can unleash the fury there. But in most of these situations that m0NESY's been left alive in clutches, it's quite clear to me that they don't want to give him room. In both of them, they've run him down immediately. They've just put so much pressure on the young kid, not allowed him to play his game, not allowed him to isolate fights. And they've done a great job of locking this down. Every single micro decision for information that Fnatic is making is profiting right now. And sure, the loss bonus is there, the buy's back in, G2 can purchase, but this T side, it's really, really rough.
If you're a G2 fan now, you're now converting into the biggest Navi fan ever, just hoping they pull through that win to avoid the lower bracket, but Fnatic, their buy is superior. They have looked the better team here. And G2 is there anyway back into this one. Look how much utility's been used up in Banana already. More comes through from Fnatic. This time, they will not sit back. This time, they force the issue. They bring down Nico to 36.
Smoke stalls this out, and that was a key Molotov to use. They didn't get top Banana control off of that. And Mezzi still retains all the information right here, right now. Fnatic know exactly what's going on top mid, and this flash could end it all right here.
He is going to set him loose. Mezzi swings with a flash, and m0NESY good to the headshot. G2 with a player advantage. Is that their signal to go? Well, if it is, they've got to go right through a smoke. Brolin looking the wrong way right now. He turns, and it's one for Brolin. Nico quick to trade, Jax through the smoke, and G2 have the B site.
Well, will be the save here. Fnatic know they just need one more round. They don't need to push the issue here. If you want to try and get some exit kills as they attempt to exit the site, why not? You want to inflict as much financial damage as you can, but during some of these tighter rounds, Brolin and Alex, well, they're running out of cash. Mezzy too. So keeping these in your hands is going to be important going forward. Every round needs to be a full investment from G2 for this point forward, right? So it is Fnatic who want to try and make sure they have weapons in their hand to contest every round they can. And just one more necessary. That one could have gone wrong in multiple different ways, right? The flash timing from Mezzy, if he gets the kill, then different situation, trading up Banana. Brolin there, who gets 2 coming through the smoke, different situation. They might go for the retake. So it's these finer details that are just keeping G2's head above water. They can drop an AK across to make sure that everybody has a rifle in hand here. And a timeout taken, the second only from Fnatic here to get Kita on the mic. Because this is what I was talking about before. When you're in this position with 15, you can actually take a few more risks. If you have a crazy maneuver, if Smooya has a spawn with the AWP, if you have something that you've been saving, now would be the time to pull it out, because you can close this one down now. This timeout is also a great position to discuss your finances. Where's the loss bonus at? Well, 1,900 will be going into the next. Okay, what type of buys are we looking at? If we lose this real estate, how are we going to save? You want to talk through as much as you can in the next 30 seconds to paint a bit of a blueprint for the tail end of this matchup. There's a full buy. Everybody from Fnatic should be pretty happy with what they're carrying right now. Let's see. Do we have a finishing move, a bit of a fatality in the Fnatic arsenal to close this one down and get it done in regulation? It's pretty standard here. Smooth's AWP over towards Banana here to find them an opening pick.
He's trying to use some utility to force him wide, and Smooya remove Nico. The sharpest tool for G2 no longer in their toolbox.
I need to be quick on this. If you want to take mid control, G2, you need to do it now. That top mid smoke holds them at bay. They don't want to risk pushing through. There's nobody on the other side, and they've been stalled out. They barely have banana control. They definitely don't have top mid, and they've lost Nico. You just play the numbers here, Fnatic. Just do the 3-2 defense in the back of the site. It's already worked for them before. Force G2 to either search for a pick to level up the playing field or group up and execute again.
Re-smoke from Fnatic again, buying more and more time.
Roland has one more smoke in his hands right now. Mezzy's also been gifted that Molotov, I do believe, so 2 key pieces of utility. If they run the clock down too late here, G2, they'll be running through a grey screen and some flames.
Brolin's likely going to use this one for the new box. He's got a, seems like a lineup just to give him a corridor to buy some time. They're going to frag out now. Fnatic, here they go. Smoke out from Brolin. Looking to line it up, giving himself the one white, and all the kills from Mezzy. It's Jackson Alexi B down to Mezzy with the massacre. It's all on Hunter. He gets to the site, locks the digits in, but Fnatic, surely it is theirs now. Hunter would have to pull off an unthinkable clutch just to get them to 12. He goes back into Banana, and Fnatic, they have done it. They have taken victory over G2 in their opening game of the group stages here at IEM Katowice. How disappointing is it to see G2 go flat this quickly on?
It was a 16-2 map number 1, G2 to kick off the series there, and you'd think Fnatic would be happy with that one right there, but pretty pedestrian in their celebration. Turned it around on Mirage and showed up here on Inferno. Great calling from Alex there, and Crims, he stepped up in a big way. He's still here to play. Fnatic, they pick up a win in the opening round of Group B.
have a gun. No. I have it.
One city.
Oh, CT, I'm 30 HP.
Eps, I'm going
What
up.
if Trent gets?
I have a smoke, Nico.
That's city.
Last scout. Should be scout.
Was he
I
here?
kill the scout, I kill the scout. I think.
Okay.
In ruins. In ruins?
In range.
Ah.
Let's
Let's go, boy.
Smile,
Lilia, let me see. Smile.
In the road,
Oh, I
near
see
the
him.
police station.
Got him. Oh. I was looking at him. Oh, I see someone else bumping. This house. Oh, I see a guy close to me as well. That looks good. Oh, straight into it. Rock
I can
side.
serve that.
Grabbing a midi. Beautiful. Wow.
Oh, it's delicious. Yeah,
Yep, going.
I can't help you. Light ping.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited.
It's not good at all. Saved. Saved. All the trees. Goober. Alright, I'm going, dude, alright? Good luck. This is gonna be tough.
Ash, actually.
Oh, what a way to win. What a way to win.
Well, I don't think anyone saw that coming now, did they? Oh, this microphone's on and everybody can hear me. Tell the entire world that G2 has just taken a fat L to Fnatic. Oh my goodness. Not how we expected this one to go. G2 dropping down to a lower bracket with a steadfast pace. And of course, our pace will pick up as well. Maui, Snake, and Maniac. Eminem here on the desk.
Eminem. I like that.
Eyes of Reach.
I got the flow of Marshall Mother, or was like on?
Yes.
The real Slim Shady up in here.
Real Slim Shelly even.
My dream never happened.
Oh, gotta just put it out there though. Alex called a fantastic
Yes,
game of Counter-Strike.
absolutely.
This
And-
was a tactical brilliance coming out from Fnatic.
And, you know, Smooya's hitting some shots with the op. Goes a long way, too. I think right there for Fnatic, you have to have a little bit of confidence booster after probably some ups and downs.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I want to pick up on that thread you talk about, Alex. He has to be the hero of that last map. I'm going to be really honest. The way he called on the T side, how many times he outmaneuvered Alexi B, how many times he called the right stack, he figured out the rotations, he pulled back when he had to, used the fake just a tad, not overthinking. He was exactly in that sweet zone where you as a leader feel like you are in your opponent's brain, and you know exactly what he's about to do, and then you got him right there at the corner.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Of course, when we look at the entirety of this thing, round 10 might be a good start, Maui.
This is a round where Alex, like Maniac said, was just in Alexi B's head. It was a 1-4 setup. Alexi B was the lone B defender, but early on in this hit, Alex throws the deep CT smoke. Alexi B flubs his flash because he's a little bit blind, off kilter, and then they just find the entry frag on him. There's nothing Alexi B could do here. He thought he called a winning formula with this kind of setup, but it just was not it.
So let's kind of examine that in a way that B seemed to be that port of call there towards the later stages of that second half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Alexibi ran out of idea. G2 ran out of idea as a whole, and they tried to attack that B side time and time again. But what's quite interesting in that clip, if we compare it to the other side of the coin, is that whenever G2 had advantages, they struggled to confirm them, right? They didn't really know. A little bit of overthinking in there, a little bit of second guessing, too slow when they had to be fast, too fast when you had to be slow. This is when you're completely out of rhythm. But Alex, on the other hand, never had that problem, always in the sweet spot.
Even the rotations on CT side were so strong for Fnatic. They always pretty much had the strong side being attacked. It was rarely that Alexi B guessed right that he was going to go B when there were only two. It was always Alexi B running into a Fnatic wall.
Yeah, and a Fnatic wall indeed. They are going to go ahead and put that W up, and we are going to get that opportunity. It looks like Mezzi's going to be coming in for an interview. Great series for Mezzi. Good stuff from him. Good looks for Fnatic as we go forward.
I really had an opportunity to talk to Mezzi, but it was so quick, and right now I can have a proper interview with you. Mezzi, congratulations. I'm not saying this was not expected, but you were probably maybe like not really the favorites because, you know, like you had to go through the play-in, and now you're here in the groups, and you managed to win against G2. With a score 2-1, the first map, you managed to get only 2 rounds. Why was it hard for you to get like 5 or at least like 6 rounds on the T side of Nuke?
I just think, to be honest, they did a good job at disrupting us. I think every round, like, we were dying outside with, like, through smokes or they were flashing through, and they created a lot of disruption to us, so we couldn't really get going on the T side. And I think they just did a good job, and we just needed to play with more confidence, which we tried to do more on the second 2 maps.
When it comes to Nuke, you didn't manage to get a single pistol round. When it comes to the next map, which was Mirage, you got both pistols. And right away you managed to turn around and just like have like a really dominant performance. Do you feel like that the pistol round is something that your team really needs to get?
I think it definitely does help. I think we are usually pretty strong on the second rounds as well, but I think we kind of just said, like, this time we're not going to really think too much about the pistols. We're just going to get, like, most of the time 5 armors and just see what happens and just try and hit some headshots. And I think on Nuke we probably overthought a lot of rounds, and especially those pistol rounds, so we just kind of just thought, let's play with confidence and see where it goes.
Well, you joined this tournament through the play-in, and I just ask all the players, like, what is their goal? Like, how far do they want to go? What is your goal? Top 8, semi-finals, finals, I don't know, the cup?
Well, obviously everyone wants to win, but I think for us we were just kind of wanting to obviously make through the plane. There's a lot of good teams there, so just make it through the planes, and then obviously now we're here, just try and take it game by game, see where it goes. Obviously for me, I'd want to make it to the stage and get that experience, but everything from now on is just a big positive.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Get to the stage, get the experience, maybe even get the dubs. Who knows? With Fnatic, seems like almost like a bag of popcorn, just popping up wherever, right? Maniac, round 22.
22, eco round, good stack coming out of Fnatic. We can dive right into it because this was once more a great example of Alex being in his opponent's mind, and also basically a round that truly hurts you in the nether regions, as Chad would like to talk about it.
Region.
Look at this, a stack on the B side, all these pieces coming in together. Crims with the fadeaway, but it could be a little bit lucky. I just think he's there when he needs to be. They have enough bodies, they have enough angles on them, leaving m0NESY completely alone. Gets the first kill, but the time is playing against him. 25 seconds. Alex quickly on his back, and that is just it. I think it was a back-breaking round, eco play, just to talk about it, and mentally that just hurts. You're trying to fight your way back, and suddenly a CZ just through the window.
On top of that, though, I want to say that the stack is good, but some players had to hit shots, and that's exactly what Mezzi and Crims did in this game. Those dudes were phenomenal for Fnatic. I think Mezzi has usurped Roland. I actually was a little bit critical of him as they started this roster out, but I think at this point, he's come into his own. He is the leader. He is the star player for this Fnatic team.
It's exciting stuff, obviously, with the ups and downs, whatever it might be, this lineup needing to find that rhythm to their rhyme, which is what we're going to give them. Guys, I appreciate your time. Now we have to turn our attention onwards. There are other games to be played, as I'm sure you all know at home as well. The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. We've already had the play-ins. We're now well in to the group stages. Vitality and Heroic are looking to join us here in the server, and you can see them arriving now. We'll be right back after the break, everybody.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Three times the charm, as they say, and in 2014, that statement couldn't be more true for Ninjas in Pajamas. After DreamHack Winter 2013 and ESL Major Series 1 Katowice 2014, this legendary Swedish roster took their third shot at winning a major championship trophy. And in the grand final in Cologne, they faced their natural rivals from Fnatic. It was 1-1 in the maps, and everything would be decided on the third arena, Inferno, where after the initial Fnatic lead, Freiburg helped NIP turn the tides and in time, make history in Counter-Strike.
Wolfmeister will find the shot on Exist. Freiburg does return, picks off Pronex. He's still here though, and he's going for more. Two big frags. The third man is here, however, and Freiburg somehow opens it up single-handedly. All three frags.
Oh, he picks up a quad kill. He could do even better than staying alive. He sprays. Freiburg misses, and as the A's, he picks it up single-handedly. Ruins Fnatic. What a play.
The thing that makes us play good, I think, since the beginning of this new team, is that we had very good I mean, we had very good practice at all, and we stayed with the Vitality system, I'll say, and we added some Astralis things as well. So it can only be better for sure. And with that, we completed a lot of things. Of course, we have a lot of things to focus on and work on as well. But yeah, we are very proud about the first qualification that we did for the Blast final. It's for sure something that we wanted a lot, and it's playing best of one as well. It's not really. It can be very hard. So yeah, it's very, very proud of this event.
Yeah, well, that's one way to put it, man. Thanks for Vitality having had Mouse on their plate. That one definitely had a few rounds in it. And of course, joining us on the desk now will be Kassad alongside of Maniac and myself. Hi, I'm Trace, everybody. Heroic versus Vitality, situated front row and center, one of our headline matches of the day. And, well, as we barrel through the brackets, guys, we start to go through the groups. These two, was it inevitable, Maniac?
I think for Vitality, it definitely was. We had a couple of questions about Heroic, but now they're both on the precipice of making it to the playoff. Would it be in semifinal if you win the next game, or the quarterfinals? So there's a lot at stake in this game. And as long as Vitality is playing, I'm just happy. I'm very biased, man. Very easy to get happy.
Look at that smile. Look at that smile.
Of course, that's a real thing. I was wondering if you'd be smiling about the G2 game, but
yeah, how do you feel about that?
I'm gonna have a talk with Nico after this one about this. So I'm just gonna look nice here, say nice things, and then I'm gonna turn into a Serbian after that.
Then you go back, put on your tank top, and you get down to business.
They need to do something.
Yeah, they need to do something.
I'm not gonna say what.
We need to do something as well. It's a little bit of a hot and cold. You know, no Katy Perry. It's not completely necessary, but there is a bit of a difference here between the two teams when it comes down to the honeymoon period and the rather non-honeymoon period. However you want to call it, Maniac. What's a good antonym?
I think honeymoon for Vitality works. Honestly, I think it works. You know, bringing the new players for now. They'll still be winning a couple of scratches here and there. The game against Mouse wasn't necessarily easy in any way.
Yeah.
But yes, they made it through. And I think that has to be the rhythm for that Vitality team. The ability to fight back and come back into game. It's one of the byproducts of having a roster full of such good players.
Honeymoon is the perfect word to call it right now. They just assembled this team. They got two new players, two new great players, great coach as well. Right now, they did well on Blast. They qualified for the global finals, and I think they're just in a good spot right now. Like you said, yesterday's game against Mousesports wasn't easy by any means, especially the first two maps going overtime. Milk was relatively easy, I guess, in the first half. They were lucky. I mean, not lucky. They played good on the first half to get 14-1. It was iffy after that, but overall, I think they should be happy where they're at this moment.
Yeah, it's easy for ZywOo going 97-60 across the entirety of the three maps, but he had to work for it. You know, they were putting it to him, making him work for it, and I think this is one of those situations where Vitality trying to figure out their own flaws, Maniac.
Yeah, they are. I'm quite impressed, by how Vitality has been able to put it together quite quickly with this new roster. These are very deep changes that they have operated, a complete overhaul of the system as well, a new coach behind them, a new idea, a new philosophy. New language as well.
Yeah,
most of them have never really played in English in any case. So I am impressed with what I've been seeing, mostly because I think it only gets better from here. That's what I really like about Vitality. I feel like the more games happening, the more weeks of Counter-Strike happening, the better they will play, and the starting level is already very impressive.
As you mentioned, ZywOo's stats as well. I mean, this is what you expect from the player number one, arguably, or number two, or number three.
What?
Well,
there's none of that business on my desk.
Well, read these stats out to me then, man. You want to talk about some damn numbers? We'll look at it.
Well, numbers are pretty good.
Look at it.
I mean, that's 111 rating in 2021, and then it's a 69 ADR. I mean, the impact that this guy has on every single game is just ridiculous. Except that he plays against me, then it's different.
Average, you would probably be the final boss for ZywOo. Look, we are at the beginning of 2022, and there's obviously going to be a race between ZywOo, between Simple, between Nico, and all these people. We're looking at the first few numbers, and let me tell you this: ZywOo kicked off 2022 with an absolute bang. He's like absolutely, he is destroying everyone right now. He didn't skip a beat. And whereas, you know, G2 is struggling, Navi struggling at ends, my boy ZywOo is just
I wonder how much of an impact on the Danish guys have on him going into the 2022, because those things kind of relate, you know. You got new players, new coach, everything coming in, like new stuff, new experience, new things to say, everything to learn. And how much of an impact that has on
I think there's something fascinating about this roster Vitality being put together, because between the Vitality clan and the Astralis clan, both have something to prove to each other. Obviously,
Correct,
your Vitality, you look at these players from Astralis, they've won majors with an S. So you think, oh my God, these guys are winners. They have the championship mentality. And the Astralis are looking at ZywOo thinking, wow, I've never played with a good guy like this.
Wow, this guy's
I mean, Device was good, but he's not ZywOo.
Take that, Device.
He's not ZywOo in any capacity, you know?
And your 4 majors.
Yeah, well, 4 majors.
Individually speaking, I stand by my statement.
Hey, they're going to speak for themselves, too, them 4 majors. And perhaps Heroic have a few words for us as well. What does Refresh say?
Hey everybody, Heko here. I managed to grab Refresh for a short interview before their upcoming series. Yesterday you managed to win, but do you feel that that win is something that you really needed and it gave you the confidence?
It's not like especially something we needed, but I would say it helps, of course. The first lane game of the year, and to start out with a win is, of course, going to build some more confidence. So we are happy to show that we could win the series, even though it wasn't that pretty. But we managed to close it out, and that's what counts.
Of course, that's what counts. But when it comes to your today's series, do you think it'll be easier than yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, we have like got the hard part done, like playing the first game, and to win it was great. Vitality is a team that we have faced many times, and we have a good idea of like how they play and stuff like that. So I think this game would be a bit easier to play in the sense of we know our opponent a bit better. Of course, they changed 2 players, but they still have like the same fundamentals and the same like team structure. So I think it would be easier to meet like Vitality.
Mm-hmm. But they brought in some Danes, so now it's probably like more personal, right?
A bit, but I think it's more like against the whole like Vitality team. We have met them like so many times, so for us it's more like I mean, not rivalry per se, but more like we have met them so many times that I mean it's always going to be close, it's always going to be hard. So it's just like some great games to play because they are a great team.
Awesome, thank you very much, and good luck.
That's Refresh from Heroic, and for them, they had a matchup against OG not all that long ago now, right? So Stown, this guy decided, hey, you know what? I'm just going to try to top as many of the charts as I can in this matchup, and, well, he did the damn thing.
Deserves a whole lot of praise. I was actually analyzing his past performances with that team, Heroic, on LAN. He never misses the first match. It's actually insane. He always has a good first match in every LAN. He launches the team, literally. He's going to be the carry that they need. You can have a look at some of these numbers. These are all ranging from great to excellent. These are all his first LAN matches in the last 6 months. So when you're Cadian, you have a man like that in your roster. You know that he's going to be hitting ground running. It is such a luxury to have.
And just like yesterday, you see the ADR right there. You know, you see whatever, this, that, and the other. But then you have entry frags. You have things that he's doing that are super impactful. The numbers might not give you that story.
Always knew Stown is the best player in that team. You know, that was never a question. Without his performance like that yesterday against OG, they would have lost 100%, especially after that shaky first map. They were 16-14 on Ancient. I thought they were going to go down, but he showed up and just delivered like Maniac said, like in the very first match with amazing numbers.
Amazing numbers. Well, the numbers don't lie, or at least that's what the science books tell us. So, in that same notion, what sort of rhythmic mathematical stuff are we going to do here in terms of maps?
Mathematical.
I was wondering about the rhythmic part.
I like
not
it.
very mathematical.
I mean, some people would say math is music.
2.
There we go. There's some Fibonacci follow on that one.
Check it out. When it comes to the maps, what are we talking about?
I think Ancient and Dust 2 should not be part of that conversation. The picks could be relatively clear-cut. I believe Vitality would go for an Inferno if allowed to. It's been one of the very, very good maps for them.
Heroic.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Heroic should go for Mirage. This is a map where Vitality have struggled a little bit. We'll see right behind us. Yeah, and I mean,
and after
Alex from Astralis as well looked very much out of shape on that one. This is the Heroic pick on Mirage we were talking about. Magisk specifically struggled big time on the A side. The last time I
the Astralis players, they haven't played Mirage for a long time, you know, and then it shows.
There you go.
I don't know, another obvious pick from Vitality. That's pretty much what they had to go for. And the interesting part would be the decider here. Is you gonna stay there or not?
I'd say Vertigo.
Hey.
I think yes, no. It's gonna be Vertigo. It's a map where we've seen again ZywOo having a good time. We've also seen Dupree have a very good Vertigo game.
The thing is, like, what I see from Dupree, he got a little bit bullied yesterday by Mousesports on that B side on his CT side, but then he exploded on the other.
That's what's crazy, right?
So that shows you how mentally, you know, strong he is in that type of situation, and that's all experience from him.
So we've got just, you know, Very minimal time here. I'm going to throw something in both your camps. Maniac on Heroic, Vitality over here for Kassad. Who is your one player you want to see do something spectacular, and why?
I mean, you said Vitality. Who do I need to pick?
Oh, I mean, you can pick 5 of the players in the
You saw Zyvo this year. We saw the stats. I'm going to say Zyvo.
That's it. Yeah. I thought you were going to think outside of the box a little bit. We already know it's Zyvo. What's up, Maniac?
I'll stick with Stone. Stone is the superstar that Heroic need, and these is the perfect ground, the perfect stage for him to turn into that star. That begins here today against Vitality.
Well, Cadian and company are getting front-faced, centered, and ready to go in front of their monitor. Zywu, on the other hand, is definitely going to have his own words to say about this Group A upper bracket semifinal. Heroic v Vitality at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. And this group stage keeps on delivering. Surely this series will not be any different. So, in the words of OJ, let's get it on.
A split desk coming into this matchup. Team Vitality versus Heroic. We're getting to see a couple more Dans added into the mix here for Vitality. Coming into Mirage to start things off, Chad, you're looking at 2 players in particular who haven't played this one too much.
Yeah, Kassad and Maniac were pointing to that. Magisk and Dupree, we need to see how their Mirage performance goes. Last time they played it, since joining Vitality, was all the way back in the middle of 2019. Since then, we've seen them have one outing against G2, and as Matthew mentioned, wasn't so great for Magisk. But here we go, CT side start. Dupree, Magisk, and Apex on the site to defend.
Well, Magisk starting to try and play around the triple. And so getting forced back by some utility. Maybe Apex can do one better. Now his position given away. They start to overrun him, but Magisk, he's going to play forward. And now Zywu swings through the smoke. His 2 kills picked up, make it 3 for Vitality in this pistol. And Kadian finally arrives to the party. Can he get much more? Has he arrived empty-handed? He certainly hasn't. Just 1 for him, though. It's down, left alone. He may be the star of the show for Heroic, but not much in this pistol.
Yeah, look, if you're going to rock up to a party empty-handed, you missed the memo. So Kadian late, and the round falls for the French. But here we go. This is where it's going to get a little bit spicy. We had the pleasure of doing the Heroic game yesterday. It was a great game, actually. It was very entertaining. We had the classic Heroic in the server here. As mentioned many a times, down on good form. But they were doing their gamble stacks. They were doing their fakes. It was aggressive. They were getting stuck in. And Vitality, they had to work hard just to get to this point as well. Now, I want to point it out one more time. There is a lot riding on this game. Winner is our first team qualified for the playoffs, whether it's quarterfinal or semifinal. Well, we still have to learn in the coming days, but this would lock them in for the Spodek at minimum.
The first time to return to that Spodek.
2 long years.
2019 was the last time we had a crowd there.
Yes, 2020 it was a different vibe.
Kind of ominous. For Vitality, they got to deal with a Heroic force spy. Now, these rounds, they pack a punch when it comes to Heroic. They're starting to gather outside of the B site.
They still have smokes here. They could opt for window and door. They could double smoke the pillars at short, the flash and go, the waterfall out. Dupree and Masuda, here they come.
Dupree, he has the better weapon. Has the range with it as well. Look at a second kill. This has stifled the Heroic attack out. Luckily for Tessis, he drops Masuda. And now Kadian just refreshed, left alone, taken down. 2-0 start for Vitality.
Yeah, easy stuff. Didn't feel like that one was going to get out of hand there, especially with Dupree not being smoked or flashed off the line, able to focus on the window, jump out, and from there, just able to continue to cascade the kills and force Heroic into a bit of an eco situation. You can see unblinded, a little bit late on their way out the door. See you later, Alligator. Simple stuff. Now, look, we were talking about the Mirage situation. Now would be a better time to continue the conversation. This has happened when we saw Device go over to NIP. It's happened when we've seen Blame and Config join Astralis alongside of Zipex and that of Glaive. And now we're getting to see it again here for Magisk and Dupree. Now, obviously, the 5 names I just mentioned are legends of the game, right? They've won a bunch of majors. They're the greatest roster to literally ever do it. But this was their permaban. This was not a part of their success. So to see how quick the other 2 can catch themselves up to speed, well, this will be interesting. Hold on a second, Apex. There's a few around the corner here. 1 and done. It's a nice little scavenge there of the M4. Dupree wants to fill that void.
Apex delivery services, giving 1 M4 away. Let's see if Kadian can get anything done with it. Heroic starting to send a couple of numbers out here. Magisk and Dupree, double setup in middle. Good day, actually down onto Dupree. They're reading this one, but you may read it. Dealing with it is another factor. 2 for Dupree, 2 for Magisk, and 3-0 for the Vitality side.
Yeah, and didn't get close enough to pick up to either of those M4s. So Famus is for Zywu and Masuda. We'll see how the upgrades come on through. There's plenty of cash to splash. Could A cheeky chat going on between the two teams here today. You'd love to see it. A bit of banter in all say. You guys can download the demo after the game and read all that yourself. But here we go. First gun round number 4, an AWP in the hands of Cadian here. Smoke out of the hands of Shush, mid-control being taken. Stound leading the charge. Blind is Apex and Dupree getting boosted on up. So they want that short control and they want it now. Cadian won't be greeted with a leg or anything until Apex has rotated into connector. Drops a smoke of his own design. The run boost out, a little bit scuffed, but they still get the mid-control. Deep connector smoke. They're going through their paces here, and they aren't being challenged right now. Allowing to work with the space are Heroics. This is more of a passive setup from Vitality as far as mid's concerned. Dupree up in the vent room. Masuda to jump spot B, and the other 3 lie in wait to defend the A site. Very slow approach here. Both Mirages have been slower than expected so far today.
Yeah, when a lot is on the line especially, no one wants to make the move that makes the mistake that opens up the chance for your opponent. Methodical from Heroic. Vitality not giving anything up.
B split heavy here.
Certainly looking like that is the play on the cards here. Finally, there will be a duel as Dupree. They'll cleave the head off the shoulders of Tessus.
That's information though. Cadian's immediately rotating back towards B. If Stound can keep Dupree in the vent, they can isolate Masuda.
Masuda yet to get a kill. Let's see if that changes in this round. Famas down below them. He burrows away, and he gets a double. Refresh and Shush both go down, and now we're just looking at Cadian. A 1v4, and he will hit the first. He has to dive down to the side. He has a little bit of time here to reposition. Vitality sending their forces back in here quickly. Cadian now spotted. Goes for the shot. Not really the opportunity to do so. Now has to wrap around the boxes. Another shot for him. Now he's split from 2 sides, and I started to believe for just a moment. Heroic, unfortunately, we'll have to wait for another to get there first.
Yeah, Corral just there. If Cadian gets the molly off a second longer, buys himself the buffer, could isolate a fight right there, but a cheeky smile on Masuda's face, and necessary, because exactly what happened, Dupree was isolated at that vent position by that of Stout. You see it in your kill feed here. Though those 2 kills from Masuda were mandatory. If they didn't come in, they would have multiple members on the bomb site, and they would have been able to lock this one down and grab their first gun round. So good stuff here for the French and Danish mix with a 4-0 scoreline.
It's a weird combination.
The French and Danes, yeah, I don't think it's ever been done before.
So you go to the kitchen, you're hungry, you make whatever you've got left. It's the end of the week, but might just be a banging meal. Here we are at Vitality. It's still a very strong buy. Heroic into mid.
A bit quicker this time round. More presence for more presence for a fast split. Never mind. Jumping, Tessa's down. I don't know if Apex saw him. If it was just blind spam, I think he would have been way too low behind that smoke.
I think it was 2 smokes up in con. It had to just be a shot through it. Utterly ridiculous kill for Vitality to start things off, and now Heroic is the answer, an A-sided attack. They still have one up in Palace. Couple out towards Tetris, and that is Shush down in Sandwich that puts an end to the head of Magisk. Apex gets involved as well, now swinging, but it's not enough. And now a 2 versus 3 Vitality, thanks to ZywOo's kill, are back in the lead with the player count, and ZywOo starting to have a little bit of a field day from this CT spot. It's just Shush left.
He could pivot right now. If he's quick, he can go through the underpass, back over towards the B-bomb site. Dupree and Masuda are waiting for that jungle smoke to start to subside. As it does, they can call it clear. Might be able to listen in on some of their comms.
Shush still having a little bit of comms with his teammates. He's decided that B will not be the port of call. 30 seconds left, is going all the way back around to the A site.
Now, this is the thing. They know that ZywOo was over towards Ticket. It's not an easy fight to win, but Shush is trying to give himself the best option to do so by coming out late Palace here.
ZywOo was just scoped.
And Masuda's going to be here to deal with this if it gets out of hand.
ZywOo doesn't often miss these shots, but he unscoped at the wrong time. I believe he pulled his crosshair down. Shush, removed. Heat-seeking missile from Masuda, and 5 in a row for Vitality CT side.
All things considered, you have to give Shush a big thumbs up there. The fact that he got the bomb down is huge, right? This is fantastic work with the loss bonus where it's at. He's just bought his team another buy. So that's a lot of impact there from Shush, depending on how this next round transpires. But you can see the little rats out there going and picking up all the gubbins. Some smoke, some flashes. They got the defuse kits. They got the AWP back for ZywOo. So Vitality making sure they keep the streets clean on Mirage and carry everything into the next round of play. But this, there it is. Yeah, just a bit of blind spam from Apex. He's a bit of a criminal as far as the spam goes. And ZywOo got clothesline right there. It was a good shot from Shush. Always impressed by watching Shush. He's a player, you know, he's a bit supportive. He's not always the most flashy, but he gets the job done. Now, the cash is there, as mentioned, but a timeout called. And this is Exist's chance. The Koja Heroic, yep, that exists. The one from NIP to maybe pull some strings and call some shots. Shush has 5-5. Look, I could build a world where they could drop an ult for Katie, and I think the most likely situation here is just to see 5 AKs across the board. Refresh yet to get a kill. Tessa's only on 1, so a slow start here for a few of the members on Heroic, but it's still early stages, only 5 rounds in. Mike goes up, fist bumps come out, and freeze time trickles down. This is steady right now from Vitality. They're doing what they need to have a strong CT half on a map that's unfamiliar for some.
Yeah.
So Mac 10 for Cadian, though, could be fast.
Interesting to see how this one is going to pan out. We'll see where Cadian goes at the beginning of this round. It's the swing out mid straight away for him. Cancelled it with the utility of Vitality, forcing their hand back into more recessive setup. They might try the second time around. They have got 2 players coming out of the underpass as well. It is the run boost out. Tessus gets in behind the boxes. And again, you still have these 2 prongs to the approach in underpass.
It's interesting with Cadian having the Mac 10. He could have easily had an AK here. You can see the residual cash, so wanting to save for an AWP in future rounds. But considering it's slow, I don't know where he plans to deploy it. Just up into window now and undetected. This is a huge gap for Stown. A massive gap right now.
He slipped through because the murder hole's open. And he can even go to B right now.
No one's aware.
Oh, they have no idea that this could even be happening. Snown is the little menace in their backlines. Masuda is about to find a very nasty piece of lead in the back of his skull. And Stown will spot Dupree as well. That's 1. And it's 2. As clean as you like from Stown. And now Vitality. It's the red button. It's the panic system. And it's the save call.
Yeah, immediately. Immediately. It doesn't get cleaner than that. And there's a beautiful little maneuver. You could see window was no longer caretaken by that of the Vitality defense. Just pipping the gap, the perfect timing. And as simple as you like, it looks beautiful when you see a play like that come to fruition. That's Counter-Strike at its very best right there. The misdirection and... well, Apex is noted now, and if the hunt wants to come on in, it can.
It's not always easy to get those 2 picks either. We've seen time and time again players fluff their lines on the second, but...
shout out to Tarek.
Yeah. Certainly so. Vitality sitting back in Palace right now.
Well, there's 3 of them coming their way, and Refresh and Stown through the A site. It's about to get biffy.
Got flashes. Heroic want to remove everything. Flash ain't great. Oh, no, it's a backfire. No! That's so awkward. Oh, Magis, there we go. You don't get kills like that every day.
Thank you very much, Cadian. Maybe the Danish flag on the other side confused him a little bit right there, but Heroic will get their first round. A comedy of errors there to close it out. But regardless, they have a 1 on the board, and they can thank Stown for that one.
I love how rapidly Apex types on his keyboard. It feels like it's faster than anybody else in the world.
He does everything with a purpose.
Everything has emotion, right?
Everything, yeah, wow.
You can feel his emotion through the keyboard. It's insane.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Now with him and Dupree on the same team, you know it's going to get loud over there. But ZywOo, aggressive. Straight up middle, he's coming, and he might even get a chance. ZywOo has missed.
We'll pass that in for 1 at least, and now calling to go back into underpass. He had 2 opportunities, and difficult shots to hit down in the second especially, but fortunately for Vitality, they don't have the opening here.
Yeah, but they have to be scared of CT's posturing and staying around aggressive in this middle area. Now, they aren't as pushed up as they could have been. Dupree still a bit more passive towards Cat, Apex over towards the window position, and ZywOo in connector looking towards the underpass. They are playing a bit of a retake A setup currently with Magis just towards the top of stairs. So if we do have an A execute, might be able to find their way in to at least get the bomb down, but currently, Heroic are just in a default spread across the map, and well, ZywOo's not done fishing. He's having a look again. Doesn't miss this time round.
Nice and easy for ZywOo. Vitality do find that opening they've been searching for, and ZywOo might get another one here, unless the utility's good, which it should be, to try and get him out of this position. ZywOo has a pretty nice shot down into the underpass, and tight angle. Unable to land it here, ZywOo. 30 seconds left. There's the second chance again for ZywOo. Here come Heroic to this A site. Molly going out to jungle. Apex pushing deeper in towards the site. Playing in front of this, and here comes the attack forward. Shoe swings from Palace. Apex assassinates them, and Vitality gets 6. It's nice and flawless there, and that was a heroic buy round.
And they had all the room in the world to stretch their legs around middle, right? They obviously had quite a heavy CT mid setup there to deal with any aggression, but ZywOo missing, I think it was 3 or 4 shots there. It's first of all pretty uncharacteristic, but the fact that he could miss those shots and still survive means there's just absolutely no pressure. So ZywOo opens up the account onto Tessus. He continues to reposition around the map. Good synergy between him and that of Magisk. So right here, right now, everybody seems to be performing how they need to. Masuda only has 3 kills, but remember, the Famous round he had earlier was a lot of impact within this game. Out mid quick is Shush, over towards Tap to avoid the molly, but now he's condemned to this position. This time round it is expecting to be more of a B play. You can see Apex floating over towards Market. Masuda and Dupree still defending that site, and it is a luxury to be able to leave an AWPer like ZywOo at ticket round after round to worry about the potential connector slip, A-ramp, as well as Palace.
And they keep adjusting it as well. It's not like this is predictable. Last round, for example, they had him a little bit more aggressive, more proactive. So they keep it unpredictable here, Vitality. I think a big load of their praise so far has been their CT side setups and how they've been able to perform immediately out the gate. But we'll see if Apex is able to get something into the mid-fight. Could peek out. He doesn't pick up a kill, but he does pick up a heap of information in Dupree. It's 1, but the bomb is now separated from the pack, and Magisk is starting to tear them up. It's down to just Stown. And 1v3 we know is the star of the show here for Heroic, but can he do anything? He is the secondary AWPer for this team, so proficient with a weapon in his hand. Trying to just get away with a shot. He needs something here. 30 seconds. He's stuck in short with no real path to the site.
It's so rough for him. Look where ZywOo is. Look where ZywOo's decided to play. It's gone, yeah, if you want to go B, that's all good, mate. But the time is low. You have to come into my domain. You want to plan open. Well, he's been spotted and tagged, and ZywOo swings on out. That'll be it. Beautiful play right there. Heads up awareness, and 7-1 as Vitality are starting this blistering hot. And Apex is making sure they hear it. We did come to our conclusion over there on our B stream. We were giving you the context of what would happen if G2 and Navi had both lost their opening jaunts, but Navi, they do reign supreme thanks to God Fecto, stepping up massively with 33 kills, plus 17 on Overpass. So more games to come on the B stream today, and one more on the A stream after this one.
Impressive for Mens to bring it that close, but Navi are inevitable.
This is an A execute here. We're going to see 2 smokes, a bunch of flashes. ZywOo is towards ticket again with the AWP, and Magisk in a passive position towards connector. So likely to get the bomb down here unless ZywOo goes mental.
Oh, you can never count that out. Smoke going out in front of him. That gives a bit more cover to play with. He actually go deeper into the site and get involved. Missed shot on the first, and in fact, ZywOo will not go mental. In fact, he goes down very quickly, and Tessus finds the follow-up. So maybe more than a bomb plan here, Chad. They might just get the round.
Yeah, they can really start to work this one through. First kill for Refresh as well. That impact felt immediately here, and they're posturing up to deal with this CT push. The flash is good. Magisk swings. He's got 1, but he needed more.
Oh, he's got a double out of that, and now Masuda, his chance, but goes down to Tessus, and it's all on to Dupree. No kid on his back, but there is plenty available right in front of him. He'll start to encroach upon the CT position, but Tessus is watching for it. Eventually, peace out. Dupree claims his first, and now Heroic are doing the smart thing, which is doubling up together and taking stronger post plants here.
Feels like Dupree's just holding on to this now that the bomb is so far gone. We can see where it's planted. Stown's having a look for a bit of a gun here, wanting to see if he can find anything.
Dupree's just waiting for it. Stown could lose his life here, but Dupree will in fact go down, and frustrating round there for Vitality to lose up against the upgraded pistol round.
It was very light, wasn't it? It was just 2 smokes and a bunch of flashes, and the pistols just skirmishing into the site. That smoke that ZywOo dropped actually assisted them to get closer to the bomb site there. So with him thrust forward, a little bit behind the play. They were much quicker than he anticipated, and that was the key to get into this round.
It allows them to split as well, right? It allows them to push into CT, which without being spotted from the stairs. So mistake smoke there thrown by ZywOo. Probably would have been better if he just takes 1 and drops back.
Yeah, well, the money's still there for a buy. Let's see if Vitality can course correct here. Just 1 more necessary to win out the half so early on. Vent boost again here between the 2 of Apex and Dupree. He's up and ready. Apex needs to get away. Doesn't want to sustain too much damage here as warning shots are fired through the smoke. Quite the intimidating force of Heroic members quick here.
Flash is going to go round short. Dupree, oh, he peeks out, and oh, he gets a double. That has shut down any of that spice that Heroic had at the start of this round.
I think KDN's flashed more of his teammates than he has the opponent so far this game, or at least the kill feed will have us believe that. But he does get Dupree back and drawing it just to a one-man disadvantage here for the Danes.
Are there any answers here for Heroic? KDN smokes out CT from middle. On the other side, a triple. Denies some information, at least from Magisk. Apex hold to Refresh. He might just get away with it. So quick from Refresh. He should not have found that kill. It may be a split onto the B side because there's only one player here right now, and if they can push him from two sides, it could get real messy for Masuda.
Oh, Masuda's been tested once already this game. He's getting tested again right now.
Refresh decides to go and cut off rotation instead, allowing the two players to go through B. This is so good because now he's really on his own. Masuda's the only player left, and he's been pulled away to A. Refresh has decided, I'm going to take it all into my own hands. And now Heroic take the B side. It's completely empty. They have found the answer that looked like an impossible question.
Well, pantsed right now, and Masuda's actually swiftly moved back up through the window now, through the vent room, and they're going to gather together over towards short. Difficult round to get into now, especially with the bomb already down, and they have no idea where they are in the post plan. Information is required, and required now.
Oh, what a shot from Shush. It's all on ZywOo, and he's missed another one. Switches out to the rifle instead, and Shush will bring him down.
All right, that's an interesting decision from ZywOo there to go for that 2-on-1 situation. He'd already lost his teammate. He had the AWP in his hand. He could have saved it. It would have been the only weapon for them to carry through into the next round to play. Thinking he can make a miracle happen in a scenario like that, maybe the door being slid right open for Heroic here, because it should just be down to some pistols. This was the shot that made it all possible. You're right. Refresh, I like to refer to him as the X Factor, did a lot here. He was the reason the rotation was drawn away, the reason that Shush was able to get into the site alongside KDN there and get the bomb down. And now we have a pace change. Now we have some aggression. Down, tread up the ramp. You want to take a fight? Well, yes, he does. ZywOo gone again.
And finally, Heroic have what feels like a solid foothold in this first half. Felt like they were just hanging on by their fingertips for most of this. But have carved their way through. Vitality down to Apex. Masuda and Dupree with some weaker pistols in play. Apex, good shot. Masuda on the follow-up. Luckily, Shush and Tesses clawing their way back into this, and, you know, crisis averted. It's all good.
Yeah, the dig was very intimidating, especially when we see two consecutive shots come in like that. It's wondering how quick that can cascade against you. But Heroic are really starting to turn this into a half now. The gun's back out here for the French-Danish mix, but there's no AWP and not a single defuse kit that is available to purchase here. So post-plants can be a bit of a drama. We are moving into round number 12, and Heroic is starting to get this party started. This is a change up again. 3 quickly over towards the Palace position. Stown selling a mid-fake. Kading up the round, and Stown is sharp as you like. ZywOo going again, and they're already in A.
Yeah, ZywOo, you talked about how they can be reliant on him to just shut down that A site, hold from ticket, but when he goes down quickly, you can be left in this situation. And Magis looking to claim at least a kill back. He's done that. Tesses dispatched off, and Magis catches out Shush as he backs into his crosshair, and that's another kill. Suddenly Vitality, they might just get onto the side because look at how Heroic are set up. Could Refresh be the X factor again?
Oh, they're not accounting for it one more time here. They've all got around the wall. They've all evacuated the site. Look at this Dinko. 1 from CT, 2 from Connector. What are you going to do?
Refresh looks to asphyxiate this Vitality side. It's a headshot so quick. Oh, that is Masuda's neck just snapped in half. And now the time it's ticking for Vitality. They are leaving the site, realizing this is a done deal. Refresh. My God, he is looking so sharp right now.
Look, he doesn't have the most kills for his team, but the impact. Yeah, it's wild to see. Stown as well, we think about the round he flanked B. Flanks are the name of the game, right? And one of the things with a team who's not so proficient on a map like this is those holes and the rotations. And we've seen them exploited time and time again. They're not accounting for somebody slinking through that window and punishing from behind in a lot of these occasions. It seems to be the recipe for success.
And if that's a problem in this half, Heroic have a very dynamic CT side on Mirage. If you're a team that aren't used to playing this could be a real difficult second half as well. So for Vitality, you want to get as many rounds in the CT side as possible.
Just slid into that one, didn't he?
That just looked like he had done enough right there. So that smoke, just couldn't see Refresh slipping in behind, but back to pistols for Vitality.
And Refresh seems to be aware of that. See the MAC-10 buy come in. That tells that Heroic have a good understanding of where the economy is at. And the next round to play it will be the 3,400 loss bonus. So MAC-10 out to try and make this one quick and farm up some cash. He takes it towards B. The rest are charging straight through middle here. It's a double vent boost though, Dinko. There's 2 players up. ZywOo and Dupree are here.
Kedian, oh, he's not going to check it. Doesn't even think about it. Forgets it's even there, and ZywOo will punish them for their negligence. It's 2 kills, and he's got a 3rd! Okay, ZywOo, this could be an unbelievable round. He's looking for the AK, throws it back up to his teammate. Yeah, ZywOo doesn't need much more than this. He's got the AK picked up, and now it's Apex's deagle, and it's just Refresh, just like that. It is completely snapped. Refresh, he may be good, but this with a MAC-10, this was meant to build money. Now it's to clutch the round at a 1v5. ZywOo, he finally will fall, but that's all. My God, what a round.
Oof, well, they're not going to get to that AWP. Oh, they did get to the AWP to salvage it right there, but ZywOo, right, he got punished in like 3 rounds in a row. He's like one of the first deaths. He's been getting slammed, and then he goes, I've had enough of that. I think I'm going to put up a bit of resistance right here. Slams Heroic and forces them to go into their second timeout. And yeah, you're right, Kadian's negligence. He wasn't focused on that position at all. The double vent boost against him. The second was beautiful. The third, great. And you just love to see it. The deagle chiming on in. Well, it's not the end of the world. There is still enough money to go for a buy here on the Heroic side of things. Keep this competitive for the tail end of this first half.
But that rattles your cage, right? That's the round that just taunts you a little bit. Kedian having some words with his team. Stown in particular having the one-on-one conversation.
One of the things that can happen if you're an in-game leader, like what he just went for in that play, you can pace set a little bit too harsh, and your teammates, if they don't stick to you, right, if you haven't tied them, you don't have a tether going on, but you can see how late they were to even attempt to trade there off of the Kadian initial death. So maybe one of the little dramas that was experienced, or maybe one of the things they needed to discuss. Trust me, boys. Follow me into warp. But the AWP's still retained, and at least the big green on Kadian could find some impact here. A heavy B presence early, clearing out the underpass, making sure there's no lower push hijinks. Tessus is babysitting over towards the top mid, and while Shush was doing the same over towards A, but already calling back to join the pack. And look at this stance from the CTs, right? We have known that the window push has been an issue. Look how passively Apex is watching this. You have Magisk, who has to deal with Connector and assist ZywOo on the site. And now, since it's been quite quiet, they will operate in a bit more of an aggressive stance. I love how fluid Vitality are. Apparently, Kadian's seen enough. He's just called the troops back towards top mid. Smokes are being lined up for this mid control. And there's no prying eye of an AWP to worry about, so they should be given the room they're looking for.
They'll certainly get mid, but getting through any choke point is going to be very difficult right now. Vitality have pretty much everything covered off. If you're Heroic, you have 40 seconds now, and you have to have some explosive ability. 2 smokes left, one of them being used up already. That's the last flash gone, and there's the explosiveness from Tessus. Apex down, Dupree immediately replying to the smoke, but Magisk, the player that's in such a good position at the sandwich, he might just turn them into mincemeat. About to cross into his crosshair. How does he not get a single kill?
Oh, that one there could have gone another way, but Tassa's prepared for that.
Wow.
Lots of shots coming out of Heroic here. They just exploded through Connector, all 5 players.
That's a reply.
Yeah, uprooting Vitality's defense right now and, well, throwing them back into this tailspin as far as the money goes. 2,400 in the next to buy to finish out the half here for Vitality should be there, especially if Dupree can hold on to this. They're bearing down in his position with multiple members. This is seeing his head over the top of the window, and, well, he'll get the kill at least. And there you have it.
All right, good recovery from Heroic. Just the ZywOo nightmare in the last, but last round of the half coming right up, and Vitality would love to squeeze out a 9th here.
I think you're bang on, especially with how the tail end of this half has trended, right? Of the last 6 rounds, 5 of them have gone in favor of the Danes, and they've started to warm into this game after what was a good start from the French. Here we go, Masuda down to a deagle. ZywOo gets his AWP, everybody else into the rifles. Look how quick he is with the AWP. Kadian's fast on this.
He's so fast. Oh, he's gonna get the shot. ZywOo goes down before the smoke blooms. And that's gonna be a huge opening for Heroic at the end of this half. And they found another one. Shush is the player taking a heads-up play into Apex. It's only good for one.
I know everyone's dead on A right now, and what that's done is forced the rotation over. Dupree's the man who stayed the closest in towards the vent room, but the bomb is noisy. They are making their way quickly, and Dupree's heard it.
Yes, but can he deal with it? Already the AWP has crossed over. Down removes Dupree. Masuda now the last remaining player for Vitality in this half, and Heroic surely will close him soon. The Deagle, it snaps to 1, but it's 7. As close as you can get it in this first half. We'll see if Heroic can take their map pick after this break.
One short. One is B short.
I rotate.
Nice, Kevin. One is B short. One is B, Kevin.
Let's be ups. Okay. Is he up? Yeah, he's up.
Yeah.
He's planting default now.
Let's go shot together. Wait for.
I'm just running.
Back on Mirage, this time with a flash. This flash should help you when taking the B site. To do this flash, get into this corner. Aim at the top part of this wall in the center. Run forward and throw the flash just before you collide with the edge of the wall. With practice, you should be able to do this one quickly and on the fly.
Coming into Katowice and also after the play break, we are really hyped up, and the energy in the team is really good. We had some really good practice after the play break, and we had 4, 5, maybe 6 weeks of practice where we have added so much new stuff, and we've been working hard, and everyone in the team is just ready to perform at this event and also see where our level is, because right now it's kind of unknown, even though we lost against the K23 guys, but now it's the first tournament for us in this year, and we're just really looking forward to play here at Katowice.
Team Vitality managed 8 rounds out of their CT half, as now they move to the second. We get to find out if that is enough as they go up against Heroic's lively living organism CT side here on Mirage. It's not an easy one to play against, and for a team that has 2 players that have barely played this in their career, this might be a difficult half of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, this is going to be fun here to see what Vitality have to offer. The one day expects still favoring the Bees as we head over to B. Masuda leading the charge right now, and this one is quick as you like.
Well, Shush forced off his angle. He's had to dip back, and luckily has got his teammate behind the bench. Masuda now looking to take out Refresh. They'll do that no problem, and Shush falls down as well. So great stuff from Masuda, cracking open this site, and Vitality having a very easy pistol.
And Heroic running to hide to hold on to this Kevlar, making sure they are able to upgrade to the next. Now, Cadian, 94, he's not going to get the cheap one into the head armor, but Tassus, to be peppered is hanging around as well. Maybe they want the $300 kill reward a little bit over the armor. That was great. That was quick as you like. Some util comes in. Masuda does exactly what you need him to do as the first man. Get the goosh, get the entry, and get that bomb down. Cadian's position will be noted. He's actually completely boxed in. Apex is coming through connector, dupreeh and Magic through windows, Zywoo one short, and Masuda will be behind them top mid. So if they do survive or get a kill here, I'll be impressed. There's one, and done for TeSeS. Cadian not too long for this world, and he will fall as you can hear Apex having a great time.
You know, we probably have the two loudest in-game leaders playing against each other right now. Apex being a little louder than Cadian at the moment.
We should get like a decibel reader and have Apex, Nafany, and Cadian just see who can yell the loudest.
That would be great to have. I think Apex would probably win. I feel like Nafany's loud, but is he really Apex levels?
He's got a few Hiroshas and Device in him.
Yeah,
That's
he does.
His go-to. Apex has probably the biggest range. You know, he'll make any noise. You don't even know what the noise is.
We also have to get Smooya, right?
Yeah, but his is sometimes a little bit of a high-pitched squeal. You know,
Might break the decibel meter.
Yeah, we should get him a glass to see if he can shatter that. And right now, this mid stack looking to stall out Apex and silence him because he's on his own with a Galil in his hands. And okay, nobody's silenced right now. Apex is just mopping up the eco kills. 3 easy ones for him. And they're going to reach the double digits, Dinko.
Yeah, double digits already. That's why you need the pistol start in the second half. Vitality keep it nice and clean, but coming up now is the buy for Heroic. Again, not enough money to get the AWP out, but they'll have the rifles.
This is already 1,000,000 times better than last time we saw Vitality on this map. When they played G2 over at the Blast Premier Spring Groups, it was G2's map choice, and they lost 16-4. They started on the CT side and then they mustered 4 rounds total. Wow, you saw the first half. They doubled that. Now with the pistol conversion, now with the eco conversion, they're sitting here on the precipice of, well, pushing Heroic down into the dumps. See how much they've been able to work on in a couple of weeks' time. Run boost out, Zywoo with the mid control.
Was quick to get the mid control. Slowing down now as they begin to encroach. It is Heroic. Again, they will always be proactive. Starting to fight in mid, and they pull those kills back. Shush gets a double Apex, and Zywoo only good for 1 between them.
Just have to understand the details of that round to love it more and more. Like the molly towards the underpass to isolate the jewels, they only have to look forward towards top mid. There's a flash coming through as well to blind up the Vitality members who have already taken that space, and now they find themselves in a number disadvantage. Still some nades to work with, but no smokes, and TeSeS with that space over towards the B apartments. That means they know exactly where they are.
dupreeh just waiting until his teammates get into a better spot, then he will be called into action. He's going to be starved of information here, but TeSeS, always the most annoying player to play against. He's always behind you. Starting his flank again. Here they come, right into Cadian. Luckily, Masuda quick enough to bring him down. Do they read the TeSeS flank? Do they read it? Not looking that way right now, Masuda, but now they know. They found out the hard way. Magis looking back, good headshot into CT, and now it's all on dupreeh. He's traded out position with a CT player. Shush has moved forward, but dupreeh is creeping up behind him.
They've lost him.
They don't know where he is. This could really help out dupreeh. They haven't even put pressure on him by tapping the bomb, so dupreeh's got closer and closer, and finally!
Yeah.
Shush looks back, dupreeh's head will fall.
Oh, wow. There could have been some big issues there because there was no defuse kit for Heroic. If dupreeh had played the time, I think he thought he had the element of surprise, but a massive shot there to get them across the line. Shush seems to be the hero in a lot of these moments. There's the flash I was talking about. You see how blind Apex is, and then mauling down as well onto that Zywoo. dupreeh was cut off that entire time by the incendiary towards the underpass, and Shush, more than a safe pair of hands here. What an impact round for him as they move into the first gun round.
Yeah, now they'll have that AWP out in Cadian. And the AWP for Zywoo as well. Zywoo is taking it for the spawn pick. He's looking for the pick on the cross. No one giving him that opportunity.
Yeah, nobody wants to risk a maneuver like this. Shush will get himself over towards Shadow. Cadian overseeing business from Ticket, and there goes the ramp smoke. Start to congregate behind this. Setting up what seems to be an A set piece. Down will have a lot of early info from this position when he sweeps back through. Magis pushed up towards Delpan, refreshing connector. The biggest fights are going to be between Shush and Cadian, who are the A defenders right now. Oh, this nade is going to soften up that of Masuda if chucked deep enough. Only lightly.
I think it went too deep.
Yeah.
Cadian. Good kill from Triple. Easy as you like with that one. As we go under 1 minute on this clock, it's a refrag and a reflash, and oh, Shush has got a double. This guy is on another level right now.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff right there. The utility was great. The flash was perfect. And now it's just Magis in a 1-on-5. He'll find nothing. Heroic will grab another round here, and that's it. You'd be getting fired up about that. Every little detail there is great, right? Just stalling them out, the util work. It doesn't get the highlight it needs, but if you're a Counter-Strike player at home and you have a flash for a teammate or have an awesome combo like that, it feels better than getting a crispy 1-dig. It's what CS is all about for most of us. Shush here, the easiest kills of his life. 2 players completely white-screened.
Shush is having unbelievable impact right now. You mentioned him earlier being one of the more supportive elements, but in these gun rounds, especially in the second half so far, he's found multi-kills and it matters.
Yeah, and look at the buy now. Vitality don't have enough loss bonus yet to build, and we'll have to just sit here around on some pistols, having what we like to call a French tactical timeout. They just hang around, they look at each other, chill a little bit. There you go.
They even started a timeout. The word timeout. The audio guys just triggered.
Timeout. Yeah, nice.
We just woke him up out of a sleep chat.
Well, we could probably play that. I'm sure Existence back in the day when he used to do that would have been sitting there loving it, right? He get the timeout music for his. But just 3 to find now as Apex does hit a banger onto Shush.
Let's see if he can get any more out of this. Cadian holding the cross. Sweating here, Apex, sweating. Well, it's time to strike again, but ZywOo now goes down, so their chances of getting that bomb anywhere near the site now dwindle to none. Apex, can he get anything more than the 1 kill he's already found? The answer, just no. Cadian removes him, and we're tied up.
One of the keys the desk was pointing out, they highlighted it with some beautiful graphics, was ZywOo's performance already this year, and they were talking about, obviously, the race between like the Simples, the Nikos, the ZywOos for the best player in the world. Well, ZywOo had a bit of impact, right? That Deagle round is the one that stays in our mind from that first half, but at the moment, just with 12 kills. If he steps up in the second half and gets activated, he is the difference maker necessary for Vitality, right? And unfortunately for ZywOo, you fall under the brush of the other players that we were talking about. We expect you to perform.
Tier level.
Yeah, it's 20 every game, or that's an underperformance. So this is his chance now as the rifles are back on out. They're quick to swarm mid here, but Cadian's AWP is true.
Yeah, you gotta love that from Cadian. Tessa's now, trying to rattle away, but Magis covers off his teammates, and that's the kill back. You always have to expect another move, and Stown is the player that catches ZywOo on the retreat.
Not only that, all of mid was clear, so they're aware that they've already dropped on back. They've dipped out a dodge. The rotation is coming in at this juncture right here for Heroic. Cadian should get in position in time to post up the big green over towards the B apartments. And Shush is clearing out T-spawn. They have information again.
Vitality don't know this, but they are currently getting trapped in a very difficult spot. Cadian.
That's the bomb.
Has dropped the bomb. That's going to cost more time, if anything else, to go back and get that. And that's going to allow Heroic's flanks to become even more potent. The flank is already coming up through the apartments. In fact, Shush might just get there before Magic even gets out of the apartments here. He's throwing the bomb on down. Shush is going to hear that, but this is going to be so hard. How do you get out of this? How do you get out of this? Shush with 1. Now it's all on Magisk. They're doubling up in the apartments. Cadian's even holding the van as well. Magisk gets cleaned out. Shush with another impact round from him in the guns.
Beautiful handle. Like, that's great. That's great. And it's what you were talking about with Heroic, right? Being like this constantly moving organism. They're just flowing throughout the map. They tend to have a good read. Cadian gets the opening pick and immediately runs all the way back towards the B site. So staying fluid with their positioning. And it was a bit of in-game leader on in-game leader action there. But yeah, not only did Stown get the kill, he got the information, and then Shush doubled down on exactly that and continues with his impact here. Vitality have now lost 4 consecutive rounds and find themselves back down to just pistols one more time. Deagles for all 5. Window smoked, so's top of mid. Very standard util as we're on board with Zywoo here, clawing on down through the underpass. We'll have Refresh to deal with on the jiggle. Did he spot a leg there? Looks like it.
He's primed. And certainly does see him. Molly even to force the fight. Refresh. Oh, tries to, but good team play there for Vitality to get that first.
Okay, and the thing is, it's hard to get excited about that when it is just the Deagles. At least they've been able to get themselves a weapon to pick up at some point within this round, but they're being a bit tentative about it, and you can understand why. We know that Heroic love to get stuck in, and now they're reorganizing this, immediately calling to take back mid-control with the 4 remaining players. 2 in connector, Tessus on shore, and Cadian over towards window. They can secure this rifle and make sure it can't be picked up.
Oh! Well, you try, but Zywoo sometimes says no, but unfortunately for him, Stown doesn't really care, goes back in, disobeys his rules, and now Heroic putting themselves into the 3v3. Vitality have a chance to this A site, but Cadian's got back here. And if they drop out, they're going to drop right into his crosshair. Missed shot. The bomb, unfortunately, hasn't got across. The bomb's still up there and actually has dropped down, so Apex has actually slipped his way out to the lower site.
Not planning just yet. Well, Dupree's position was noted. Tessus goes down, and this becomes a winnable 2-on-2.
Oh, Apex, though. He doesn't expect Cadian in the connector, and so when doing that, he will go down, and Dupree's running away.
That's a bit confusing, because
it was an all-prong
shooter, yeah, he shot from exactly that position. So Dupree will just hold on to this AK. With the loss bonus, they will be buying in the next round of play anyway, so it's not the end of the world. He's still got 1.9, he has head armor, he can buy all the nades that he needs, and he has the AK. So, look, you can understand the save here, but yeah, a bit of a concerned look on the face of Exist there, as this game is tight. You know, it is tight, but Heroic start to pull ahead by 2 rounds now.
And Apex, you can see in his emotions that he feels like this is maybe a missed opportunity, but it's ahead of this gun round that you realize you've got to pick it up now.
And the thing is, they know who they're playing against, so at this point, you would assume for both these squads, they have a good idea of how a team like Heroic likes to approach the game. They do these kind of all-in, gambly type maneuvers, and it felt like Vitality weren't ready for that. But it was a light buy. Now the gun's back out. Time to assemble the troops up and over into Palace. A 2-man rifle push and more aggression out of the CTs.
Refresh just gets ripped apart. It's an Apex Predator in Palace. Luckily, Stown deals with him. He's his handler. Now, Shush. Look at it. Oh my god, Stown just gets decapitated on the drop down, and luckily he has got teammates behind him to make up for it.
They just keep running into this. There's so many bodies to do
it's just
from
one
Heroic.
by one. It feels a little lost right now for Vitality.
Yeah, and they're running into situations. They're getting opening kills or they're getting trades and they think that they have the space, but that's exactly what Heroic are hoping for. Like, they've had 2 guys push Palace and then Shush still in the site and a player towards Connector. You think you get through multiple players on A, you're like, okay, well, at least we should have a breathing room, but Heroic are not giving them that. Timeout called, and chance for Apex to talk to the crew. Now, they don't have Zonic behind them at the moment. They have Matt, who is the assistant coach. But they're running out of options here. Max loss bonus is in. The buy should be doable. They can opt for a half, but that would concede the 14th round to Heroic here. Now, we knew there would be woes on this map. They've kept it competitive, but you've come this far. You don't want to let it slip through your fingers now. Next map of play will be Inferno, and if we need it, Vertigo as the 3rd and final of our 2nd series today here on the A stream.
For Vitality, no AWP to be seen, just the rifles. We'll see what fruits come of their tactical timeout. A lot of words being used up by Apex. We'll see if they amount into much success. Head-on fight here in mid. Stown is going to deal with a lot of pressure, and Zywoo rips him apart. Good start to the round for Zywoo. Continues to try and follow up. It's Apex this time in connector. Oh, the smoke. He made a sound on the molly. That's going to alert Shush to his position. Apex is trying to get away with a kill. Cadian's going to fall. Even if he goes down, he's already done so much work.
Look at Tessus pushing again. If he keeps going, he's going to hear Zywoo. He is going to hear Zywoo running so loud right now, who scoops it up and does head back towards A. But Tessus knows, and he can call out the presence.
Tessus is such an active player, always getting behind them. Vitality, they think they're going to be able to execute. Oh, Zywoo turns back! And just like that, Tessa's flank is now gone, and Heroic's chances now dwindle pretty significantly. Refresh will play from default. Look at the mid play having to come in here from Shush, just trying to get some info back. He has to go to B. But Vitality still taking their time. We're trying to get out and towards this A site. And Refresh from under the wood needs a big hold here. He's got to deal with the Palace play. He's got to deal with the two players coming out Tetris. He's going to hear the nades being used up. That should call Shush back into play eventually. But it's all on refresh. Right now, it's one. Can he get more? The answer's just no. ZywOo trades him out. Now down to Shush.
Winnable clutch for Shush. I know it's a 1-on-2 situation, but Magis is pushing.
He is, and this could be the 1v1, and it's gonna go Shush's way. Now just ZywOo. When I say just, it is ZywOo still up in this clutch. And he'll play from triple. Shush begins to walk his way up through connector. Now on top of the stairs, just one flash to play with here and so many angles to check. Yeah, just like that, the sound cue mid. ZywOo plays it to perfection. 11 rounds for Vitality.
Well, I was asking just rounds ago for ZywOo and his impact here within the T-half, and there it is. 4 massive kills for him, gets the opener and gets the closer in this one, and it got shaky. Shush continues to be quite the force to be reckoned with here. Apex frag there in towards window was the one that set this in motion, but the presence of mind, or maybe the luck of ZywOo there to turn in time, is what allowed them to get back into this round. But the buy is still hodgepodge for Vitality. It's going to be 3 Galils and 2 AKs. It's less than ideal. Whereas Heroic, they have everything they need, and they've done a 2-man underpass push. They know it's not B already. But the thing is, they already know it's not B. So Cadian and Refresh can start repositioning. They can use whatever utility they have to try and stall this out. There's a Palace smoke.
This is the best play for Heroic to make to get this info in this round, and here they come. Vitality charging out to the rotated players. It's Apex with 1 and not a single kill yet for Heroic.
The flank is so quick again. Look at Shush. We're at a minute 20. He's already in T-spawn.
It's just sandwiching Vitality. How do they get back into post plants here? Shush going through Palace instead of the ramp, but this is still a very good spot to be in. Look at the re-smoke out connector, trying to limit some of the information, but they're just waiting on Shush. They're waiting for him to be that player that cracks it open. Dupree, luckily the only player for Vitality showing up. So that is going to be Shush to claim 1, but now they're alert to the flank, but that's the move. Heroic starting to come back into this one. They've got the advantage back. Apex and Masuda with 2, and now Stown and Tessis. They have to battle back in the lineup. It comes in for Apex and Magisk. They're able to claw through 13-12, and Vitality just one more round, and they've tied it up.
Gotta take a deep breath right there. Like a great reaction out of Vitality to get that site control swiftly. Heroic had all the info again. They had all the space again. Shush is getting 2 kills coming out there on the rotation. His teammates spam ZywOo. It allowed and alerted him to the presence right there, but good work just holding Stoic over towards Tetris. It's not normally a position, A-ramp and Tetris, where you want the lion's share of your forces to be, but they get it done regardless, and Heroic have force ball in. All their pennies spent here. Well, they've repositioned to mid right now. They want to get Cadian out from this position. He's jumped on down. He's towards the underpass.
Just left at the wrong time.
Yeah, and, well, they've traded places. They're walking out Tetris again.
Well, here they come again. Vitality run it back to back. If it's not broken, don't fix it. This time, Cadian looks to break it. ZywOo snaps his skull right in half. It is Shush with 1 back. Still plenty more space to be gathered here for Vitality, and still numbers here for Heroic. This could turn into a bloodbath real quick.
They're all fighting.
They're all gonna swing. All gonna meet each other head on and Refresh and test this. They've done the heavy lifting. And now it's ZywOo. A 1v4 as he goes back into middle with 1 minute left. They spot him out, and Shush will bring him down. That's a big round to win.
Okay. He's loving it there, Katie, and getting him fired on up. The 14th round secured here, and, well, because of how back and forth this has all been, Vitality are broke, and they have the option of going all in to contest here against round number 15 or taking a save and trying to take us to overtime. But it was so crazy because they all went to mid to help out Cadian, who maybe he was going for the jump, like the boost. Maybe he wanted to make it towards short, but flubbed his lines. They had to bail him out, but there was no pressure, and then they all just biff over towards Tetris. But it is the all in. This is do or die right now for Vitality.
They have done a lot with a little. But to do that again, will take a monumental effort from them. Apex getting into connectors down. Won't punish him. And now comes the waterfall. Vitality may just be crying a river here. Shush has taken out the Palace potency. Magisk and Dupree, the 2 Danes left alone, and I think they're about to get slapped by some other Danes in this one.
What a game from Shush, 28 kills. What an absolute showing from him. Just been a beast here on this CT side, mauling it with, it feels like a multi-kill every single round.
Feels like it. And is always in the impact rounds as well. Shush going for 30, up to 29. It's on the table for him, but Stown's going to take it.
So steady. He doesn't look flustered. When does Shush ever look flustered? He's always in the right position, the right timing. And because of that all-in from Vitality, it's just the max loss bonus they have to spend. Sorry, not the max. It was 2,900 max in the next, but there won't be a next if they lose.
It's just looking systematic now for Heroic if they can keep this up. But we go to the last possible round here if Heroic take it. Vitality bring to it 3 Galils, an AK, and a Deagle. And they go out mid. Kadian ready for the first. So quick. Magus down, another swing out from Stown. Rattles away onto Zaiwu, who luckily stays alive, but Stown does not relent. He continues to push forward, and now Masudo realizing they need some control back. Unfortunately, he loses control of his own skull. And now Shush, he's hit 30. He's still alive, and Kadian's ready. Vitality starting to fall flat here on Mirage. It's just Zaiwu and Dupree. And now only Zaiwu, 14 points of health, stuck inside of Palace, and Heroic have all the numbers swarming that bomb. Zaiwu will try, but the resmoke is in, and he realizes now he's just got to go. He slips his way out, and he is taken down. 16-12, Heroic will take map 1. Mirage is theirs. For Vitality, they've got to bounce back going into map 2.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends. And when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions. The defeated. Lifting that trophy. Writing esports history.
Connector. Wait.
One flashing middle.
Just wait, guys. It was on the ground, I think. It's top mid.
Mid. Oh, middle. Nice.
Delpan!
Good guys. Good run,
Thank you.
Hey Future Pros, you know the map, it's Mirage, and we're back with another smoke. This smoke is thrown.
It's Cloud9 versus Navi. Map 2 coming up now. The first semi-finals. This is going to be one hell of a game.
Cloud9, they've picked up the first map.
Let's get this show on the road.
Throughout the years, Cloud9 surely had many ups and downs. However, in 2017 at ESL1 Cologne, many did a double take when they witnessed them in action.
No utility at all for an IP. They want to go hard at this but already Automatic with 1 second as well. Automatic, unbelievable.
After taking care of NIP in the quarterfinals, it was now Navi's turn to face the speeding American train. And face it, they did, forcing Cloud9 to fight hard in order to secure the first map. Then, history later repeated itself on Overpass, but initially Nadas Vincere were on the run thanks to one player, and that player was Shroud.
Like Skadoodle had actually come out on top there. What a flick coming in. Shroud getting one another headshot. He's tapping away. Shroud. Can he do it again? He's up to 11 kills and looking for number 12. Are you kidding me, Shroud? Can anyone take this man down? He's got 12 and 0. He's a one-man army.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans.
Okay, I'm gonna try something here. So, boomers and zoomers alike, get ready. Shoo! No, okay, well look, Shush, miraculous performance here, did everything he had to do, and that's why he gets that. And of course for Maniac and Kassad here, I'm sure they saw about the same thing I did, which was Vitality there and then not there.
Yeah, listen, there was always question about the quality of Mirage Vitality could put on the table, but despite it, also wanted to do it. I just wanted to find a reason to say that.
It feels kind of good. I don't shouldn't do that.
Why bother with analysis? Can we just make noises?
We can. Make a weird animal noise or something.
I'm not going to do that.
Oh, man, okay. Well, missed opportunity nonetheless. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. Advancing our own way through the group stages. And right now we're sitting on this heroic Vitality game, and it was pretty good. Kassad, can we say that?
Shush played well, but I'm going to touch on heroic right now. Looking at the T side, they started off very heroic-y, kind of.
Heroic-y?
Yeah, on the 2021, very defaulty / reactionary kind of T half, you know. It didn't work for them. They got picked up all over the place, but they changed the pace on round number 9. They won the anti-eco with a force buy and then half buy actually, and then ran into the A side and then won that round after that, round number 12, where they actually managed to go into the pack mentality, kind of CS, and everything started to work from there. On CT side, you see how it went. They were super aggressive towards B side. And Cat, of course, tested was a couple of times super aggro there, and then that netted them a lot of rounds.
But Maniac, it's the freedom of movement with Shush in these B halls, man.
Yes, absolutely. Shush was all over the place, that's for sure. Just in general, Heroic was a step above Vitality. There is no question and no debate about it. What Kassad is talking about, the fact that they go down 7-1, but they still have the depth and they know how to fight back, find their way to victory, and then change the rhythm. That's what teams do when they're quite simply the better team. Vitality were 7-1. From that moment on, they only won 3 gun rounds in the entirety of the game. That's 3 gun rounds after 8 rounds. So there was no real question to me. I think Heroic were a step ahead, would it be individual or tactically speaking, and it's pretty much what we expected.
I think it's just the adjustment that was perfect from Heroic, changing up from default to pack mentality, 5-man CS or 4-1 CS, you know, it worked perfectly from them coming into the CT side. They lost the pistol, yes, but they didn't force, which many teams do. It's kind of surprising thing to do, especially because you don't have the AWP. Sometimes you don't even have the kit, but it worked for them. They were super aggressive on middle, super aggressive on B, super aggressive on A sometimes. It worked out every single time. They were just running into stacks. And that kind of screws with your mind as well. Are you thinking like, are we too obvious? Do we need to change something? You know, what is the problem?
Yeah, you're talking about it. We just had Apex in this head-to-head MI, of course. I think he struggled massively on this map. Not individually speaking. He had a few rounds and he was out there, but you could see that as a leader, he didn't exactly know what to do with the advantage they were able to get. There were a couple of situations on the second half where Vitality gets an opening kill and they are being very hesitant. They don't know exactly how to push the advantage. What is the rhythm we have to use? Do we do fast? Do we do slow? Do we fake? And that gave a lot of time to Heroic to aggress, push the map. You had Shush coming in from the back. You had Tesis coming in from the back. That's because Vitality were always second-guessing what was the way. But that's the thing.
Because they keep running into stacks and they don't know what to do. And it was played perfectly by Heroic. It deserved to win this first map.
Yeah, it definitely was that Heroic having to bounce back. I mean, it was pretty even kilter up until we got to the second half, which is, you know, going to be the storyline when you start to look back at this matchup. It's not quite done yet, though, and for us, I think we can still continue to look at what you said earlier. You were talking about round 9 specifically.
Yeah, this is where they changed the pace. You know, it was a half buy, you know, it was a pistol armor, few grenades, and they went into the A side. They got the 2 opening kills right there. We'll see like how is that executed. There was nobody, luckily for them, obviously there was nobody on the A side per se because they were defending middle, but they got in the side very easy. They're gonna get the 2 kills, and they're just gonna run into the site and win this round. That is one of the rounds that I was talking about. They kind of changed the pace. They didn't play default. They went to a 5-man CS.
And one of the underlying concept in this round as well is Stown completely open up ZywOo at the very beginning. That is not supposed to happen if you have your AWP parked on the CT spawn with the AWP, and then you just have a rifle getting the best of him. That's just the first domino that trickles a whole lot of reaction. We have to be fair. We have to be objective as well. ZywOo didn't have a superstar performance. I think it's supposed to be his role as well. When your team, as a whole package, doesn't exactly have what it needs to win, then an individual at times might step up, make the difference. He had a couple of deagles round, but that is it. He's been rather quiet on that map.
But Maniac, and I believe this is also a topic we've talked about, which is expectations when it comes to your players like your ZywOos, your Simples, you know, and the guys that, for whatever it's worth, well, they didn't put up 30, so tough day in the office.
Now you have the pre, now you have Magus, who can also deliver 25, 30. But, you know, we don't need to talk about it that much. I just want to commend Kaden and Exist and the whole Heroic team. Whoever made those calls, whoever made the adjustments, just did a perfect job at the perfect moment and switched the momentum of the map completely.
Momentum changes now as we change maps. We look at Inferno between that of Vitality and Heroic, but we have to go to a break so we can come back and get this bad boy underway. Refresh and company have picked up the first map of the series, but Apex wants to bounce back.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros. Ooh, we got a fun one for you today. I see Flusha trying to do this one every time with some success, but let's see if I can show you how to do it. This is a T-spawn smoke that will land in the mid window. To do this one, stand beside this bin. Aim just to the right of the edge of this wall in line with the window. Run to the left and...
Vitality run out of ideas on the T side of Mirage, but heading to Inferno, their bike should be plenty full of strategies for this one. As we head into Inferno, Heroic, they're looking to try and do this 2-0 and head to the spot egg. For Vitality, it's all about recovering this series.
Yeah, context is key right here. On Mirage, Magic and Dupree, fish out of water, not a map they played since the middle of 2019. But Inferno, Astralis' home map, where they did some of their absolute best work. And not only that, plugged into this team, they take the slots of Kyojin and Shox, almost 1-for-1 on that CT side. But then in a kickoff, there's a fair for map number 2. On the T side, on the attack, and ready to sink their teeth on in. We got the buys on through. I'm sure Heroic could be loving locking that first slot into the Spodek, the first team to take place in that lovely arena in 2 years. Let's see, just 16 rounds separates them, or another map could be coming their way. 1xBet odds favouring the Danes, and a quick flash over second mid as they want to biff.
And Refresh trying to challenge them down in second middle, but it's probably going to be Stown that comes out here. Burst for a while. He's going to find himself a headshot, looking for a follow-up, and Stown gets 2. It's just Apex and Dupree. Just like that, Vitality slapped to the ground, and Heroic have gained all the ground here. There's no map control at all. It's Stown. What a ridiculous headshot. And it's all on Dupree.
Yeah, the worst place to be as well. Sprung his trap, spotted now.
They're hunting him down. You may retreat into the safe house, but it's not safe for much longer. Closes the door, they smash it open. And Dupree dancing with death.
This is never where you want to find yourself on a T-side pistol round, getting run down in your own house. The Glock and the knives come out, but there it is. Refresh finishes him off, and that's going to be the first round here for Heroic. And they keep picking up what they left us with on that of Mirage. Aggression, taking fights, taking space, setting the tempo and setting the tone. Let's see if Vitality can put a stop to that. But that whole push out the window room for Refresh was a ruse. Like, I'm sure if he got some impact, that would have been fantastic, but it opened the avenue for that Halls push of Stown, and multiple kills soon followed. Cheeky with the knife and a smile on Madge's face. But here we go, the force buy back to Eagles. For everybody on the Vitality side of things. Bit of info for Tassus, an annoying nade limped on through. Not going to find its mark.
Apex taken down swiftly. Kadian and Stown with the first 2 of play. Puts it on to Vitality's side. Ooh, Masuda and Dupree to find a way out of this one, and they probably won't.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that is fair. I think if you go for a force buy and you lose 2 players that early in the round, the rest are going to quickly follow. Confidence looks like it's an all-time high for Heroic here, as re-peaking seems to be name of the game. I guess if everybody re-peaks, then nobody's in the wrong.
Exactly, everybody's on the same team. It looks like a strategy when everybody's on board, whereas if it's an individual, it's a mistake.
I like this here. You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yes, Chad, whatever that means.
Well, a gander is a collective for geese.
Okay.
So a goose is singular, and a gander is a group.
I get it.
You like that?
Makes a lot of sense.
There you go. We're all learning out here.
Well, you know, we call, I don't know if you call it this, but a walk is a dander. You ever heard of that?
Walk is a dander.
I don't know if that's just the thing where I'm from.
Is it D-A-N-D-E-R?
Yeah, so you go out for a dander. It's out for a walk.
Okay, no, I haven't heard that one.
Oh, there's one.
I love a good old adage. Well, here we go. Vitality staring down the barrel of a 3-0 start. And yeah, some issues because so far within the 2 rounds of play, it's been as competitive as 1 kill. That's not ideal. Look at all the major trophies in the server right now. When you hit tab, guys, we're in the Go TV, and you just see all the major trophies. Let me tell you, as somebody who got to play it a couple, I never made it that far. That was the dream, to make it to the top 8, to get yourself a little in-game trophy like that. You've got the B-Stream update here for everybody as well, and Mouse continue to impress. 13-9 up over OG here.
Crazy stuff. Academy players moving up in the world. I actually spoke to Devilwalk a few days ago in Stockholm. Obviously, he was one of the first players to win the first ever major in CSGO, and he was saying, you know, it's so cool being able to look back in the game now, and your name is always, like, your full name, not just Devilwalk, is written into the trophy inside of the game. So
really cool.
It's awesome how you just get, you know, immortalized in the game that you've loved for so long.
Yeah, it's the little things that count like that.
At least you got a sticker, Chad.
Yeah, well, the last major I played was the first that signature stickers came in.
So you made it there, that's enough.
And then I went, I'm retiring. No, that's not what happened.
Peak. It's the peak.
No, I copped a couple of losses at major qualifiers, and then I went, oh, now I'm retiring. So, look, it takes some time, but we all get there eventually. So this is a very slow round. I need to come up with a catchy name for this, but basically on the T side here, if you take your time, you stall it out, you can siphon through some of the CT utility, make them reinvest. Just a way to keep them honest as far as the economy game goes, the game within the game. And they're just going to get mowed down, right? Eventually, they will need to make a bit of a play. Maybe some of our newer Counter-Strike viewers. On the T side, if you do not die before the time transpires, you do not receive a loss bonus. It's a way to incentivize you making a play, but B's open. B is very, very open.
Zywo has a gun now as well. He's going to favor the Deagle. He gets across, looking to put that bomb down, no problem. Zywo now has an M4 and he's got 2 players in Banana. This could get messy real quick. Zywo goes for the reload, Testis knows he's in the corner. Zywo goes down, and now it's Masuda's MP9 and suddenly a 2v2. A doable round here for Vitality out of nowhere. He's gonna hold down. Smoke still up. Masuda's position given away. The boost coming in. Masuda now looks towards the boost, and he has a shot, but luckily Heroic are able to recover from Counter-Strike tips to a round that just looked like it was about to come through.
Yeah, that is wild. That is wild right there. That Zywo double, and again, another close to Fuse that Dink on to make sure we keep our eyes on, because I don't believe there was a kit in play. Wow. Oh, that one almost got out of hand there, didn't it? Well, kept on their toes are Heroic. Gonna be getting overzealous in some of those scenarios in the future because Zywo's here. First was nice, second was even bloody better. Look at that, down, bang.
And this just kind of was a little awkward, but still in a winnable position even when Zywo goes down. You don't know if they're in ruins, that's a problem. He never got that control. But this is all about this buy. You've got the AWP out in the hands of Zywo, and Zywo is one of those AWPers that can have impact on the T side. Kadian looking to take down the Banana fight, but Apex just domes him.
Yeah, the nade molly combo, but Stown wants to pick up where he left off. The AWP scavenged away here, so at least they have the big green to work with, or in this case, the boom is orange, but he can stay top Banana with this in his hands. Tessus to rotate back towards A.
I believe Blood does have that skin as well, so it's absolutely the boomer gun. It's gonna drop back here, Stown. Magic around the corner, Flash gets down off the angle.
I feel when you have this much Banana control with this much time left in the round...
Playing a risky business right now, isn't he?
Isn't he? That you can just congregate in Banana and execute. And you know that Heroic loves a gamble, so it's not as easy against them as it is against other teams, but if they were just to execute B with all this onslaught of utility, Stown would be overrun. He would have to do something otherworldly.
Well, Stown, let's see if he's got that ability. He's found one. Masuda. The first victim.
They're all coming Banana for the retake here.
Yeah, this is quick. This is a flank.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's out of this world. No's go through the smoke, and he's gone back for more. It's just Zywo and Stown. That is ridiculous. Out of this world from the young man.
There was no way. They had everything they needed. The execute should have been picture perfect. How do they rip that one out of their hands?
God.
It makes sense. Like, what are you meant to do? How are you meant to deal with this? Traces through. Oh, dearie me. Stown, you little magic man. Rips this one out of the hands of Vitality. And you can see what that's done to Apex. If he wasn't in the dumps after map number 1, he definitely is now, and it's so early. Woo! All right, well, 4-0, Heroic. Picking things up in style here.
Oh, that's a tilter for Vitality, but...
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's the leaning entire Pisa right now. Tilted off the face of the earth. Team Vitality back in the AKs.
Just think about how early that opening kill came their way. Like, Kadian went down immediately, and Stown was the only player on B. Wow, all right, well. I want more of that, yes please. Just Stown holding B again, this time Dupree and Masuda working on that boiler and apps control within the early stages. 4 players currently reside over towards A. But this is standard map control. They have 3 working on Banana, 2 working on the A. Have util to make it execute work again. They have a lot of space here. Traditionally, after you have Banana control, the next piece of real estate you look for is top mid.
Head into top mid. Does a good bit of damage, and Kadian does even more. Refresh. Quick to go down to the rifle of Zywo. flashes to allow Heroics reposition to consolidate control of this A site. And Vitality turn their attentions towards long. Kadian in the archway on this AWP. 35 seconds here, not a long time for Vitality to try and make this one happen.
Kadian's rotated, they're playing 2-2 here. So Shush and TeSeS. Shush is strong in this anchor position.
They're going to smoke out Library and Arch, but it is down to TeSeS in the pit because Shush is now gone. It's all on TeSeS. He's found one, that's the bomb, in a second from TeSeS. He's got a third! A one-man army inside of the pit, and suddenly it's all on one man. It is Dupree. Now 1 versus 2 clutch with 9 seconds.
There's no time.
No time to win it. He would have to play for elimination, and Stown, he comes in to sweep it up. Oh my God, TeSeS.
Yeah, I'm just a bit stunned at how individually they're able to lock down these sites on their own. That's the key here. Stown on B and now TeSeS on A. And I'm like, yeah, Shush is strong in this position. Well, Matt just pinned his head to the back of the pit wall. And TeSeS here using their own smoke against them. The silence down for maybe the confusion in communication. We know that this is still new for both the Danes and the Frenchmen to be speaking their tongue of English. But it's 5-0, and how many more rounds can we have where some multi-kill magic comes on through?
Oh! Well, that is a disgusting start to the round from Kadian.
Slathering on the pain right now. This is starting to sting for the Vitality side of things.
Well, we were saying, you know, Inferno's more of a comfort ground for Vitality. This feels like sitting on needles.
Yeah, anything but comfortable. Okay, all right. Let's try and unpack this. So 6-0, likely to be the scoreline, especially now that 5 still remain alive. Max loss bonus, yes. Don't do this again, guys. Come on. I'm trying to say the rounds. Come on now. What's going on? 2 through the swing. Oh my lord.
Heroic are mental.
They are. I think that part of their crazy side. This is not what Existers used to. Let me give you the hot tip. First of all, emotionally, and with some of these crazy plays.
1 year of Heroic, and he's going to be full bald. He's just losing all that out real quick.
Just running through smokes. All right, guys. Well, it's unpredictable. That's one way to put what's going on here from Heroic. Hard to keep tabs on it. But with the max loss bonus, with the way that these rounds have fallen on through, there is a buy coming on out from Vitality. Zawu has his AWP, AKs for the rest, and this is where they need to make a mark. A round now feels almost essential. And it can't be a round they lose that's in tilting fashion. If they lose another round to circumstance, they might be off the edge of the earth.
Well, they haven't lost an opening just yet, and that has not really been the story for Vitality over recent rounds.
Well, they spotted Kadian at B. I think they're expecting a B stack with Kadian there supplementary, but it's not. It's 4 on A. They're just going to walk into this.
Heroic, ready. Chomping at the bit to try and take down some of these Vitality players as they cross it. Sai was so quick. The combat Alper taking himself one. Dupree back into play as well. And suddenly, Vitality have the advantage. The fact that Zywoo can clear an angle like that with an AWP is just unfair.
It's given them an opportunity now, and if they do go back towards the B bomb site, Magic still retains top banana control. Kadian, if he continues to stay where he is, could be smoked off with ease, and B could be overrun. Apex is staying top mid right now with the bomb. He needs to be very careful. He has 2 points of health here. There is 44 seconds remaining on the clock, and they are regrouping over towards the other side of the map. Now keep in mind where Magisk is and where Kadian has pushed forward to. He does have a bit of a blind spot here over towards B, but Stown's starting to help him on out and rotate over.
Well, Kadian at the ready. Flash will force him back with 20 seconds left. Throws the HE on in, and Vitality are being slowed. And this boost might just come at the perfect time. If Stown can get over the top, they have to plant the bomb, and that's it, loose. Stown with one. Bomb down in the open. Someone needs to get on it. Heroic sending players into the site.
There's no time. There's just no
time to get it done, and that's it. Vitality, what a nightmare. This is a disaster for Vitality. This start is just awful.
Oh, I said they couldn't have another tilting round. They just had to avoid a situation like that. How? How is this happening again to them? Just so late within the round. Again, they find themselves just losing the bomb. A nightmare situation in the last 13 seconds as they enter in that site. And take a couple of timeouts, maybe take a few back-to-back here, Vitality. The scoreline reads 7-0. How can they keep getting away with this?
Heroic are just loving life right now. At least can't tell that from his face, but certainly the rest of the players having a great time.
He'll be happy when they've got the 2-0 and they're in the Spodek here. But it's hard to keep track of this because these compound, right? I didn't really pay attention in accounting, but maybe this is like compound interest here, but of the tilt, because this continues to build.
This is the kind of negative type of compound interest you don't want.
Yeah, look, I'm sure that somebody out there could spin one. Yeah, but this is why we need Yanko in the building. But this is just rough. Like, just the way they've lost some of these rounds, it's hard to fathom. And look, in these late round situations where it's crunch time, that is where communication is stressed the highest. And everybody knows I'm a strong believer in one tongue getting it done.
Authoritarian in-game leadership. Let's see if Shush and Refresh look at this setup. This is real nice. dupreeh, if he goes around the corner, he's got to deal with a nasty duo of players. And oh, dupreeh quick on the headshot, but Shush so quick to the reply.
Yeah, one and done. And Nate as a follow-through here is going to soften up a chunk. Masuda with 85, but Zaiwu and Apex also copped a licking.
Not too far off here, Zaiwu. Gideon dropping back. He's got a wide angle. Zaiwu's getting boosted up. They're really trying to clear out this top banana position. 1 minute left on this clock. Vitality sending numbers back to B. Gideon's in a position to peel away with one. His teammate in behind him. The flash is good and now needs to dive. And oh, it's down. Collateral damage, but it doesn't matter when you take down two. He's made up for it. He's made up more than enough. And now the AWP out. Not the best weapon for smoke spams. Could have maybe caught Apex in the cross there as well, because he's low. And oh, giving away his head. Masuda will snap it off. And now suddenly a chance for the first time for Vitality here in a while, 2 versus 2.
They can smoke banana, they have flashes as well, and they can drop this Molotov to any box they choose to eliminate one angle. This retake could be good for Heroic here.
They'll be able to focus in on the site. The molly goes to the back of the site. And Vitality, they play from Coffin and First Oranges. There's 2 Frenchmen in this clutch. They can speak in the mother tongue, and they make sure it happens. They needed that round, and a sigh of relief on Apex. They finally got around.
Yeah, and look at Heroic's situation here. Just because of the nature of how close some of these rounds have been, they're already in the scenario where the cash isn't necessarily all there. Now, this is great from Stown. I know a lot of you at home are thinking, why has he killed his teammate? If you're ever in that scenario, you got to keep shooting. You don't want to have a collateral going the other way. So Stown did the best he could, but then hanging around a little bit too long in the open, Masuda punishes, and then Masuda and Apex convert for the first one here. This is the chance for them to really have a landslide of rounds coming their way. Win this one, and Heroic are broken.
Clearing out top banana. It's Apex leading the charge on this one, and Gideon. Another shot, another opportunity, but unable to pick it up.
Yeah, and this is quick top banana with a fast rotation back towards mid. They want to pounce on Refresh and Shush, who need to stand tall. It's going to be a 5-7 for Shush and Refresh on the MP9. It's not the best weapons for the job, and Cadian's not here to deal with this archside push just yet.
Oh, that flash did not work. Thrown in by Cadian. So that's actually blinded him and forced him back into the library spot. Luckily, Zaiwu and Shush have gone blow for blow in terms of 1-for-1 trades. So we now look to the site here. Shush repositions in towards the close box. Vitality still have an option to split the site from 2 sides with Masuda still in this position. But look at Heroic, they've got the numbers over here now, and they haven't put the bomb down yet, Vitality. Magus starts to cleave away. It's down, this down first, tests this out, but the 5-7, it's back in business, and Shush has found a double. He's going back for more, and he might just get it, but dupreeh finally removes him from his position. And now Cadian into the clutch. dupreeh puts the bomb down, Cadian goes aggressive, and Masuda on the headshot claims 2.
Okay, good stuff from Masuda. He's had some pivotal kills in the last 2 rounds here. And now, as I mentioned, this landslide can begin. Shush did the best he could there to deal with that. He had so many players around him here, and he has been a standout, especially over there on Mirage. Great stuff from Shush. A really good round, but it wasn't enough. Now, this levy is open. How many rounds can Vitality put down consecutively here? 3 should be an almost guarantee. Heroic have to take this save. They need to keep it conservative. They're all looking with their USPs and default starter pistols. The only investment appears to be a flash in the hands of Refresh. You got to keep this one clean if you're Vitality. You need to start giving yourself some positivity, some positive things to look at, right? You need some positivity in your life. And okay, we get a clean one. We get in. We don't lose any players. We mop them up. We start working on a decent round tally here for the T-Hall. Remember, it is their map choice. Winner of this series will qualify for the playoffs. Later match within the tournament will determine whether that's for quarterfinal or semi-finals. But here they are, they're all towards spawn and lining on up. Dupree, 1, 2, 3.
That's the way to do it.
Everyone's favorite kills, especially when you don't see the opponent. They're the best.
And some style points to it. Look at this. Oh, yeah, luckily, Apex does spot the player up on top of the wall. It doesn't look like their wish really came true. And 3 rounds for Vitality.
But that's it. That's perfect right there. That's exactly what you wanted if you're Vitality. A clean round, you stay alive. You know, okay, we did what we needed to, boys. Like, this is it. We're doing the right stuff. So now they've put themselves in a position where they can play out this map of Inferno. It was looking dire up until 2 rounds ago. Rifles are in, no AWP in it. A little bit of a chat about the money situation. No defuse kits.
We'll see how that affects the way they play this round.
It's going to be A heavy, I think, here, Dinko. There's already 3 players swarming towards second mid with the bomb, jumping up in towards window, and they're just spamming Banana to hold them at bay.
Heroic dumped so much utility down B just to get that Banana control. And now they're going to deal with... Oh, Apex, that is beautiful. Now Shush up on the balcony. Apex gets another one. And just like that, Heroic truly save.
Leading by example, and that's one of the greatest things I love about Apex. He used to be an entry fragger back in the day when he was just a pure fragger within the server. Now as an in-game leader, if he grabs that quality he has and he says, you are following me, I am the boss, you will come with me. He can set the tone, he can set the pace, and right there, that's beautiful work. Now they can work on the hunt if they'd like. Magis knows that there's players over towards Banana, has been joined by his countryman Dupree.
If they get everything here, Heroic's money is once again back to the bin. And Dupree is on the hunt. He's on the prowl. Flash goes around. It's down. Flashing Kadian in. The best form of defense is attack. Not this time around. Kadian out of play. Tessus, a little gap there on that smoke. And Heroic's starting to get sweaty now. Starting to worry about these weapons. But Tessus, he's got a white knuckle grip. And just about dodges everything.
Fortunate there, and those kills as well means he can drop an M4. So if Stown and Tessus drop 2 M4s, we're going to have 4 on the board with only 1 player in a mission as a buy. Now, how important is the AWP and how important is full utility for Heroic? Well, we're about to find out because they've taken a tactical timeout to discuss exactly that. A good point within the half as well to have a bit of a breather. You're 1 map up, you know that you have already a pretty good lead going on here within the first half of your opponent's map pick. If you can get yourself 2 to 3 more rounds, maybe end the half with a 9-6, a 10-5, that would be brilliant. And you can go into that second half, you can get it done in 2, you remove the stress of Vertigo, which just lies around the corner.
Hey, you don't want to miss up a chance here in this competition. When you have a ticket to the Spodek, you do not want to lose it. Because there's so many good teams in this competition. Anybody can take you down. Just look today, G2 heading down to the lower bracket. Just an example of how things can go south quickly enough. But Heroic in this round, they've just lost some team damage already.
Oops. Well, it's minor, all right? They've left a bit of... Yeah, look, it's the little things that count. 3-2 split this time. No hedging from Kadian and Co. Those 2 rifles.
Tessus takes a risk. Sometimes risks don't work out. It's down at least, getting that kill back from the boost. And now Kadian, oh, that was ripe for the taking right there. No, Magis gives him another chance, but fortunately for him, he falls back. And so Dupree follows up and gets the advantage here for Vitality.
I wish it looked as simple as it is right now. Now, it looks like Apex is calling them back quite swiftly, but the HP is the problem here. Refresh and Kadian are the ones with Deagles, and they're the ones over towards B, which is apparently where Apex wants his team to finish. Shush is also pushing apartments right now, and he can find himself a weapon on the deck. So that's been picked on up. Now, the longer Vitality take, the closer Shush will get, and their low HP is such a problem here against the pistols.
Well, smoke goes out towards CT. We'll see if these pistols can start fragging out against some of the lower tier weapons, or low health, should I say, but nonetheless, it doesn't matter because Apex and Dupree have closed it.
Yeah, could have been a lot dicier than it was. So 7-5, and how quick that changes. It was 7 in a row from Heroic, and now 5 back in response from Vitality. Quite the showing here, and they've got their act together, right? Because some of the rounds they lost early were a little bit tilting. No longer seems to be the concern. So Heroic chose to take the more conservative approach of the 2 options they had last round, and now they're fully investing here. Kadian back into the AWP, the utils there, defuse kits are out. But what changes? Aggressive molly down mid. That's just going to hold them at bay. ZywOo flashed off, burning, and extinguished, but the nade is good. The dunk.
They counter it. It's called ZywOo for a reason, that AWP style of play. Heroic have the ante. And Apex, at least trading that back for Vitality, so the numbers once again at an equilibrium.
Might just be a limp out from apartments here of dupreeh. He's pretty set on this.
Shusha's ready for it too, though. Oh, he's made a step. Now dupreeh will be alert to his position. Shush will hear the utility now being used up, and he's at the ready. Flash is good. Shush is blind in the open, still gets one.
Lost track of dupreeh.
Yes, dupreeh slipped down. Shush removed and silenced. And he's going to get a shot now at getting into the site because Cadian's gone into the apartments, and if Magis gets the timing here, he's about to find the head. And that's exactly what happens. Tessus in the 1v3. He's on the B site. He's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, needs to save this one here. Well handled, but it was fortunate timing there that seemed to fall in the favor of Vitality. Every single one of those ebbs and flows. There was multiple occasions there where Heroic could have gotten into the backline, but just the overlap of players worked on out better for the T's.
And that's the game of inches in CS, right? I mean, in Counter-Strike, we have little timings that can change the entire round. Both teams making it the right play, but just timing comes down and costs them.
Well, right now, Vitality are in a position to win out this half still, right? It didn't seem that way whatsoever, but if they manage to pull an 8-7 half with 8 consecutive rounds here, we're back in the driver's seat, and we are destined for Vertigo. I did think this series would go the distance, and, well, the start of Inferno maybe made me doubt that a little bit.
I mean, it's back and forth, but it's a whole lot of back and a whole lot of forth right now.
True, very true. Tessus will retain the AWP, so that's quite nice for him to carry on through. dupreeh goes down with the bomb, but lots of cash to splash over there, so that's not the dramas. Not being able to plug up these gaps are Heroic. They're the ones chasing their tail now. But yeah, dupreeh slipping the flashes were great. You could see that the Shush had no idea that there was already a player across. There's the timing from Apex. And here's the timing from Magis. So both getting to shoot players in the back or the sides of the head. Easiest kills as you like, just not on pistol rounds. As second timeout called here for Heroic. The Danes talking through the final 2 rounds of play. Max loss bonus is there. Famis dropped, AWP in the hands of Cadian, M4's for the rest, defuse kit again. So they have enough to contest a round like this. But when it was early, they were aggressive, they were pushing through smokes, they were getting stuck in. Right now, they're the ones being dictated to, and it's becoming a bit of a common theme, right? When the team is setting the tone, they seem to be converting the rounds. When they're sitting back and receiving, we've had a couple of occasions, Stown, where he had that epic AWP round on B, and Tessus from the pit, but otherwise, seems to be those who make the decision to fight, come out on top. Round 14, here we go. 2-3 split, this time the 2 on A, 3 on B. There's the ZywOo maneuver you referenced again.
This time the molly not going deep enough, so ZywOo will be able to stick around. And that molly's going to force Cadian into his crosshair, and that's a great opening for Vitality.
Yeah, just jumping straight into the jaws of ZywOo there. You got to be careful. You don't miss.
Shush has changed up his spot this time, playing from the balcony. Refresh down at short. Shush is looking for that boiler info to set up Refresh, but he needs to be careful of his own problems right now, and he will come back. He sees that utility, get your gun out! Oh, he throws down the smoke. Luckily, they dive on past, and Refresh is good for 1, but Shush unable to get anything, and Masuda with the 3K. Tap, 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 all down, and Stown. Well, he's nowhere near the side again.
Yeah, seems to be a bit of a common thread here throughout the tail end of this half. And Masuda again with a lot of impact within a T round. There's been a couple you can attest that his kills have been key. So great to see Masuda kind of warming into this. Out of all the players within this new Vitality roster, he's still the youngest. He's still the one who's, with any chopping and changing, probably needs the most adaptation to come on through. So it's good to see him have moments exactly like that. And now it really does feel like it's going to go from a 7-0 to an 8-7. So really, really good stuff here from Vitality just to hold on, right? Not to let this one slip away, because it's easy to do when you're getting battered and bruised and you start making a couple of misplays. That's the winning mentality that you want to see. As Stown noted, they can chase him, they can hunt him if they like.
The fragging count for Heroic is very low this game, and Stown was the big part of that. Luckily, stayed alive. He's the only player getting kills for Heroic's fragging count right now. You look at everybody else, in particular the X Factor we talked about in the full Refresh not having any impact, and he's in a pretty important role on that A site, and that's where we've been seeing a lot of success for Vitality lately.
Yeah, it has been a little bit difficult for the likes of Refresh. I think Tessus had one key round that we caught, But since then, it's just been laboured. Cadian as well, not finding too much impact. He's been the first death in a couple of rounds. He's got the AWP again, so thank you very much, Stown, but they need to make it work this time. They can't continue to lose. You can't go out the half losing 8 consecutive rounds. That one is going to sit in your mind for the 2-minute ad break.
One round can make the difference. And so can one kill. Refresh, getting a double. And this is more like it. Apex puts him in the ground. Now Kedian pulling his attentions towards long side. Vitality slow it down, setting up some utility. Look at this from Heroic. 2 players coming back down banana. They can wrap them. They're trapped. Vitality have no fallback plan. They have to make this move. They have to go to the site. Stown, he's dropped the bomb. The flank up bananas worked out, and now it's down to Apex and Masuda.
Lots of time, and these two were the ones who won the first round for Vitality oh so long ago. Can they pull another one out of their ass in the 2-on-3 situation? Bearing down on 8.
Shush about to be Molly. Kedian has the cross, but Masuda with another kill. Kedian luckily takes him down, so Apex alone in the clutch. Makes his way out, knows Kedian's AWP's in towards the library. And Apex nearly pulls him into the fight. This time it's starting to tick for Apex. And this time it's being ticked on is allowing Tesses to get in a stronger position, and it is 1 round stolen away at the end. Heroic, that can do wonders to their mentality. We'll see if it's enough to get them the 2-0 or a Vitality force us to 3.
Got the bomb down, but where's Zywoo's frag? He's got to start posting something, but from where? Zywoo, he's just got a slight gap under the smoke, and it's enough to catch Boomich in transition. Zywoo wants to pull it across the line. 2 frags onto 2 of the best. And now swings out for another. He's possessed. Zywoo won for another ace. Another clutch. It's Perfecto hunting him. No one has been able to knock him on his ass yet. And he's got 6 HP. It didn't stop him before. And it doesn't stop him again. Zywoo!
Well, before the break, a little bit earlier in the show, we caught a trailer for ESL Impact. It's going to have 2 seasons with offline global finals at DreamHack Festivals. If you want to sign up, it starts on the 8th of March with the first season. There's also a standalone global tournament at DreamHack Valencia and 2 times cash cups per month on ESEA. So if you want to check that out, go check out ESL Impact. We're going to turn our attention back to Heroic taking on Team Vitality. Second half about to kick off here, and well, it started great for Heroic, 7 on the trot, then Vitality with 7 of their own, and Heroic closed the door on the half with 1 out the door. But this is going to be tough for both teams here, as this will set our first team into the Spodek. Heroic could do it in 2. Vitality can push us to Vertigo as the 3rd, but let's focus on in, as the 1xBet odds still favour the Danes.
But not the Vitality ones.
That's true.
Here come Heroic up second middle. Tessa's getting into the apartments. Server rush, catching all the action for this one. He has finally closed his surf server from the start of the day. I see Heroic just slowly back away.
So they're playing for info here. They went aggressive apartments to make sure there was no maneuver, so they know that that is under their remit, right? This is helping them identify what type of a CT hold they're dealing with. Hey, they're not aggressive here. Maybe they're passive, and exactly what's happening. 2 in the pit, 1 in the site, and Dupree over towards that library side. Mid to B would be the right call here, but let's see where they run.
Well, they are running out long side. Dupree tasked with dealing with it. Couldn't quite stop them, so the forces have made their way through the arches. And now Apex starting to sweat a little bit, having to deal with all the numbers coming his way.
Smoked him off.
He's trying to put the net down as well. He's got another one. Apex, where's he got that? Rabbit out of the hat, and now he's looking for another magic trick, but unfortunately for him, Tess says will take him down, and so the time bot has allowed Vitality to get their numbers back over here. Yes, okay, they have lost the side, but they have got 4 still up. Tess says looking to try and shut down multiple players here. He's found another, and it's just Magisk, and it's closed out. Heroic with a 4K on Tessas, have the pistol in the first of the second half.
Blinken, you missed it there for a moment. They all just ran into the blender of Tessas right there. That happened so quick. And the fact is, it looked like that Vitality had bought themselves a way back in due to the virtue of those utility pieces used by that of Apex. The smoke, the nades, maybe not being as lethal as he would have hoped, goes on down. But that's the thing, that was the only weakness. The only weakness was a mid to B. And Heroic were able to pip the gap, thread the needle, and pick up the second pistol. That's both of them available here. Now this could be the death knock. Converting right now against the force by Vitality is going to spur Heroic forward in map number 2. Some nades on through.
Oh, Apex eating shrapnel. He's down to 45. It's blow for blow here. It's a World War I artillery fight. And finally, Heroic start to turn their attentions back over to A. And there just is one player in the form of Dupree. With an MP9, he has got a smoke. That might buy them some extra time here, but Heroic setting up some smokes on the execute. And it'll be one towards the library, one towards the arch.
I like this approach on an anti-eco. You know, use the weapons to clear out, wrap around long, use the range, but they're channeling up through short. That could be an issue.
Oh, Dupree's actually taking up balcony, so he's been able to get into this position before they seen him. And now they come around. It's 1 for Dupree. He actually gets away with 2. He nearly got a 3rd there as well in the chaos, and that's way more than anybody expected in the bomb. It's up. They have to waste a few crucial seconds getting that back.
Oh, dear. And it's done enough to at least justify a retake attempt here. Those 2 kills of Dupree have allowed Vitality to rotate over. If he went down without a fight, is it stuck? Is it lost?
It feels like it's in the middle of the hay bale. You have to get up and grab it. This is a nightmare. Tessus now having to play for elimination, and Vitality, they're walking into the blender. Tessus with 2. That bomb finally picked up, but it's back in the ground again. It's all refresh. Can he recover this? AK-47 now in hand instead. Dancing between 2 positions. Apex running down. Refresh goes. And it is Vitality with pistols who make it happen.
Oh, my Lord. Thank Dupree for that one right there as Apex gets loud, trying to fire up the troops. But those 2 kills, without those, there was no way in. And you have to think what it did with the bomb. It stalled that out completely. Made this so confusing. Catch it back. Look at the bodies jumping up. There it is. So with Counter-Strike, when you die with the bomb, it drops in towards the direction of where you were facing. Virtue of that up onto the hay cart, and yikes, that one stings.
And if they had went long, they would have negated that problem.
Yeah.
Chad. That's why you like that.
Yeah. I've never had much fun going short on a bit of an anti-eco, and that's exactly why. Well, Vitality, they get to bite back in a big way. Blow for blow here. We're going to have a pop through the mid-smoke here with these Tech 9s. They're lining them up. Dupree and Zywoo are close mid.
flash at the ready for Kadian. Oh, Zaiwu. It's up on the balconies. Peers on down. Now getting caught. Rocking right into Dupree. And he's having some fun. You know, he deserves these after what he did in the last round, but man, just make sure the ace isn't there.
22 for Dupree, right? He's, I was tweeting, I think, with Matthew Maniac yesterday, saying he's trying to keep up with Zaiwu, right? Or he can't keep up. Well, he's definitely keeping up now. He's leading the charge, 22. Now, I want to, while we have an eco coming through for Heroic, talk a little bit about this CT setup of Vitality. When Shox and Kyojin were on the team, they were both playing over towards A. And obviously, the setup is just plug and play at this point on a map like this for Vitality on Inferno, which is great. Apex and Masuda continue to be the B holders. Zaiwu as the AWPer continues his position on Arch side. He's very flexible with that. And then Magis and Dupree, they just plug and play. Throw them over towards Pit and side.
Yeah, and it's great to have a player like Magis, but we'll get back to that. Stalin had a little bit of a moment. But Magic's one of the best players in the world in that position as well. He's just crazy impact out of it. So being able to have that synergy continue over from the Astralis days, that's great to see.
And one of the issues with Vitality, oh, here's another one. One of the issues with Vitality when they did have Shox on the roster, you have to go back actually a while now. They used Navera as the sixth man, and he would play on Inferno as one of the key maps, and they'd actually sub Shox out, right? And they were able to chop and change their holds a bit more. This new Vitality on this map should be extremely strong based off of the bits and bobs that we were just discussing, and they've taken the lead here for the first time within map number 2.
And that's why it hurts Heroic so much to lose that force spy, because you know you're going to have to go up against a very strong CT side, and you wanted to get as many rounds as you could at the start of this second, so to go down to pistols, that's a nightmare.
All right, well, look, the nightmare is over because the guns come out now. Kadian with a MAC-10. Oh, Shush with a MAC-10. Kadian's being given the Galil. Let's see how they operate here. Slower start, and, well, not from Dupree. Look at this. He's already down into second mid. An aggressive maneuver into the backlines. This is going to sting. Refresh has absolutely no idea. Look how far Dupree's gotten. This is more than a canary in the bloody coal mine. This is the whole round in his hands. What a play.
He's going to keep going. And that's the bomb now spotted on the back as well of Shush. What a nightmare here for Heroic. They're about to get a rude awakening. Dupree right behind them. Shush continues to walk forward, and Dupree just keeps creeping on by. Sees them line up, and now he's dropped the bomb. At the bottom of Banana, he had the awareness to go for Tessus, but Dupree with one. Has thrown a bit of a spanner into the works, but that bomb can be recovered.
That could have been so much worse. They lined up just behind the wall. He didn't quite get the info. The fact that he didn't get more than one, it doesn't seem to matter right now. Heroic still have the same map control. Boiler and Banana under their remit right now. Apex and Masuda to defend B. Magis and Zaiwu over towards A.
It almost seemed impossible that wouldn't find some game-breaking play. But here we are, 37 seconds left. Heroic still only having to deal with 2 players in this B site. Stalin continues to walk forward. Apex about to be smoked out. He'll throw a molly, just try and buy some time here. And time certainly is of the essence here for Heroic. That bomb hasn't even crossed yet. Masuda gets torn to shreds. Refresh with a beautiful shot towards the back of the site. And now it is on to Zaiwu and Magisk, and they're saving this one. It is 10-10. What a round for Heroic to recover, because that could have been a real disaster.
How does that happen? How does Dupree get so much space and then they're able to win a round like that? That is absolutely crazy scenes. And you're right, it will be a save. Yet to be identified just yet from Heroic. You can see here in a couple of shots we're giving you that, look, as they clear out, as they check towards CT, they can start to relax a little bit. You can see Stalin just sitting back in his chair. That is a big round to win, considering the circumstances of how it started. Like, if you're Dupree having nightmares about that situation, you're like, man, what else do I have to do? Like, how do I not get more than 1 kill out of that play? And it was a great play, right? That could have been an epic moment, but it's now 10-10, and this is a back-and-forth brawl.
Hold on. Magic actually just walked into the fight, and Kadian removes him, so he didn't save one of those guns.
Yeah, well, they
got money.
Yeah, look, still. You would have loved to carry it on through, but regardless, as you mentioned, the money is there for the buy. It is a AWP in the hands of Zaiwu. The rest can purchase into some M4s. Kits, util, it's all good in the hood. And, well, Kadian operating on a MAC-10, so I hope he knows what lies in wait on the buy on the other side. He has a good spawn for a biff-up Banana. Just throwing some flashes to disallow a peek from Car. Hasn't been a car there in about 4 years.
It's a great looking car. Maybe it's in the barrel.
Yeah, it's a car in spirit. It used to be the most armored car, I think, in the history of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, whoever made that was really using some high quality military spec metal. Soaked up all the nades, but now we have got Heroic looking to set up and posture for A.
If they were to pounce right now, it is just Dupree and Magisk. I say just, but there's no rotation right now. Apex is floating in spawn. Top mid utility reigns on over, so those sound cues are coming on in, and you can see Apex. If you just watch the radar, oh, never mind, you might miss a shot like that, but Apex has been back and forth.
He's just getting his steps up on his Fitbit at this point, and we're going to sit back in spawn. Dupree, just wondering, are they about to launch themselves from long? And now that Apex has come over to help him out, he can now focus to the site again. Apex, running out of ammo, has to drop back into the library again, and nearly takes down Shoes through the smoke. He's the bomb carrier. Apex has decided it's probably better if I go into the site here. He can double up with Dupree in the back corner. Magisk and Apex having to do the work, and Heroic, they're able to come out on top of those fights.
Has to be a save here. I don't know if ZywOo really wants to consider this. Maybe post up as the smoke fades, and that AWP presence alone might keep them planted in the site so they don't hunt them. But you can see right there some of the decision-making of Heroic. Once they identified that ZywOo's AWP was over towards B, they knew that they could use the pivot point of Arch, right? This is the little details here. This is the information game of Counter-Strike. Once you know where not only the AWP, but ZywOo is, you can do your best to avoid him and find the path of least resistance. So Heroic, they snatch back the lead by 1 round. This will be their 3rd here in the T half. Both teams with 3 rounds so far in this second half of play. But good stuff, and, well, loss bonus needs to creep on up a little bit more for Vitality to start having consistent buys, but Magisk and Apex still have enough to get M4s, and Dupree the same. So no issues of a buy. You can see how important it is to save guns once you lose the site, right? It does look sometimes when we can see the HP, we can see the post-plant positioning that they might want to give it a crack, but it's the better play, it's the percentage play, and it sets them up to be more bolstered going into round number 22.
Just listening into the comms, both teams level-headed as they understand the importance of this stage of the game. ZywOo is their biggest tool, and they haven't really used him. He hasn't got involved to the biggest level you would expect for Vitality. Tessus at the top of mid has already moved forward. Dupree.
This is so fast. He's not ready for this.
Oh, he's looking back, and he's got 1 and a second. Dupree's recovered, and he's got 3. He's even dinked up the 4th as well, and he'll get it. He'll confirm, and now he might just get all 5. 1 player left, and Dupree's got it. All 5. This, 4. He stalks all the way.
It's all right. It's all right. Look, it looked like 5.
It did.
We're going to blame Magisk for that one. I'm as excited as you because how quick that came, it didn't look like Dupree should have been ready. It didn't look like he should have been ready. Look, blame Magisk for that one, mate. We'll send him a bit of an email after this. Don't you worry. But that was Magisk stealing the first one onto Tessus just there. But that came so quick. And the thing with that type of a round is it shouldn't have gone that way. They should have really been able to overrun Dupree. But what a fantastic individual performance from him. 28 kills for Dupree now, who's sitting on an absolute bloody heater here. Oh, and here we go again, straight back into the battle. A Deagle for refresh is the only omission into a round like this. Both teams with AWPs, both teams taking some risks as ZywOo peers down mid.
It's shot. A sick opening, but I'm going to drop back.
Pressure on Masuda here. Like, the fact that we can see he's on an island, that utility holds him at bay, and it's what forces Apex to throw out some of his own. Molly doesn't land, and Masuda still can get on out of dodge. But remember how Heroic have already used key information here to help them navigate mid-rounds in the past. Right now, they don't really have the same information their way, but they do, if they want to, push the issue, have top mid control as well as Banana. Right now, Team Vitality are operating in the dark. Either bomb site could be a 5-on-2 or a 5-on-3 situation. Mid control postured, top Banana smoke expended. 35 seconds remaining. This one is about to heat up towards B. Cadian's coming back over now, and he has the AWP. Still no rotation from Vitality's A defense. Here we go.
Apex looking for the perfect time to just pop that molly.
They're going to have to go here.
They're Gonna have to try and come through the smoke. Masuda at the ready as they go on through. The lineup's good for Masuda. Apex is gonna help him out. It's Kedian and Stown, a 2v3. And ZywOo continues to try and chip away, but Heroic have managed their way into the site. They've got that bomb down, and with both players being up, now tucked in pretty good positions, it is still difficult for Vitality to get back into this one with one flash. Stown will peek out from Coffin. Dupree now moving forward. That's all the utility gone. Dupree hits the shot, so it's all on Kedian. Oh, scopes away, now they see him. He hasn't taken one single kill yet, and oh, nearly had a lineup chance, but Vitality nonetheless will remove him. And to the defuse to take the lead.
This is some of the best Dupree that you've seen in a long time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He is owning right now. Every single decision he makes is perfect. He's just being able to get away with whatever maneuver he wants. 30 frags to his name. The next closest on his team is Apex with 17. And when was the last time you saw ZywOo dragging the bottom of the scoreboard with 9 kills? This is fantastic work from Dupree here. He's just feeling the game right now. He's in that flow state. This is beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Frustrating for Heroics. That's got to feel like a missed chance, though, in the post-plant situation. Now they go back to what is a pretty bad economy state.
Yeah, and this is the thing. The reason the timeout is called is to discuss exactly that, because it is likely that we will see Vitality chip on up to 13 rounds. It's a 2-round buffer for them. 2,400 into the next round to play. A singular eco here, or a round with a couple of light investments, a half buy, should be okay for Heroic to work with. You can see that they've prioritized in their purchases utility first. So if Pistols and Kevlar follow, the idea is at least how are we going to isolate areas or look for a kill against a pick. Shush is actually heading back to spawn, so must have picked something up a little bit late there. Utility down Banana, and Heroic don't want anything to do with the early onslaught of nades. Stown will push towards Log. Speculative shots through, not going to do too much damage whatsoever. Masuda's the one who's copped the most here within the early stages, down to 54. But with this util that's left over, if the space is given to Heroic, at least this is the type of team I expect to have a strategy to pull out. Right? There's an idea here. There's clearly a thought process behind what they've bought and why. Kedian spamming from that distance, trying to sell the fact that they're not as pushed up as they actually are. To silently dismount here with Stown. Don't want to give away any sound cues. And they have enough utility. If they can swarm onto the site here and avoid any spam damage from Masuda and Apex, there is a chance. Front sight smoke limped down. That's to force the reposition. Dupree starting to rotate over. They have an inkling that maybe, just maybe, this is a B finish.
Apex throws down the smoke to buy some time. Heroic have 35 seconds. He also has a molly, so throws that down, makes it difficult. Here come Heroic, trying to get in towards the B site. They're going to put the bomb down at a minimum, and Dupree gets taken off this perch. And suddenly, Apex trying to span them through the lineup for Masuda. It's 3. But the bomb has gone down for Heroic, and they still have an AK on the back of Refresh. ZywOo has arrived to the party with the AWP, and everybody else alongside of him. It's just Kadian, P250 in hand. He drops down to his death, and Vitality clean it up.
Oof, good stuff between the two B defenders there of Apex and Masuda. The risky maneuver of Heroic, it doesn't look good when they just get mopped up, but you need to understand why. If they just sat in the site with pistols only, being retaken by 5 rifles, or it would have been 4 in this case, their positions and their weaponry, it's not going to be good enough to be able to deal with it, right? So you take the risk. It didn't pan out. They did get the bomb down, so they made the best out of a bad situation, being the eco. 13 to 11. Shush, after a blistering map number 1, has gone a little bit quiet here on Inferno. Only 9 kills to his name. Any impact he can find now could be worth its weight in gold, as we have a deep mid-smoke come out, and ZywOo run boosted forward through the smoke here to find a pick.
This is so aggressive from ZywOo, but the timing and when it could have worked out goes against ZywOo. And Masuda now stuck behind the sandbags. They try and molly him out. They know he's in that position. He's going to throw some counter utility back just to try and dispel these Heroic players, and he's done that well enough.
Oh, that is going to sting right there. Look at all the damage done. Shush and Tess is copying the brunt of that, and they just continue forward in towards B. Dupree's here again.
Three players being here right now is going to be so hard to crack open. Heroic charge, they try and get through. It's Dupree and it's Apex. They've gone 2 for 2 on Heroic's kills. And that bomb is held back. Dupree nearly gets away with another. That would have been ridiculous. Luckily, Stown suddenly into play here for Heroic. It's on to Zaiwu and Magis for the retake.
Calling the save?
Yeah, they've cancelled the attempt.
Oh dear, okay. This just continues to be a back and forth affair right here as I stumble over my words. You wouldn't think I get paid to talk for a living.
It's been a long day, Chad.
There's no excuses.
I seen 5 kills and there wasn't.
Hey, Alex saw 6 one time, so...
Yeah, that's true. Also, I guess. But he cancelled it.
Oh, dearie me. All right, well, a good round back from Heroic here, and it feels like a simple approach, right? This is really going to heat up in the next few rounds. At one point, there will be no more saves. There will be no more saves allowed. You're going to have to go for these retakes. You're going to have to get stuck in. They do have plenty of cash on Zaiwu to drop. Apex can buy himself. Magis can drop one as well. So they can work out for the buy. And that was even sustaining all of that native. That's the double molly I'm talking about. There's no way anybody can run through that carpet of flames unless your name is Tony Robbins. And they're going to have to just sit back and hold that one out. Here we go again. A real opportunity for Heroic to put a stamp here in the later stages of this second map. If they win this one, they can break Vitality as long as they take it all away. A bit of a B-stream update. First map going to Mouse. OG versus Mouse on Ancient. Looks like it is the pick of OG. Shooting into that one, whack a B to the end of the URL, but we're going to turn our attention back here. Flash over.
Bombs in spawn, all the way back in spawn. Not on the stairs, in spawn right now. So if they are to commit now, they would still have to run back and get that, and that's going to take a long time to get to the site, and Stown commits forward into Apex. It's not worked out for Heroic.
And nobody from Vitality moved. They're happy to put their faith in the in-game leader on the other side of the map. Dupree and Zaiwu stay stoic over towards the arch side. Shot fired off. They know where the AWP is now at least. Magis still tucked in towards the back of the pit where he can do some of his absolute best work, and this might be a round where he's called upon.
Under a minute. Bomb is going back to B. Won't stay there though. It's a full execute being set up with smokes, mollies, everything but Dupree. They walk into him and he nearly comes away with 2. Smoke ain't great there from Refresh either. That's not gonna go into the archway. Instead he uses the molly. And now Magisk coming back and playing from Graveyard. He's gonna look out towards short as Refresh is low, continue to run forward, and Magisk nearly transfers. We've seen some ridiculous things out of him so far when it comes to transfers, but Shush into the 1v2. He's been impactful in the series at least, but now we need to see it on Inferno. He's taking Zaiwu down low, and suddenly a chance here for Shush. One more bullet, Zaiwu's down, but he doesn't know. Zaiwu's crept past his crosshair, he's hit his blind spot. And Shush now looking into the site. Defuse, he's sticking it. Zaiwu sticking it, and he goes around. Shush silences them with a headshot. It's 13 for Heroic, and they have tied it up.
Oh, not only that, they've broken Vitality in the bank here. That is huge from Shush. He's been quiet throughout Inferno. He was a massive, massive problem over there on Mirage, and now he stepped on up to really set Heroic up to run this one home in a 2-0 fashion. Such a clutch to make, and the fact that he lost track of Zaiwu throughout all of that, that was the first player he put bullets into. Apex falls, and he's able to pick this one up both on so low HP.
And that's the play you pointed out at the beginning of the round, Chad. Any impact he's able to deliver now, and he does that. Well, Magisk now changing his position.
Ooh. This is, look, it's going to be Hall's Poppy here. We can turn our attention to Dupree, who's having an amazing game so far. The Deagle in hand, 32 kills. He needs a few more.
We've seen some filthy things out of Dupree's Deag. He's going to try it again. First is his. Gets overrun with a good flash. The Mac-10 creates the space, and Apex down on the side, but Zaiwu, good for only one. It's Masuda on the USP that's done well to drop the bomb and put Magisk into the 1v2. He has got the rifle. He has not got a kit nor utility for this one. And Kedian and Stown have re-smoked him off. Magisk walks with it, and Stown is ready. 14-13. Heroic in a very good position now to head to the spot egg.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, Magis with that M4 purchase right there. You can see for him it's only 3.8 to reinvest. So an M4 nonetheless, but this is going to be difficult. It got Brawly on the low buy. Now it's going to get Brawly with the light M4s and light utility behind it. Not a single defuse kit can be purchased on up here. And Dupree, yeah, he gets one. He does what he needs to do, but it's just not enough to get them across the line here. Heroic, 2 more rounds required now as we get back into play. ZywOo has the AWP. He's going to swing across mid. How wide does he go? Blind, pushed back. They're coming fast.
They're really trying to get in here quickly. Heroic can try and fight for these brackets, and Magisk playing a little bit more advanced towards the porch, forced into the wide peak, and Kadian cannot take him down. He cannot punish him. But they have got the brackets. Masuda peeks into Banana for info. He's got the information that Heroic do not have any members, at least challenging down that.
Very early top mid control here. They can continue to apply pressure towards this A site. You can see Dupree, Magis, and ZywOo, they are so passive, and I don't feel like they have enough nades to go for a re-aggress to take some space back. Masuda has to stay towards this sandbag position. He cannot go down or they will lose all of the information. Spotted on the jump here. Problems now. Flash over.
Oh, Masuda swings at the wrong time, but it still comes away with 2. What a massive moment here from Masuda. And a refresh charging after them. Smoke is up. 45 seconds. The bomb's still down in bottom Banana, but refresh knows the play needs to be made. And he's got a timing. He's found the head of Masuda. And now he knows exactly where Apex is playing from. He'll throw the smoke up to the coffins and call for the bomb to come back. They've even got the late lurk elsewhere of Tessus on the other side to try and cut off some of these rotations, but they still have to deal with Apex and refresh spamming through. As Magist has taken down Tessus, and now it's just down to 2 here for Heroic. Vitality bringing numbers over, getting ready for the retake. They have been good in these scenarios. Kadian realizes you can't just sit back and let them come, and now he peeks into CT. Unfortunately, no kill for onto ZywOo. And Kadian goes back into the wide fight, goes down, and refresh cleaned as well. It's tied up yet again, 14 apiece.
Oh, I know that we have Dupree like leading the charge in terms of the frags here, but I want to also point out that Apex and that of Masuda have had some massive moments, right? Whether it be on the T or the CT sides with some multi-kills, Apex doing some dirty work as far as entries go, and this is huge, right? The reason I say this is so important is he's the only player retaining any information for the team. If he goes down there, they don't know what's top mid, and they don't know what's in Banana whatsoever, and then they can isolate Apex on the site. It was great work from Refresh to create an avenue in, but it's not going to go their way. And now we find ourselves with another Heroic timeout here, sitting at 14-14. Is this one going to be an overtime affair, or will one team get across the line with all 30 rounds?
Feels like a third map decider, but it's only map 2.
Yeah, Vertigo lies just around the corner. Remember, this is Group A. And guess who's already in the lower bracket of Group A? That would be Gambit, who went down yesterday to NIP. One of Vitality and Heroic will have to battle through that lower bracket. And with some big names down there, we mentioned it a bit earlier, only one team from each group will progress from the lower bracket. 2 from the upper, gives us our 6 teams total. So you don't want to be thrown down there knowing that a beast like Gambit lies in wait. Back underway we go, and well, they've purchased on in. Slower
ZywOo, this time it works! Oof. This time the run boost out of the smoke pays off for the first kill.
Well, he's tried it a couple times, hasn't he? That's what you need from ZywOo now. I mentioned the lack of kills from him. That's only his 11th, but that could be the most impactful just yet.
Does he go back again? Double dip. Of course, ZywOo comes away with 2. When you need someone to step up, you can always expect ZywOo to have one of these rounds. Goes into the cubby. Heroic down 2 players already. They're limping in round 29.
Big problems here. Whoever loses this round only gets 1,900 into the next. Not looking good for Heroic right now. This is falling flat.
ZywOo, another one. And it's just down to Shush. And this is a clutch he cannot win. 15-14 and Vitality take map point.
Oh, mood over there, considering how tense the situation is, seems to be pretty light. Some giggles, looking very jovial. Team Vitality.
Open up ZywOo, get him into this one, but yeah, of course, it has to be ZywOo in a round like this.
I guess it's good for Apex to be firing up like that, right? Because to be honest, like that's not the level of impact we expect from him. That round, yeah, but the game overall, this is good that he's been able to deactivate. It doesn't matter that it's late, but it is late for Heroic right now. It is just these pistols. It is just utility around it. And this is a last-ditch attempt here to take us to overtime.
Heroic have won stranger rounds in the past. We're not going to count them out of this one. But we have to say Vitality certainly looking good for map 3. Gideon. Smoke will go out to B early. That one down towards CT spawn.
There's a gap there, yeah. You don't love to see it.
A lot of teams been throwing that one.
Yeah, I've seen it time and time again throughout some of these Inferno matches, but the pressure at an all-time high here for Heroic. Double coffins, Molly is lined up, and Apex is standing.
Oh, he's going to be damaged by it. He's down to 47, so that's going to soften him up and make him more susceptible to get taken down by pistols, and that's exactly what has happened to the B defense. It's cracked open entirely, and just like this.
No more saving.
Into it, but Dupree swings into the open. He's got 2. Finally gets taken down by Shush. And now we have to look to ZywOo and Magis to clutch this one out. That nade's certainly not good enough for ZywOo. But the rifles this time for Heroic. Stown and Shush, what a beast Stown has been. They can do this. They can take it to overtime. And they are starting to wrap. They're starting to go behind, trading out position. They're not going to expect this. 2 players coming from this side. Finally, the fight comes in. And now it's just Shush versus Magisk. Sticking the defuse around the corner. And this time, Magisk gets it done. Oh, the time again, Chad, has cost them.
15-15, we go 30 rounds all the way. But overtime to separate the 2 of these. Heroic Team Vitality. We got to conclude this one after the break. Stick with us.
You're the T's, guys. See the plant. One behind CT spawn. What? What's that even possible? Then he's on the B as well.
He's boosted somewhere on B. I don't know.
You can't stay in the skybox, man. One B. Bomb. Okay. Clear. Hey! What?
Bricks.
Right. 7 HP, man.
What's in back?
Where are you, Shush? You move well. Hey! Arch open. Yeah. One arch and the behind you.
That's the side. He just followed me, Rasmus.
Hey, what? Standing already, both. This is so fucking good. Nice right, nice right.
Oh my god. I don't know where I'm going.
One long and one runs. No. Okay. Long, I think.
Side.
No. Oh my god. 2 HP, 2 HP.
At the Facebook.
Yes. Oh, ja, den Nico.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
GG.
Overtime is needed between Heroic and Team Vitality on map number 2. The winner of this series goes on to the spot, but this is only map 2, Chad, and it's giving us this much already.
Yeah, it feels like map number 3, doesn't it, with how close this one has been, down to the wire. So tight, these rounds. But here we go. First round of OT numero uno, because this could be a long one. It's been a slobber knocker, a back and forth affair. As we kick off with Vitality retaining that CT start. Heroic on the T side, and they love to set Zywo up for a boost or two. Zywo peering down mid. Damage done from Apex, the in-game leader stepping up in the first round of OT, and more damage done from dupreeh. 35 in regulation, now make it 36. Damage through, and I think this one might be the first go into the French. And
Looks
Danish.
like it.
That caveat, I don't like it. I don't like the French and Danish.
I mean, this is core French, so it's fine.
The Franish?
the Franish, yeah. I wonder if we can mix Danish and French cuisine, what that would be like.
The Dench.
Yeah, the Dench is fine. Then you got Dame Judy Dench, so
yeah,
maybe she'll come represent a Counter-Strike event or something.
Oh, this one fell flat very quickly, didn't it? We still have a minute on the clock remaining here, and it is just refresh and shush. Now, it's hard to see how they get back into a round like this.
Yeah, I just don't think you do, really, unless there's a big mistake here from Vitality. I don't think they'll be making many of those here in overtime. And on top of shush and refresh. Smoke comes in again, Vitality holding on to the utility. Didn't have to use any of it at the beginning of the round.
That's a key point, right? You find the kills with ease. Oh, okay. Wow, I think Apex read that one like a bit of a book there, didn't he? Through the smoke, now the body hits the deck, and now it will just be refreshing a 1-on-5, but fortunately,
yeah.
Well, unfortunately for him, it's not Team Liquid. He doesn't have a Galil.
Well, yeah, started with 1. And he starts to charge his way into the site, 17 seconds.
Do you think he believes every time he's in a situation like this that he can win?
No. I don't think so. I think you'd be maybe a little delusional if that was the case, but there's championship mindset and then there's a delusion.
Yeah, look, I live more in the latter. But let's have a little bit of a look here at round number 2 of OT. This is Apex, just a big balls play, peering on out. 2 kills, like Stown's trying to spam through to find some damage back, but Apex will oblige, and this was the boost and dead. Yeah, okay.
Is that reasonable?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because he hadn't shot anything up until that moment. Here we go from Heroic. They've gone for their default. Shush throwing flashes down, and KDM work on banana control, and Tessers and refresh get boiler and holes. This isn't anything too crazy.
Zywo. Aggressive. Stown is so quick. Zywo out of play very early in this round, and look, rotation's been called to go to B, but Heroic have made the opposite call. Back to A they go, and Magisk is here. He's the only one here.
Wait, they're going back banana, and Apex is pushing.
Oh no, and now they're gonna meet them head on. Stown, good for 1, but Masuda again. Another massive impact.
Magisk is pushing
multi-kill for him. The Magisk about to push down middle, and it's 1. Nearly a second peeled away. He goes back for a double dip this time. Will lose his fight. And it's down to refresh this one. He could win, but dupreeh makes sure it's stopped.
Ooh, okay, all right. Well, taking a page of the Heroic strat book right there. The constant re-aggression, that's something we've attributed to the way that Heroic like to attach themselves to some of these situations. A snappy one from Stown, but Apex, they're calling that re-aggression. This is all about just winning out these fights and being unexpected when you do so, trying not to be played like a fiddle. And right now, Heroic, they need to get something here before they move into the second half, because Apex is looking fired on up. 19 rounds to convert in our first OT, 18-18, and we do it all again as the deep mid-smoke comes on through. An aid to follow, but no Zywo peering on this time.
Unfortunate misstep for Stown. Hasn't missed many. He's doing so much more than the rest of his team right now.
It's almost the, well, actually, to be fair, yeah. It's dupreeh on one side, Stown on the other. The supporting cast of Apex and Masuda is what has made the difference here for Vitality.
Oh, Kedian getting tickled. Stown getting aggressive. Jumps up over the half wall, spots 1 in behind it. It is Apex. We'll hold them back for now. Masuda's been so good. on this B side, especially with these flash plays. Gets aggressive again into Banana. The second flash swings out this time. Shush is good on the headshot. He's been told Zaiwu to go back. Starting his rotation, Apex decides to let him hold his position down at A.
Oof, his one smoke negated all of that utility right there. Fortunately, Heroic still have a bunch more, but if they go towards A, Zaiwu's here, the orb, it rings true. Tessus gets one back, but time's starting to become a problem now. About 35 seconds remaining. They need to make a decision.
Yeah, the B site feels like the best option for them right now. Zaiwu can rotate back, and in fact, that is being called for now. Zaiwu to get back in position. They've got the read. They know this is coming. The B attack. Can they deal with it, though? The flash is up, and Apex goes down without a single kill. So Heroic have 2 to the good of Zaiwu. And he'll go down. Magic now the last remaining player, and he's down as well. Heroic do very well to at least pick up 1.
Okay, Stown is just hitting just a different level right now. 35 kills, 7 assists. On the other side, Dupree, 37 kills and 5 assists. The two of them are just going blow for blow. But how many times do you ever see Zaiwu just like running around a corner like that and getting caught off guard? He's had a non-Zaiwu performance here today. It's never too late for him to show on up, but that is the lifeline Heroic needed going into the second half. Now, we will remind you, when this game kicked off, Heroic started on the CT side, they had 7 consecutive rounds. And then Vitality had 7 consecutive rounds on their T side, so both have had very good halves.
It's also worth noting the $12,500 overtime rule set here, so you don't have the 16K, which means economy can sometimes become a factor. Let's see if that will pan out here. Second half of play of OT1. Heroic using a little bit of utility early. Vitality taking holes. They're up in the apartments right now.
Shush is about to be tested here.
He's done well before from this position, and now he's got his teammates coming back over. Flash is going to be good, but Shush plays anti, and that's going to be 1 for him. Oh, no scope from Zaiwu, but Kadian's done well to pick up a kill, and now Masuda hunting down the refrags. Oh, nearly follows up. Mazis luckily makes quick work of that. Good trading from both teams here. Tessus and Refresh put into the 2v2.
And Vitality have come out on top of this. The low HP of Refresh is a problem as both start to walk through middle here. Coming up through the short position, have to find Apex, who's in Graveyard, and Magisk, who's now tucked himself in over towards Pit. This is not going to be easy to break.
And Tessus, is he going to see the head of Magisk as he goes into the pit? Comfortable position for him, and Vitality have it. They have map point.
2 opportunities right now to get this one done, to get it done in the first OT and to push us to that third map of Vertigo. Has just been a huge game, a back and forth affair between both of these teams. Heroic have put a lot into this, and to go into that third, one is going to be riding a high. That'll be Vitality, and Heroic are going to be feeling that maybe, just maybe, they could have closed this in 2. I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. Gambit is in the lower bracket. They need to take on Copenhagen Flames. Sure, they have to get past them, but that's one of the massive names, one that I'm sure many people thought would be in the arena.
Down. He's been an animal. But it really feels like he's the only thing Heroic have got right now. Can he do it? Heroic need 2 more to force us to another OT. And Dupree has been the bane of their existence and will continue to be so. Kadian at least tries that out.
Bomb scooped up. They know where the AWP resides right now. Refresh has been flashed through to peak and finds nothing home, but Zaiwu just around the corner has 2 on his plate.
Oh, Kadian, another kill for him, starting to find some impact. Zaiwu is about to walk in, down his barrel around the corner. Refresh. Oh, Apex, that is quick. How does he get away with that? And now Kadian under pressure, he's dealt with it. That's Magisk down, and now Apex left in the 1v3. He has been damaged. He's 14 health, and Kadian's out to the rifle. And Kadian with 4 kills to close it out. We have 1 more round to play here in OT1. Will it be closed by Vitality, or will Heroic make us go again?
Yeah, that was good from Kadian. That's probably some of the most impact he's had throughout the game right here. He's had a bit of a quiet one as well. So a good time for him to step up. Oh, he's going to molly something.
He's mollying something.
You know that there's a molly coming from Apex.
No one should block him, so maybe it's going to be Banana.
Yeah, looking to be Banana for sure. It's going to be a bit of a biff here. Multiple members on either side, and that is nuclear damage done. That is one way to kick off the start of this round.
Well, Apex, he's been let off the leash by himself. And now he's chasing after Testos. He's done good damage there. And that really is the Apex mentality.
Yeah, this is what he was doing within the first half, right? When the chips were down, he started taking a few more liberties and we were getting entry frag at Apex back in the server. He was setting the tone, he was setting the pace, and well, they're turning their attention back towards A right now. Cadian's AWP, deeply rooted within the site. Refresh to be his bodyguard, and Shush, he's in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh, Cadian needs to be careful he doesn't get caught here. Throws down the smoke for short. But it's going to hold them back for now, but they're going to boost over the top of it. They're going to gleam the info.
Would have heard that. Refresh would have heard that fall off right there. They know something's coming.
They're going to throw some utility. Shush goes up into the graveyard. Apex will not be able to best him, but Dupree quick on the trade, and that bomb is coming back to A.
2v4 here on A.
43 seconds as well. Cadian missed shot. Can't afford to miss too much in these scenarios, and Refresh at least gets away with one, but Cadian is such an uncomfortable position. He's stuck here with the AWP. He's alone. First shot is good. Now looking for the follow-up, but ZywOo is quick to the trade again. He's got the bomb down in the site. Vitality looking to close it, looking to send us, but the molly burns him away. And now it's just ZywOo left in the 1v2. Molly goes out, but they push past it, and ZywOo, he's so good in the clutches. He's a beast when they need him, and he's got it into the 1v1, but can't close it. It's down, the talisman of Heroic, as Cadian will scream him down. We have to go again, Chad.
We do it one more time here, 18-18. Double OT about to ensue here, and it's so difficult to separate these two teams coming down to the wire round after round. It's these micro moments separating the two, and Cadian in the site under so much pressure. A good shot to hit on Magis there. Oh, a great follow back here from ZywOo, tracking through the smoke, and down there in the one-on-one, gets it done. And Cadian is getting fired up, going Super Saiyan. And that's the opposite side of things, but here we go. Keep yourself calm, keep yourself focused, because let's do that again. This time it's a four-man B lean from Heroic. They're pushing Banana. They want to biff and fight here. Refresh with a couple of flashes to help them out. Down forward, spammed up. So many nades either way, and Magis gets the opening this time round.
Oh, they're looking to follow up quickly, but Cadian, he's come alive in the overtime. He's found himself 2 on the AWP. Dupree looking for some answers. In fact, he's looking for 40 kills. And they're turning their attentions back to A, but the bomb is still on Banana, and that's Dupree down. Cadian hungry for another. Oh, and he's got it. Lovely flick out. And it's just ZywOo. A 1v3. And this isn't the type of performance that you'd expect from ZywOo, but maybe, just maybe, this can ignite him as he's looking for his second. Nearly the right move, and he's come off it again, really trying to pull Cadian into this one. A third fake tap, as Cadian is in the smoke, and ZywOo's playing this one proactively. He even has time to back away. ZywOo, he's left the B site. He's gone elsewhere. He's gone back down Banana.
He can start running right now. They're not going to hear any of this, and they still think he's over towards the B bomb site. The penny hasn't dropped yet. Heroic have absolutely no idea where ZywOo is. He's disappeared right in front of their very eyes. They need to find this out, and they need to find it out fast, because the bomb's going to get planted any second, and that's going to be a shock to the system.
And he swaps down to the rifle. He's got the AK instead. And Heroic realized now, damn, he slipped the net.
He could literally be anywhere. He could literally be anywhere. Look at the time being soaked off with the bomb here. Every second that goes past, ZywOo's moving further and further away. What play is this?
The bomb isn't planted for him. And so they're going to be checking positions that he's not even in, but finally he starts to drop back into the site. We'll see if ZywOo can get himself these opportunities. They're coming in from short, flash blind ZywOo, but he is so primed and ready. Tap on the bomb, gives away his position, runs out of ammo, and now ZywOo trying to run away, but Cadian humps him down. It's their time. They're gonna hold it, the defuse, they're sticking it, and there's not enough time.
Oh my God!
ZywOo has done it. What a clutch!
No, Dinko. Another one that has gone down to the wire. Another one at the wire. How is this so close?
It's literally a millisecond.
We've had so many of these here today that have come down to the millisecond. It felt like ZywOo had done enough, and just...
Oh my God.
Vitality. Again, they've dropped it just at the final second there, and ZywOo almost pulled the 1-on-3 out, but they're not going to stop. It's not going to end, and he's back on in. He's grabbed the opening. Stown goes down this time. When is this going to finish? The back and forth affair continues. There's kills going on all across the map. Oh.
Vitality up a player. Refresh trying to come down. Dupree taken out. Refresh can't follow up. And now Shush gets aggressive. The bomb dropped. Just out towards it. Shush with a headshot. It's 1 HP.
What a brawl.
Masuda now 1v2. AK as he moves into the site. Molly could burn away Shush from his position. And he swings. Tessis removes him. 20 for Heroic.
These last second diffusers or these last second detonations, remember how the game started for Vitality? You know, we have to go back about an hour, but remember how the game started, how frustrating it was, the type of rounds they were losing. I talked about compound interest, trying to hold some type of a TED talk out here. But you think about those, and now it's in double OT, and now it's in this situation of the game. I don't know. How long can Vitality hold on? They need something to carry on through, and just the frustration, it has to be at an all-time high right now. Heroic aren't giving up, but the same can be said for Vitality here. So close, but so far. 22, the magic number here to get it done in double OT. Just 2 more required for Heroic as the onslaught of utility back and forth in Banana. No instant opening pick out the gate here. Bit of a slower approach than the last couple. And Cadian, I think he's going to have more kills in overtime than he did in regulation. Coming up mid, all 5 members of Vitality are here to press down on A.
Flash goes over. Tessis can swing with it. It's so good. Tessis gets 3. And now Apex hits the deck as well. Magisk, 1v5 total for him. And it's 21. Heroic, 1 more round. And they're going to the spot egg.
3 chances to do it. 3 chances right now for Heroic to get this one done. Just 1 more round required here, and the teamwork, it's staying on point. The communication still must be there for Heroic. That is beautiful. That is a dream. Set up by your teammate, your prophet right there. You get all 3, and you can see him still fired up. We're back underway. Shush is bought into a Mac 10 and the same as Refresh. I think they're just going to rush B here. I think it's just going to be an all-out B rush to finish this thing off. That's the only answer. It's the only way that you'd be looking at a buy like this for the first round of OT number 2.
Well, Zaiwu tested first, shot lands, but Refresh is down to 3. He's still kicking through the fire. He goes, and finally, Masuda stepping up with a double. Refresh and Shush both down as Tessis replies to the headshot. Heroic, they're down numbers, but they're still committing, and commitment pays off for Tessis. Heroic in the sight. Shot from Katie, and the bomb hasn't even crossed over yet, but that kill has put Heroic in the advantageous position. Dupree's looking to try and make it happen back. It's a shot on Tessis. That's dropped it back into the 2v2. The bomb not even down yet. Cadian, he's actually deciding to go for the shot. Dupree's taken down to 30. He's holding for it. Oh, Dupree, he's got another one. Cadian trades it out. And can he close it? Can he send his team all the way?
Magisk has heard this. He knows what's going on. He's heard the footsteps down Banana. He can start chasing if he wants. He doesn't believe his ears.
He doesn't believe Cadian's run this way. He's going to walk into the A site. He's going for the big move here. And because Magisk hasn't budged, it's because he hasn't moved away. That's going to give so much time for Cadian to get in a good position.
This is the thing. Cadian's all about fun and games. He's all about the misdirection. And this time he's actually followed on through. Magisk, he has to run all the way over towards the A site. That's going to soak up about 10 seconds just to get him in a position to glue down on Cadian's position. But he has no idea that Cadian stayed in the site. He's stuck deep within the back of the A site. AWP in hand, 23 points of health. And the shift key comes into play. The bomb halfway gone.
This time can cost him. Magisk still has to clear so much. Smoke onto it. Cadian doesn't have the best weapon for the job here. Has to go to the pistol. Magisk sticking to defuse. He has to. It's his only option. Cadian
is missing. Oh no! Cadian's done it. They pick it up. 22 rounds found first and Heroic. You can see what it means. They worked so hard. They never gave up. And another round right down to the wire.
Yeah. I'm gonna peek, okay guys?
Shot.
First hill.
Nice.
One headshot, Matu.
Nice. One guy left. Bomb down.
Flashing above you, Matu.
It's a bad flash.
Close to me. I'm pushing him. Shot.
On side. Default. Nice! So important, guys.
Let's go, Matu.
Yeah, you're sick player, man. Let's keep going. Let's go, boys!
Instructions then waiting. AWP to the M4. Swing back and gets the kill. Orb can't line it up. 2 frags. Poison will remain. Gets Sticko. Now gonna peek back on Zen. Gets the second kill. Third player. Oh, he's clutched it. Poison. Incredible play! 4K, not the ace, but Sandy's pumping himself to deal with it.
From Heroic, they are few and far between. Nice find from Tessus.
Okay.
2, in fact. He hasn't ready for Ovo. The spray can find him as well. Tessus is doing it all. And now Stan is his next victim. That is ridiculous.
Hey Future Pros! Today I'll be showing you a sick smoke to block off Banana on Inferno from the